Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobbymaker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobbymaker.
Yeah, go on. Popping off with chocolate. Thailand, yeah, definitely. Favourite place I've been. David Beckham. No, never. I don't get why people want to warm up pineapple. I will survive. As long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. Yeah, people never paid me to sing. Breaking Bad. Biscuit. A lot of people don't agree with that, do they? But I'd say biscuit. I can juggle. Thank you. Oh no! Ah! Makes it look like I can't juggle.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random and will announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Hi everyone, here it is. Yeah, 1 o'clock on a Sunday, we're back with you. We are Hobbymaker. Great to have your company. Hope you have a nice weekend. And hopefully you can spend most of the afternoon, if not all of it, with us. We're here till 6 o'clock as we are every single day, 1 until 6. If you are new to us, and every day we're getting brand new customers, so welcome if you have never seen us before. Basically, the main thing that I want to tell you about is how you can save on your shipping and handling and P&P. It's brilliant here because when you buy something from us, you pay £3.95 P&P. Provided it's on the same day. If you come back maybe an hour later and buy something else or forget that you've run out of foam pads and you need those, you don't pay any more P&P until midnight, okay? So from midnight to midnight, all your postage charges are just £3.95. If you've bought 50 things, you haven't got to pay any more than £3.95 to get that order delivered to your door, which is amazing. So yeah, do get in touch with us. There are lots of ways of doing it. You can email us studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. If you'd rather do it via our website, which if you have not looked at it yet, have a little look. It's a brilliant website with all our brands there as well that you can search through and have a little look. But on the front page when you get to the website, it actually says contact the studio. So if you want to send us a little message, our producer Laura can get that. She can put it on the screen and we can have a bit of interaction all afternoon. So there's our website, hobbymaker.co.uk. And if you want to look and have a little look at what Hunkydory's got in store, you can click on their brand shop on our website. You can click on Crafter's Companion, all the other brands, Burt and Gert, all the other brands, creative expressions that we've got here. You can see all the products that are available at hobbymaker.co.uk. Shall we introduce the team? Oh, let's do it. Let's go to the gallery. Oh no, we'll do the studio first of all. We've got Alex over there. Dan over there. Natalie over here, just getting ready for our first show of the day, Hunkydory. In the gallery, we've got Knobs and Buttons, there he is. Adam's back with us. And then we've also got Laura there, of course, as well, who's our producer. So she'll be looking at your messages that you send in throughout the afternoon and sending them through to us here. Okay, now the first thing we're going to do before we do anything else, every single day we launch our broadcasts, our shows, with what we call a spotlight item. Now that's one must-have item that's at a brilliant price that is going to blow your socks off, that you're not going to want to miss out on. And are you ready for today's spotlight? Here it comes. Any minute. So what have we got in store for you today? Now, we've handpicked this. This has been one of the best-selling items that Hunkydory's done. And when you look at the price and when you look at what you get, you can see why. The Essential Tag Pack always sells, and we've got it today as our spotlight. What you've got here are 100 fantastic quality 300 GSM tags that are pre-cut for you. Even the little hole in the top's been pre-die cut for you too. So you can apply all of your fantastic crafting techniques that you've learned over the years on here. You can use them for presents. You can, of course, attach them to cards. You can put them in little pockets in maybe scrapbooks and journals, that sort of thing. So 100 of these, what do you reckon the price is? What would you be expected to pay for 100? Maybe 10p each, 10 quid possibly, that would be good. Well, as a spotlight, we're not going to offer it to you for 10 quid. DYHD20 is the all-important product code. And remember, another essential thing here at Hobby Maker is everybody always pays the final low price. So if we drop the price during any of our presentations, everyone pays the final low price, which in this case is £7.99 for 100 tags. You can have so much fun with them, inking them up, using all sorts of different techniques. Your watercolour, we've got watercolour pencils coming later on. You could use those on here as well if you wanted to. But 100 tags, really an essential to have in your craft room. You'll use them, I'm sure, daily. Give us a call. 0800 001 4433 is the free phone number. If you'd rather order them on the website, the deal is there as well at hobbymaker.co.uk. Yeah, get them in your basket and check out. £7.99 for 100 of these tags. Natalie from Hunkydory is with me. It is a bestseller, isn't it?
It's such a good item to have. I mean, just to be able to grab one straight away, no die cutting involved, no cutting down cardstock, is already the perfect size to create coordinating tags for presents, to use as journals. I love making little tag journals from like holidays and trips. It's a real essential and such a good price as well.
Great price. Just pop it in your basket. Remember, check out, that confirms your order. You'll be charged £3.95 postage, but the great thing is later on in this show or in Joe Jarrett's show a bit later, you might want to buy something. You won't pay any more P&P throughout the whole day until midnight tonight, okay? So £7.99, it's our spotlight deal for this Sunday afternoon. You'll really love using these and love creating on them as well. DYHD20, that's the product code if you want to get your fantastic essential tag packs. Okay, right, so that's our spotlight. What else have we got coming up today then? Joe Jarrett's here with the Craft Hut a bit later on. We've got some resin a bit later at 4 o'clock. We've also got fantasy dips. Now, you may have seen on my Facebook post, you can actually make amazing flowers out of the fantasy dips. That's coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I've not had a go at it yet, so I'm really looking forward to having a go a bit later. But this show, though, is all about Hunkydory, and we've got 3 Hunkydory shows for you today. And it's also, of course, our fantastic Woodland Story Ultimate Collection. Already, we had loads of you coming for this yesterday evening when we showed it to you at 5 o'clock. But if you weren't around then, you've got a chance to get hold of this today. And this is what Hunkydory does best, isn't it?
It is. It's the epitome of Hunkydory greatness, I feel. You've got amazing cardstock here, foiled and die-cut toppers, foiled cardstock. It's printed onto our Martastic, which is amazing because if you want to ink it up, if you want to grunge it up a little bit more, you can do. But it's a real beautiful collection, this one. It's so fun. It takes you back to times when you were younger. Storybooks.
Yep.
Filled with amazing characters, which are going to take you back to all of those times. So it's a beautiful collection.
Now you are going to get 8 sheets of toppers, 4 designs, 2 of each. You're also going to get 8 sheets of printed cardstock, 8 sheets of printed and foiled cardstock, loads of inserts down. I think it's 36.
36 altogether, yeah.
36
12
inserts.
designs, you get 3 of each of those.
And then you also get the fantastic 8x8 pad as well, which we'll get to in just a second, because Natalie's going to do the pick and flick in just a sec. But look at the characters. You've got the squirrels. You've got the little rabbits there, of course, as well. The fox and his wife and his family. They're brilliant, aren't they? I think it takes everyone back to their childhood, whether you're in your 20s, whether you're in your 70s. It just reminds you of being told stories and read stories and looking at the pictures when you were younger. And it's been a bestseller before, and we've got it here today. And it's not going to be $39.97. That is the price it should be if you were to buy all the components separately. Maybe you've had this in the past and you want to stock up. Maybe you've run out of toppers or you've run out of sheets in the pad or whatever. A Woodland Story is a fantastic collection. It really, really is. It's going to appeal to all types as well. It's ageless, really, Natalie, isn't it?
It is. I think it's one for all generations. Like you say, they're all characters that you can pick out from storybooks that you've read, no matter what age you are. It's classic The artwork is it's not too childlike.
No.
It's that perfect mix of illustration of these beautiful characters.
And you can actually tell stories with these.
Yeah, I think so. I think crafting with kids, you know, using your paper pads, creating your own little storybooks, popping your toppers in and letting the kids' imaginations run wild, creating books. Maybe you're going to do it for a younger child that's coming into the family as well.
Give them names.
It's a great way to use this collection.
Well, Natalie's got the pick and flick. I've got a few finished cards here just to give you an idea as to what you can do. Jane Hewins is the design team member that's done this particular one. Look at this. Isn't that fantastic? I mean, that could be an anniversary card with the two rabbits side by side. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous.
Really
and you've got so many of the characters because they're printed in the pad as well as on the cardstock. So you can have, you know, even pictures on walls full of the characters.
I think this is a great one, isn't it, for nurseries and things like that. Pop them into little box frames, maybe decoupage them up a little bit.
Absolutely. This one, there is your photographer. There he is, look, the little mouse photographer and the fox. He's very dapper. They're all dapperly dressed, aren't they?
They're all so dapper. It's really nice how they've all got that real Victorian-esque style to them.
Absolutely. It's kind of upstairs, downstairs in the animal world.
Yes, it really is. It really, really is.
But these are mainly upstairs characters.
Upstairs characters,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right, well, Natalie's going to flick through them for you. This is what you're going to get in the collection.
Yes, so in here we have your main topper collection. So you can buy this individually as well as in that bundle. So you have 4 toppers, like we said. This is the first one. This is my honey bunny. And in here you've got that really nice mix of frames and borders, more of those fancy edges. And when we say die cut, we just mean that they're sort of held together with pips. So all you have to do when you get this home is just pop it out and then you can layer it onto your cardstock with either foam pads or tape and create stunning images and sort of layouts to your style. So you've got borders, you've got sentiments in here, and you've got some little other tinier toppers as well, if you like. Then you're also going to get your foil cardstock. In this one, you have these beautiful border frames in here. I also love the textures and colours throughout this collection. It's very sort of like dusky colours that you've got, but you've got sort of hints of sort of Victorian wallpapers within the patterns as well.
I love the colour scheme as well, very kind of spring-like, isn't it, with the yellows?
Really beautiful. The next one is My Dear Friend, and this one you have the foxes. I love how you've got sort of like the woodland all in here. You've got sentiments included in this one too, which are perfect for so many different occasions. Then your cardstock has the foiling on the top corner there and in your border frames with that beautiful sort of ditzy floral pattern. And then this one is your plain cardstock to coordinate with the trees and the Mr. Fox there. The next one is Hats Off to You. This one has the amazing sort of duck character here.
Like another goose.
Yes, there we go, the goose. You've got that sort of like Mr. Rat tail, and then you've got the cat as well. It's a great one for celebrations, this one, with sentiments sort of alluding to parties. Then you've got the really nice mustard cardstock here. Again, you've got that really nice sort of detailed foiling on that one. And then your cardstock here, which is perfect for sort of fold back cards, is this beautiful image here with that pink and that yellow and that really nice dusky blues. And then the last one is Nuts About You. And this one you have the squirrel, you've got the raccoon, you've got the squirrel again down at the bottom as well in sort of a smaller arch shape. But this one's really nice for making sort of aperture cards with those arches. You've got 2 border strips here as well in those alternative colours. You are getting 2 of each of everything that I'm showing you as well, remember. Then you have your foil cardstock. This one's really beautiful. You have sort of accent foiling all along the edge.
I think we called him a badger yesterday.
A badger?
I think he is a raccoon.
He is a raccoon, I'm sure he is. I mean, I might have got some of the other ones wrong, but that one's definitely a raccoon. And then you've got this beautiful one here, but these patterns run throughout not only the collection, but through your paper pad and through your little book. So we'll go through the paper pad next.
Yeah.
So it's 8 by 8 in size, which is great for if you want to create storybooks, or if you want to mat and layer it up. It's double-sided, so you get 48 different designs. We'll go from the front to the back. So you've got images in here. Let's go the other way, actually, because it's a lot easier. You've got sort of really nice patterns on the reverse, and then you have your coordinating image sort of further down below. So you can see there that you've got that image with the camera, You've got the cat here.
This is what I meant when I said you can get so many characters. Every sheet's got a character on it. So if you
Every
wanted to
single
fussy
one.
cut them out.
Yep, fussy cut them out. You can create little elements to go on top of your toppers. You can decoupage these up so you can create something completely different from what you may have had. But it's just a really stunning sort of different layouts of the characters and the toppers as well. So each time you're going to get something really, really different. We've got the squirrel again for you there with sort of like just all of the little bits and pieces that go alongside them, like the chairs and the telephone. It adds something instantly into your head about what could be going on in these images here. It's a real great mix.
We know a lot of you buy an extra pad. That's virtually a must for a lot of you watching that are Hunkydory fans. So if you buy the main collection with the pad included, it's almost like you're getting that pad for nothing, because that price is what you should be paying. You should be paying nearly £40 for everything in this collection today. But we, being Hobby Maker, aren't happy with that. We want to give you a cracking deal. We want to get that price right down for you. So it's VHHD38, the product code, and the price you pay, £29.97, and we've got split pay on it as well, which is even better news. So that's £14.98 to pay today, plus your £3.95 P&P, and that's all the postage you'll pay all day through till midnight tonight. But you get everything there, so it's like you're not paying for the paper pad.
Yeah.
We haven't even gone through the inserts.
No, we haven't, because you've also got 36 inserts included. Now, these are just sort of like muted down versions of the images of the cardstock, so it's a real beautiful thing just to finish it off, because it all coordinates so lovely. So you have all of the different designs in here. We'll just flick through them. You get 3 of each, like we said, but it's just a great way of really making your makes that extra bit more professional when you have those coordinating inserts. And they're a great weight too. They're 140 GSM. If you're someone who wants to write a story, then you can pop these through your printer. You can print out different verses on each side, and then score them, pop them all together with maybe your toppers and your other elements.
Now, I think we're appealing to 2 different types of crafter today. Many of you I know bought this possibly before. It's been a bestseller in the past, but maybe you're running out of it and you want to stock up. You know you're going to miss certain characters if you don't order it now. And for those of you that have never seen it before, a chance for you to get what I think Hunkydory do the best. They are mostly famous for their card kits. And that's what so many people just collect and buy again and again and again, because you're guaranteed to get a perfect card, because you can't make a bad card with a Hunkydory card kit.
You really
That's what
can't.
they do. You really can't. So if you want it today, then you can either pay in full if you want to, or split pay is there as an option, just under £15 plus your postage today. But you'll be making the most adorable cards. I mean, if you love the artwork, people who buy your cards from you are going to love your artwork, which means you're going to sell more cards. But maybe you don't make cards to sell. Maybe you make cards just for your own gratification and your own enjoyment, and for friends and family, that sort of thing. Either way, it's a great deal. It's a great collection. One of the best sellers from Hunkydory, and we have got it here for you today, all the way through until 2 o'clock this show. Right, demo time, I think, Natalie.
Yeah, so we're going to start off with just using our cardstock. So if you just buy this kit, you've got nothing else in your stash, then you're going to be able to create this card. So I've taken the lovely My Dear Friend, and we've gone with the foil cardstock. Now I'm going to trim this down to 7 by 10 inches. So we're just going to take a nice strip there that we can use for another card. So 7 by 10. And then what we're going to do is we're going to line this up on ours. No, what we'll do first is we're going to trim some pieces out of here. So you want to line this up on your scoreboard, and I'm going to score from, I'm going to take my tool, and this is a great thing about this scoreboard. I'm going to line it up at 1 inch. So just line it up at 1 inch, and then I'm going to run it down to 6. And then so I don't need to remember any more measurements, I'm just going to bring that back to the 1 inch mark on the other side.
And all the Hunkydory accessories, the scoreboards and the trimmers you'll find on the website as well.
From 6 and then all the way to 1. And then we can add our scores in here. So you want to score between your 2 cut lines now at 1. So at 1, and this is one of my favourite folds, and it works so well with images where you have these beautiful characters on sort of like the corner edges. So at 1, at 2 between those markings, and at 6 as well. Then we're going to score it at 7.5. So you're just going to have that sort of fox on that side, and then above your scores, we're going to score it at 5, and then I'm going to flip it over and do it again. So
Jotted down all these measurements.
We're getting that, and then we can start folding this. So you want to fold it out, first of all, in this direction.
And it is adorable Scorable, so it's not going to crack the
It
ink.
is, no, it's not going to crack when you fold it. You're not going to get any sort of creasings in here. But when you're scoring this, you just want to be super, super careful that we're only sort of marking these score lines. So I'm ever so gently just sort of folding these bits and pieces together. And then once you've got them all sort of folded, then you can put some pressure on there and it will fold into a 5x7, which means if you want to post this, it will fit into 5x7 envelopes. So this is our sort of fold that we've got here, this fancy fold. And then we can dress it up with all of our elements. So I'm going to take this square topper with both Mr. and Mrs. Fox on, because that's going to fit perfectly in this space that we have here. We'll go with My Dear Friend, because this is a really nice one, and Thinking of You. Also, might possibly put in this one here, because we do have a bit of a gap. And then let's use our border strip. So if I just cut this away from here, we can pop this down the edge of our card. So it's a great way just to do something different, or if you've got a space and you want to add something, then you can do that too.
I mean, maybe you are called Mr. and Mrs. Fox. Perfect.
It might be. That would be so good, wouldn't it? So we'll pop our main topper sort of in the centre of this space that we have here. Just moving that over. And then I'm going to put My Dear Friend at the top of this little space here.
It's hard to believe that started life as an A4 sheet.
It is, isn't it? But it's so quick to make cards like this. When you've got quality cardstock, which you really don't need to do much with, you can just sort of fold it in half if you want to, create an A5 card and then add all of your elements in, or with your image being on the other side of your cardstock, you can just trim it down. It's a beautiful way of utilising it. So I'm going to pop this on here, but I actually don't want it to go all the way. Do I want it to go all the way up? Yeah, we'll put it all the way up. I was going to sort of cut it to match in line with that, but we'll do it on this side, and then I might actually trim it because I can pop it on here as well.
Well, Hunkydory, of course, is a British company. All the cardstock's printed and foiled in the UK, which is fantastic.
Yeah, it's all designed, this collection, in the UK. We've taken that artwork and we've made the beautiful toppers in-house in our offices. Then it gets printed in Preston, and then it comes back to us and we foil these beautiful designs onto it. So it is a great UK-based product, this. And I think the artwork that you've got as well is very quintessentially British, isn't it? With these beautiful sort of characters that we've all grown up loving. So I'm just going to trim that down there so it coordinates with both edges and sort of gives you that nice sort of coordinating look. And then we'll pop this on to finish it off with. So this one has the little A Woodland story, and then it also says handmade on it. So if I just pop this into this section here, I'll know that I'm not going to have anything on the bottom section to stick anything down with. And then there you go, you have a card ready to go, and you can pop your insert on the back or you can write your message on the back, but it's just a really nice way of just utilising the cardstock that you get with this collection.
And also, look how quickly Natalie actually put that card together. You've got all the components there that you need to make absolutely standalone, beautiful cards that your customers are going to love, that your friends and relatives are going to love as well. And to get it for less than £30, as I said to you before, it's been a best-selling card collection before, card kit in the past. And you're going to get that 8x8 pad as well, with all the characters printed on it, double-sided. That's worth $9.99 in its own right, but it's almost like you're not paying for that, to be honest with you, because it should be just under 40, okay? Now, if you do want the pad on its own, let's give you details for that. I think Natalie's got it there. If you want an extra pad, maybe that's what you're running out of. This is it, the Woodland Story, 8x8 paper pad, 48 sheets, double-sided, so you've got 96 options of using it. Characters are on the front, and then you get the lovely pattern papers on the back. But it's a great buy for $9.99. BWHD 25, if you've already had this and you've run out of it or it's getting quite low, stock up and order another one today. If you're buying the main kit and you want to get an extra one of these, which lots of you do, lots of you actually use the pads and maybe have another one as a collectible. £9.99 is all you pay. If you're going for the main collection, it's just capped postage of £3.95 for the whole day through until midnight tonight. And do remember, if you've got any makes that you'd like to share with us, and we're not just talking about Hunkydory, we're talking about any brand, any type of craft, whether you're a knitter, crocheter, whether you make flowers, like we're going to be doing with Joe in the next show at 2 o'clock. Yeah, just take a photograph of what you've made over the last few days and send it to us on the email. It's studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, because every month, the last Saturday of every month, we give one of you watching a £100 credit on your account just for showing us your makes. And in the last show at 5 o'clock, we very often show you quite a few of the pictures that have been sent in to us. So that's something you could, if you're working on something right now, if you finish it before 5, just send it in to us on an email and we'll try and show as many as we can a bit later on. Okay. Now, the inserts, if you want the inserts, we've got those, and here they are. There's 36 of them. These are available, again, individually. You don't necessarily have to use them as inserts if you don't want to.
You really don't. It's such a good quality. You can stamp onto these if you've got some stamps. You can write onto them. But like I said, pop them through your printer. Make your own little stories up. Pop all of your wording on here, and then on the alternative side you can have your toppers, or you can have pages from your little book, and you can make sort of like compositions for your story. It's a really good thing. I think the quality of our inserts at Hunkydory is something that is absolutely fantastic. That they're just a perfect addition to any collection.
I love the fact that they're printed in almost like a ghost print, so it's a lot lighter than the main characters.
Yeah, but it all coordinates beautifully together. So if you're using the squirrel on a piece, you're going to be able to find an insert that works with your image.
What is it you like about Hunkydory? Message in, tell us what you like about it. I mean, I know quite a few people that make cards all the time and religiously always buy just Hunkydory kits. That's what they trust, that's what they love, that's what they've crafted with for many, many years. So if you are a beginner crafter, and we're getting beginner crafters every single day, you're going in right at the top for quality. You really are with anything from Hunkydory. So $9.99 for 36 of the inserts. Now, the thing probably that most people run out of first, I certainly do, are the toppers.
Yeah, definitely. The toppers always.
So it's not just the toppers. You get the printed cardstock and you also get the printed and foiled cardstock. So you've actually got 24 sheets, and that's $19.99, okay? So if you're running out of the toppers, if that's what you want, they're just over there. That pile there, actually, that Natalie's got, that's what you'll get for just under 20 quid.
Yeah, so all of these, the 4 toppers and your plain and foil coordinating images, and you do get 2 of each. So you've got really beautiful mix here that you're going to be able to sort of dress up, make absolutely beautiful cards for any age range, really. Everyone is going to sort of love this kit because it is just so beautiful.
So the option is you can go for the individual items, the inserts, the toppers, or indeed the book on its own. Or if you buy the main collection, that's where you get the best discount. That's where you get the best price, because it's like you're not paying for the book or you're not paying for the inserts because they're worth $9.99. So you're getting the whole collection for just under £30. But if you just want the extra toppers, the printed cardstock and the printed and foiled, that's available as a separate item for £19.99. Also, check out through the show, you're going to be seeing ribbon, colour-coordinated ribbon to work with this kit, and also the adorable Scorable plain A4. We've got that available in colourways to complement this kit as well. Right, another demo.
Okay, so what we're going to do this time is we're going to use some of those items. I've got the matte-tastic adorable Scorable in this cornflower blue. We're bringing in some parchment, and we're also going to bring in some ribbon as well, because sometimes when you do run out of your card stocks and you're thinking, well, how am I going to make cards with this? Then you can use these extra items. So what I'm going to do is just trim this to sort of like an easier to work with measurement. So it is just under 30. So if I cut it down to 28 centimetres, then I'm going to be able to do the maths a lot more easier. So we'll just leave it at the height it is. And then the best thing about our scoreboard as well is whether you work in metrics or whether you work in inches, you have both of them on either side. So we'll just score this now at 14, because we know that that's our halfway point. And this is going to create our card blank. And then our parchment we're going to wrap around here, just to make something a little bit more lovely. So we know that that's sort of 14 centimetres. So what I'm going to do is just trim this down to 27. So it's a little bit shorter. And then we can just take 1 centimetre off the other side. So bring that down to 20. And then I can trim I can score this again, sorry. So 20, 14, we go 13 and a half, we'll get that. Oh, nice and central. What you do needs to be super careful about those to not do what I've just done. So when you're scoring this, just do it really, really lightly because it is parchment, so it does have that. It is a lot more delicate than your cardstock, so don't be as forceful. So I'm going to just score that, and then we're going to pop this around here. Now, to make sure that this sort of stays in place, we're going to add a bit of ribbon. So I'm just going to open my parchment back out, and with a really thin piece of skinny tape.
It's great to have all the colour coordination though, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and this is perfect, whether you're picking out...
That was close.
It really was. Whether you're picking out Matte-tastic or whether you're choosing ribbon to go with it, we have taken the time to pick coordinating colours and put them together for you, so you can just craft away when you get this home. So now we need to be really careful to make sure this is even on the top and the bottom.
You know that everything is going to work colour-wise, no clashes.
No, and the beautiful thing about this as well is because it's really sort of a vibrant parchment is that you don't necessarily need to cover it up because you can't actually see where I've added that there. I'm just going to add another piece to the back now that we've got that stuck down, because you've got so much detail in this parchment, and it just adding it onto a piece of colour changes it so much. We've gone with the blue here, but we could have gone with any of the other colours in that set. It would have looked gorgeous. So now I'll add my ribbon, and we're just going to wrap this around our card here. So just pop that into place, and then I might be able to get my bow out of this as well. So just tie that together. We'll use the rest of it just to bring a little bow to that corner section there.
They're cute.
And then we can dress it up with our toppers. So we can add, I'm going to go in with the cute little couple, I think, having their brew, just sort of watching the time go by. So we'll pop that up there, and then we have time to celebrate just to you, and tea is always a good idea. So we'll go with my honey bunny, and I can pop that under here, and that'll help keep my ribbon to stay where I want it to. And then let's put It's Time to Celebrate, because that's going to fill a nice bit of this here. So as always, we've got lots of different topper shapes and sizes, but you'll always find either one or two frames with most of our toppers.
And you do get loads of sentiments on there as well.
So many. On this one, you've got 1, 2, you've got about 5 toppers you can use. You've got On Your Special Day, It's Time to Celebrate, My Honey Bunny. Tea's always a good idea, and Just For You. So loads of different occasions that you can use this collection for. And of course, if you've got our essential book of sentiments, whether it's the normal one or the Matte-tastic one that will coordinate with this kit, you can use that as well, so you can personalise it to whoever you're going to send your cards to. So I'll pop that now in place, just here. So 1 set of foam pads we've used on that, and then we'll double up for our topper. So we're going to add more dimension to the front, which is always great to have lots of different sort of textures and sizes when you're creating cards, because it just makes them so much more interesting. We'll just snip one of these down, because that's going to fit onto our little My Honey Bunny on here.
And all the Hunkydory foam pads and double-sided tape you'll find on the website under the Hunkydory brand shop.
There we go, just take that bit off there. So I'm just going to pop that sort of in line here, because it's got a little bit of a twist in it where I've not sort of laid that down properly, but you can sort of hide that by popping that on there, and it'll keep your ribbon in place. And then our last sentiment, I think I was going to go with that, but I think I want a smaller one now. Okay. So let's go with Just For You. Is that one going to work? Yeah, and what we'll do is we'll pop it just over here so it sort of goes on top, because I do quite like that little bit of space. You can see the beauty of the parchment then, because otherwise covering it up, you kind of can't see it as well. So we'll pop that on there like so. So if you do run out of your cardstock, you've always got other alternatives, and then of course we have our inserts. So let's pop this in. I've just trimmed it down slightly shorter. It might be a little bit big actually, because I think we'll just trim it down a little bit more.
I'll give you details of the adorable Scorable and the parchment in a second as well. So,
And then we can pop that in here, and you've got that nice edge sort of matching that we have on the front with our parchment as well. So a little bit of double-sided tape on that. We'll just use our pokey tool to lift this up, and we'll pop this in so it all coordinates beautifully together with all of the different coordinated images and the patterns and textures that we've got throughout that kit.
look at that, perfection. So 2 cards made in half an hour, dead easy,
So easy.
top quality.
Yes, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it? You know, if you are someone who's watching this and you've never made cards before and you're thinking, this is definitely something I can do, it really is. The way that Hunkydory design their collections is for the most novice of crafters to really, really experienced crafters. So no matter where you are in your crafting journey, you're going to be able to use this to make beautiful collections and cards.
Well, the thing is, once you've got the main collection, it's great that you've then got the opportunity of going for the adorable Scorable, the ribbon and the parchment, which is all going to work together beautifully. So it may well be that you bought this collection last night in the 5 o'clock show and you're thinking, you know what, I could do with the parchment to go with it. Well, if that's the case, how many sheets of parchment do we get here? I can't remember.
I think it's 16. So
16.
in here, I think
8
you've
designs,
got
2 of
8
each.
designs, yeah, 2 of each.
I mean, look at that. Look at that tree design. Isn't that beautiful?
It's so pretty. The sort of vibrancy of the images that you've got in this are a lot more brighter than you would normally get on parchment, and that's just the way that we've printed it. But it adds so much to your cards. I mean, you can create your whole sort of card blanks with this if you add it with acetate, so it holds it a little bit more.
That's my favourite one with the vintage letters and the postage stamps.
It's
and all
so
that.
nice, isn't it? But cut into that, create like a layer to go onto your cards, or maybe put it into an aperture that you've created with one of your dies.
Vintage
Just
roses?
adds so much more to everything that you create when you've got beautiful coordinating products like this.
Your pinks and your yellows, you've got your denim blues there as well. Beautiful kind of wild flowers, meadow flowers. Beautiful. So 16 sheets of parchment at just $9.99. Now, if that was vellum, it would be great value, but because it's parchment, even better quality, under a tenner for 16 sheets is amazing. That's PHHD06, the product code for your parchment. Now, another must-have, and you used a sheet of it in your last demo, Natalie, is the adorable Scorable plain cardstock. Now, you might think, well, I've already got loads of adorable Scorable plain cardstock. Why do I need this? These colours have been selected by Anne-Marie and the team and Natalie and everybody to work with the main collection brilliantly. So you've got no fear of having colours that don't work together. You know, if you look at the characters and the scenes that are on those toppers, they're all going to work with this. You could use these as your card blanks like you do.
Yeah, you can do. And it's just a great way of not using all of your cardstock up so that you can create more cards. Because like we say, we've got 24 different sort of cardstocks and 24 sheets in the collection. I'd say if you cut all your cardstock down, you can make, say, maybe 3 cards just from one piece of cardstock. So having these extra bits and pieces just allows you to be able to make mats and layers or your card blanks, like you say. You get more for you get more out of the kit by doing that.
And of course, if you get frustrated that when you score your cardstock at home, it cracks, which you can do sometimes, Adorable Scorable has been designed to, well, stop that happening, stop that being a problem. Bendy ink technology. VZHD02, if you want to go for this, you're going to get how many sheets? 30 sheets. Lovely weight as well to it, so perfect for your card blanks. That's just under £10, $9.99. And if you've bought the main kit, remember, no more P&P to pay at all today, right up till midnight tonight. And then this is a really nice little extra because, you know, ribbon and the colours of ribbon, you've got to be careful that, you know, that it's not going to clash, basically. And that's why these particular colours of ribbon have been selected by the team. You've got your pinks and your greens and your yellows in there. And again, it's going to go with the cardstock. It's all going to go with the characters. You get a total of 7mm wide, and you get 2 metres in 12 colourways, so 24 metres of ribbon to go with your collection. And again, that's only $9.99 as well. HAHD28. That's the actual product code if you want the ribbon to go with it. And when you're sitting there making the card, just knowing that everything works. The vellum goes with the adorable Scorable, that goes with the ribbons, that goes with the main card kit. You can't go wrong.
You really can't. It's great to have it all sort of coordinating, ready to go. You know that you don't have to spend 10 minutes finding a ribbon piece that's going to match because you've got it.
I mean, I'd be tempted to keep the kit and all the extras in a box so you can get them mixed up.
Yeah, put it in a little folder, a file, keep it all together so you know that all of that works together. So if you think, oh, I'm going to make a woodland card, then you've got all of your accessories to match.
Brilliant, good idea. Right, another demo if that's
Okay, so we're going to use the paper pad next, and I've already trimmed this down. It's, I think, just slightly smaller than 7 inches. Yeah, it's 6 3/4 this way round. And what we're going to do is going to create a lovely aperture card, and this is something I love to do when you've got artwork like this. So I'm just going to take my craft knife and sort of fussy cut around some of this image. So I've already done a selection of this tree in the back here, and then we're going to go around her little bonnet, along her beak, and then we'll do the rest of this tree. Now we are going to sort of cut an aperture, so you don't have to be quite specific with this. If you just want to go around your trees, you can do. I'm just going to sort of like follow the shape and do little sort of pointy edges with this. So I'm just going around it. I'm not sort of moving the cardstock because I'm just doing these points. So once you've got your image cut out, and I'll just test to see that that's all sort of going to just pop out of there. Just
Natalie, can I just get you to move your board a bit
am I in
towards me?
This way? Yeah, there we go.
A bit more. That's it.
Are we in?
Yeah.
So I'll just pop these bits out so we can see. And then this bit's going to come away. And then these bits as well should sort of fold under here. There we go. So we now have that image sort of fussy cut away, and you can see it. I'm going to bring in one of my dies now. These are our nesting dies we have available on our website. It's the fancy label, and we're going to use die number 3 for this. So before we sort of cut our aperture, I'm going to bring in my 5x7, and I'm going to bring in some mirri as well. So I'm just going to pop this onto my card blank.
Is that a bit of mirri card?
Yeah, a bit of gold mirri, which is a great addition as well if you haven't got it, for your mats and layers to make your images really stand out.
And remember, if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk and then just search for brand shops, you'll see everything that Hunkydory's got in stock on our website, hobbymaker.co.uk.
And then I'm going to trim my image to 4 3/4. So this now should fit on here and give us a nice coordinating sort of edge. I think if I just trim this a little bit shorter, because I think it's maybe just too big. There we go. So just take a little bit more off that side, and then what we're going to do is I'm just going to add tape, and I'm going to go in with a thinner tape actually, just to my edges. Now you can do this with so many different things. I've done it with stamps before, I've done it with dies, but it just looks so cool when you have this image. I'm just going to add a little bit. No, I'm just going to leave it because I'll stick too much down.
Great ideas as to how to use the kits.
It's just I love doing this, and being able to have an image sort of popping out of an aperture, it makes it look so special. So take your tape off here now, and then before we sort of stick this down, I've got one of my dies, that die number 3, and I'm just going to pop it underneath here where we've die cut and sort of put it. We might need to go a little bit further into, now this is where the struggle happens because I've already added my tape onto here. Let's just see where we need to go. A little bit further, I think, around this section. But we have used just our regular tape, so we have a little bit of room in there. So we'll pop this now under here. I just kind of want to get it more in the centre. So if I just trim, let's go around here a little bit more. We can pop that now, and I think that is quite central to our card. So we'll stick that just down there, and then we'll pop this whole piece onto our mirri. So stick that down, and then we're going to grab our plates and run this through.
Is the die going to cut through 3 layers?
The die is going to cut through 2 layers because we've just got the mirri and our cardstock,
right,
which is quite a lot of GSM, but I know that my Gemini can handle it.
Absolutely.
So we're not putting in the magnetic plate because sometimes that can add lots of different creases onto the cardstock, but it will cut this out.
The power of the Gemini, eh? And that's on the website still. I think we still have got a few machines of the Candy Floss pink colour still left if you're interested, with the bonus goodie bag worth 80 quid.
So now you can see it's gone through this cardstock here. So I'm just going to lift it now from the back. And let's, because this is stuck, that's not going to come out. So now we can move our die from here.
Yeah.
Take this out and you've got an aperture, but you've still got that amazing image there. So make sure that that's all off there. I've got somewhere a sentiment. Now to dress up the inside, I'm going to bring in some of this really nice paper. This is another sheet, but we're just going to cut this down to around the same size. So 4 3/4 by 6 3/4.
Is that a sheet from the 8x8 pad?
Yep, so
Right.
this is another sheet from that pad. So just using the pad for this card, which is quite fun, and then we've just stolen a little sentiment from one of the sheets. So just removing that back in now, and this is going to sit on the inside so it all coordinates really nicely. Again, because this is Matastic, you're going to be able to write on here with sort of like your biros or your gel pens. It's not going to be a problem at all. And then our sentiment, I think I'm going to pop it so it's kind of just sitting inside our frame. So we'll trim down one of these long strips here.
I would have never have thought of using one of those nesting dies in that way, but it looks really cool.
It's such a cool thing to do. I love utilising our paper pads. When you've got images like this as well and you're not quite sure on how to put them together, it's just a really nice way of doing it. And then these ones are really big, but I do have some glitter gold ones. I think this will work. We'll just finish it off with a few gemstones. So going in with some glitter ones, quite fun gems, these ones, and we'll just pop 3 up here, running down this corner. And then there you go. Just a little note to say. You could add some ribbon on there as well if you wanted to.
Love it.
But just a nice way of using that paper pad all by itself to create stunning cards.
Just wondering, if you're watching at home and you're making this your first ever purchase from us at Hobby Maker, if you've never watched us before or never bought anything, maybe you've been watching for a little while, you're thinking, you know what, I want to buy something from Hobby Maker. I want to buy some Hunkydory luxury card kits. Make your purchase, but then send us a message. It's free to do that. You can either send us an email, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, or just go to our website and you can contact the studio, and you can just send us a message that way, and we say hi to you and welcome you to the Hobby Maker family. How about that? So yeah, all you have to do if you want to purchase, you can either do it on the website, which I know a lot of you are happy to do. If, having said that though, you'd rather talk to someone, we've got a call centre in this studio, in the building, UK based obviously, and it's a free phone number. So if you want to give them a call and say, I'd like to buy the Hobby Maker kit, please, absolutely fine. Or sorry, the Hunkydory kit, just give us a call on that free phone number, 0800 001 4433, and the call centre's just there. So yeah, do that if you'd like to, and then send us a message saying, I've just bought the first thing at Hobby Maker. This is it, this is the kit. It has been a bestseller previously, and we did have it on last night at 5 o'clock, but I know lots of you can't watch maybe at that time. So if you missed it then, you can still order it today. Maybe you've bought it in the past and you're running out and you want to stock up. Or maybe you've never seen it before and you just love the way it takes you back to your childhood. I remember having a book that I don't think I actually read very much, but I also just love to look at the stories and look at the actual pictures of the creatures in the book. So it's taking me back to my childhood. Maybe it is taking you back to yours as well. $29.97. Let me run through what you get again. You get 8 sheets of toppers, and there's at least 5, sometimes 6 toppers on each sheet. You get 4 designs, 2 of each. You then get 8 sheets of the printed cardstock that kind of marry up with the toppers, 8 sheets of printed and foiled, so a further 16 sheets there. You then get 36 inserts, and then you get the book down there as well, the pad, the Woodland Story 8x8 paper pad. And brilliantly, they've printed, most of the sheets have got characters on them. So if you add into all the characters you've got on the toppers, all the characters you've got on the cardstock, and all the characters in the book, you can really build up a lovely kind of scene of lots of animals having a right old party, maybe put it on the wall in a nursery or something like that. It would look fantastic. But it's up to you. Everyone will use these kits completely differently. Like with Natalie's demonstration using that nesting die, I would never have thought of doing that, but that's a great way of putting your own twist on on your hunky-dory makes. Absolutely brilliant. And again, just some of the made-up ones that we've got here. Mother Goose here, I think this is done by Jane, I think it may be. So there's the goose. There you've got the little mouse and the fox, and then you've got the little rabbits as well. So cute. But look, every single one a winner. Maybe you don't sell your cards. A lot of people don't. A lot of people just buy card kits for their own gratification, for their own pleasure, and then give them to friends and family. They'll appreciate it. But if you do sell your cards, Hunkydory always is going to be a bestseller for you, I'm sure. VHHD38 is the product code at $14.98, the first split pay, or you can, of course, pay in full if you want to. Just $29.97 this Sunday afternoon. Coming up to 10 to 2, just a little bit of a heads up. We've got a brand new item with Joe Jarrett from the Craft Hut coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Can't wait to get my teeth into this. It's dipping flowers. We'll tell you more. You can make your own fantasy flowers, make your own sunflowers, your own poppies. That's coming up in about 10 minutes at 2 o'clock. Do not miss that. Can't wait to get my teeth into that. Have a go.
Should we do another one?
I think so. Let's do another one.
Okay, so we're going to do a 7x7 this time. I've got my cardstock here. I'm using this beautiful squirrel one. And we're just going to cut it to sort of 2 notches below 7x7. So we've got this corner piece. And then with our other edge, I'm going to bring in my knife here. And I'm going to fussy cut around the squirrel. So I'm being quite, I think we're just going to go around the mirror a little bit. But I'm not going to keep all of these petals in because some of them are they're just going to fall off anyway. So you can be quite particular with your fussy cutting if this is something you want to do, or if it's not, you could use this side of the cardstock instead of the other one. But I just want to add another layer, and I think this is why having all of the bits in your kit is so good, because you can layer all of those different textures with your parchment or your paper pad and create something truly beautiful. So I think now I should have all of that sort of fussy cut out. And then I'm going to do my straight lines with my trimmer. So just lining up that pink edge to here. We can go all the way down, lift up our blade, and then do it again on that section. And now we can just remove this from here, and that will just fall away. So we have both of our images, and we can lift this up. I'm then going to also bring in a piece of parchment, I think. But what I'm going to do is, just to give it a little bit more texture, we're just going to rip that edge away.
I'm impressed you're a dab hand with that knife, aren't you?
And just pop that in here. You get used to it, I think.
Lots of practice.
Takes a while, but you do get used to it. You can just run around all of those
People don't let me near blades.
pieces. No, I've had, I think I must have been at Hunkydory maybe like 2 months, and I had a craft knife catastrophe, and Anne-Marie was like, don't let her touch the craft knives again. But she's let me back into using the craft knife since then. It's okay. So we're going to add in, I think, to this one. We're going to use the littler toppers actually. So we'll utilise these smaller ones because we are going to lay this up. So if you have sort of a bigger one, it will sort of take some of that away. So we'll use our 2 characters here, and then I'm also going to use the same sort of shape with our sentiment, which says I'm nuts about you. So popping these on with some foam pads.
I reckon you must get in the region of between 40 and 50 toppers on the 8 sheets.
Yeah, oh, definitely. There's at least sort of 3 to 4 large toppers, and then you have all of your other elements. So you're definitely going to get absolutely loads included. So much room for crafting. I mean, when we make cards in the office with these kits, I always can make a maximum of maybe 3 cards with each one. Sometimes you can use different pieces of other elements that you've got, and you're going to be able to make more, but I always try and make as much as I can with my kit. So there's just so much on this as well, and it's so beautiful with all of these images on. So popping that over there, and then this is going to fit over here. So we're just going to again use our strips because they're really flexible, and we can move them around these spaces.
Go round corners with them.
Yeah, round corners, around your frames. They're great to use on those little elements. And of course, I'm going to sort of wedge this in because that's going to be slightly taller than our piece here. So we can just sort of wrap that around there. I'm going to take one of these borders again. So just adding my tape to the back before we trim this out. So I'll pop that under here and just trim this away with my scissors. And this, just so many elements. I mean, when you get your toppers home, it depends how you like to do it. If you like to keep them in the sheets or if you like to pop them all out, because then you can mix and match with all the different sheets and things. You can keep them all in like little tubs together. So you've got all your border strips, all of your smaller sentiments, all of your bigger sentiments, and it's just going to add something really nice. So let's pop this here. And it is a kit, I think, that you can mix and match all of the elements together because there's no sort of set way with it. It's not
also, if you like
really
making
specific.
cards, you know, as a family, mum, dad and the kids getting involved as well, the kids will be really interested.
They will love this, won't they? So just going to add that border strip just to break up some of those patterns again.
They might end up wanting
Nuts
a pet
About You is
raccoon or
gonna
something
go
like
there.
that.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Or pet fox.
I mean, a fox would be quite cool. Not to keep in the house, but maybe just to feed in the garden.
Yeah.
So we'll pop that there, I'm Nuts About You. And then I'm also going to use You're the Best. So we'll use that one. Again, just trim down your foam pads if you've not got one small enough. And that's the beauty of buying the larger ones. You do have the ability to do that. So You're the Best can go up here, and then we'll pop it onto our mirror. So we've got a piece of mirror which is 7 by 7. And that's the same size as our Ink Me card blank.
And the Mirror card has to be Mirror because it's a trade name. It's on the website under the Hunkydory brand.
Yeah.
And you've got Mirror mats on there as well, all sorts to have a little look at.
So stick this now. Oops.
Well, I got a question the other day about the postage. Is that fine for the website as well? Is it just stuff that you buy in the shows? No, absolutely. You can buy anything at all you want from our website, and of course, including the things that are on our TV shows too. You only ever pay $3.95, even if you bought 25 things. It's just $3.95 postage, and that's for the website as well as our TV shows too.
So making a nice little tent fold here. So we've popped that the other way around, and then our insert, of course, because we want it all to coordinate, is going to fit beautifully in here. So there you go.
That is gorgeous. Is that 4 demos?
Yeah.
Hey,
I know.
I'm impressed.
Getting good at this.
We're back together again at 3 o'clock, aren't we?
Yes, we are. We've got our watercolour pencils, which
yes.
is going to be fun.
And a bit later at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, we've got layering butterfly stamps.
Layering butterfly
we
stamps.
loved those last time.
So if you're a Hunkydory fan, make sure you stay with us all day today. Jo is here as well. She's got 2 Craft Hut shows, and we've got a brand new launch. Now, I know Jo's been waiting for this to actually come onto TV for quite some time. There was some sort of delay in the process of getting it manufactured. It's now here. You can dip and make flowers. I know it's something maybe you did maybe in the 1970s. It's being brought back by Jo and the Craft Hut, and we'll do that right after a short break.
Join us this Sunday at 2 p.m. on Hobby Maker for the launch of a brand new medium fantasy film with the fabulous Jo Jarrett from the Craft Hut, where you can make fabulous designs like this beautiful rose. It's bound to be a fabulous show, so we'll see you there.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your crafty makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Right guys, great news! Monday is going to be a big day because I'm going to be in the studios all day and I'm taking over. I'm taking over literally every channel. So from 8 o'clock I'll be on Soane Street, 10 o'clock I'm going to be on Jewellery Maker, 1 o'clock I'm going to be on Hobby Maker for a full-on Crafters Companion takeover. Now, we don't do these very often, and when we do, they are a big deal. So we've got free gifts galore. We've got some amazing special offers, literally time-limited special offers that you will not want to miss. We've got the most incredible lineup of products. I've got some fantastic demonstrations, and I'm just telling you now, hold on to your seats because it is going to be a fast and furious day from the second I arrive in that building to when they wheel me out at the end of the day. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all on Monday for a full-on takeover on all of our channels. I'll see you there.
And a really exciting Sunday afternoon as well. Sarah's here tomorrow, but look who's here today. Hey, Joe.
Hello, love, you're right.
I'm good. Good to see you. Now, last time we worked together, you were talking about what we're about to show, but there was a bit of a delay with it.
There
Couldn't
was.
get it in time.
Yeah.
We're going to be fantasy dipping.
We are indeed. We're just going to go to your wildest dreams with flowers.
Okay. And I'm going to get involved as well. I don't know what I'm going to be doing, but I'm game for anything. Let us show you what this is all about. Look at these flowers. I know a lucky viewer last time Joe was here won some, so some of you have already got these at home. But this is something I know a lot of people maybe remembered doing back in the 70s.
Back 70s, yeah. And there is still an old video up, and it's so 70s. It's absolutely fantastic. But I've been trying to sort of develop for the past 4 years my own, because obviously I love resin, excuse me, and I love flowers, and it just has been such a long time coming, and you know, getting the end product.
You've worked on it for a long, long time, and it's now absolutely spot on. There's a lot of interest on Facebook as well about this. I put some posts on, Joe's put some posts on. Lots of you are intrigued as to how this works, as I am, because I've not actually seen the demonstration yet, but all I've seen are these fantastic flowers. Now, if I show you the first kit that we're going to talk about, you've got lots of choice in the show. The first kit, though, is going to give you a ruby red, a chartreuse, a golden yellow, a nice blue. Then you also get your wire, you get some tape, you also get some 2 rolls of wire in actual fact, and then these are for moulding, aren't they? For moulding shapes?
just to get your shapes and to get sort of even petals.
Okay, so that's everything you need to actually fantasy dip to make your flowers. And as soon as you see the demonstration, I'm sure it'll all make sense. But what is actually in the pots then? What
It's an acrylic resin.
Okay.
Yeah, basically.
Coloured acrylic resin.
Coloured acrylic resin.
Okay, this is the biggest one that we're going to be bringing you because you've got 4 colours plus all the accessories that you need, and you can make all these wonderful fantasy flowers if you want to. They don't have to look like a real flower. They can be completely how you choose to do them, and it's quite a quick process, isn't it?
Yeah, literally. It takes longer to actually make your form than to actually dip it.
Right.
And about 5-10 minutes for it to set.
Is that all?
Yeah, yeah.
So you can make loads of flowers relatively quickly.
Yeah, yeah.
And make displays just like this. So I presume, tell me if I'm wrong, you put the wire, dip the wire into the resin.
That's it.
And it just adheres to the wire.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
How gorgeous is
Very
this?
clever, isn't it?
Very, very clever and very satisfying, I would imagine, as well.
Yeah, it just gets you hooked because there's so many different ways of doing flowers and doing dragonflies, butterflies. The girls, a big thank you to the DT team. They've been absolutely fantastic. They've been using it in mixed media. They've really been pushing as to what you can use it on, which is why I think it's relevant now in the crafting times now, because it can be used on so much more.
Well, this particular one that we're majoring on at the moment, this has got the most colours. We've got other smaller kits that give you 2 colours, but you're actually going to get 4 colours with this. And sky's the limit. I mean, if you look behind me here, our shelves are filled with flowers that you recognise, like poppies, for example, and sunflowers. They're coming up soon. But the fantasy flowers are gorgeous as well. Whether you're actually wearing them, you can make them into brooches, you can put them in ornamental jars, illuminate them if you want to. But they are stunning, aren't they? And they're completely translucent.
Yeah. There is a different one, which I'm going to bring, but I've started you off. This is called glass.
Right.
And there's another type called porcelain, which is a solid colour. But the two together also work very well.
I mean, look at this. This is a dragonfly. You can make butterfly wings, because, of course, dragonfly and butterfly wings often are translucent too. So it's perfect to make maybe jewellery out of as well.
Yeah, definitely. Brooches, earrings, pendants. And because it's lightweight, you know, especially for earrings, it's ideal.
It's incredibly lightweight. It really, really is, but stunningly beautiful. I mean, look at this. It's the same process for the leaves as it is for the petals, yeah?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it looks so delicate, but it is quite strong.
Yeah.
You know, you can still, even once you've made your form, you can still sort of twist it and bend it. So you haven't got any fear about breaking it at all.
Okay, and anyone can use this?
Yeah. Anyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, as you can see, we haven't shown you the price yet, but it's going to be incredibly affordable and very easy and simple to do. I've been told that. So if you fancy giving it a go, all you've got to do is just put it in your basket and check it out right now. You will be getting with this as well tutorials. So it's got actually, how many projects come in the box?
There's 5 projects, and it takes you through step by step.
Okay.
Right the way through from making your own stamens to making roses, an iris, butterfly, loads.
Well, lots of you, even without the price coming down, lots of you are putting this in your basket. You don't want to miss out. We have a limited quantity available. Whether we're going to have enough to last the whole day or not, I've got my doubts. We're going to get that price in, but importantly, get the kit in your basket and check it out. It's going to be $34.99. And roughly, I know it's difficult to answer this, but roughly how many flowers do you reckon you could make?
You're going to run out of wire before you run out of dip.
Ah, okay.
And there's what we've got on here. We've got 25 metres of the 0.5, and you've got 50 metres of the 0.3.
Right.
So you've got a lot of
flowers.
Yeah, that's a lot of flowers. I mean, obviously it depends on the size of the petals and everything, but you're going to get a lot. It's going to last you a long time.
Okay, well, it's $17.49 on split pay if you want to spread the cost of this. $34.99 if you just want to pay for it in one go. That's absolutely fine. Phone lines or website, either way, you can order this, but I don't know if we're going to have enough to last the day. IQ 1350. It's the first time I've ever seen this, but I have seen lots of comments on Facebook, people saying, oh, wow, it's coming back. I used to do this when I was a kid in the 70s and all that sort of thing. So you may be familiar with this technique and this sort of craft and hobby, but it's not been around for a very, very long time. Joe has mastered the actual content so that you're going to get beautiful, brilliant results. Look at all the people coming in. Already Davina's checked out, Kathleen's checked out in Staffordshire and in Suffolk. Susan's there in Norfolk, Arlene in Surrey, hello to you, Maureen Ann in Northumberland. Oh, loads of you coming in before we even show the demonstration. But at $34.99, you can sell what you make, presumably.
Definitely. And actually, my son's girlfriend picked it up for the first time, and she's had people asking her how much. So, yeah, just get it out there, get it on Facebook.
Do you need any machinery or anything?
No.
Nothing?
No. Pair of pliers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, pair of pliers,
Just to
pair
cut
of
the wire.
cutters. Yeah. Which probably, if you go to jewellery maker, they're going to have pliers on there. Or if you already do jewellery, you've already got them.
Okay. Can I just show you what to me is a showstopper? I put this on my Facebook page earlier on. Look at this. It's this technology and this technique that has made this superb. Would you call it a corsage or is it like a...
No, it's bouquet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, it's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Stunning.
So
Absolutely stunning.
Beautiful. Okay, now before we show you the other kits that we've got, because this is the main one that gives you the most colours, can you do us a little quick demo?
Yeah. what we're going to do, what I would say to you, if you've never touched it before, don't go in and go mad, all right? Just get used to the product. I always say to people, learn what you're handling, and you'll get far more out of it, and you won't have, you know, as many disasters. I get disasters still. I'm a bit of a disaster, really. But. So we're just going to, literally, I'm just going to show you how to make a quick petal, okay? Now, you've got a 0.5 wire, and you've got a 0.3.
Right.
So I'm just going to use the 0.5 to start off with. Just take a length, use a foam.
So you get these rods in?
You get them in there. Just gather it up at the top and then twist your actual foam. It's a lot easier on your hands. I mean, this wire is really, really soft, but I have got arthritis, so I need as much help as I can get, okay? So you've got your circle there. Then this is where you can start creating shapes. So I'm not going to go nuts. What we're going to do is we're literally just going to pull it, okay? And we've got a leaf shape. So let's go for a leaf. And while you're working, just make sure in between dips, put your lid back on.
Okay.
Okay, because it does sort of dry quite quickly. Now just pop it in and dip up to your twist. So the twist in the wire. Okay. Oh, wow. Sometimes I give it a little bit of a twiddle. It can be work at room temperature. Yeah. Okay. I work in the hut, and I had the door open yesterday, and I was getting some wrinkles. And it's the cold air that does it. So I just tend to try and just twiddle it a little bit, and then literally just leave it to dry.
Now, I asked you earlier on before the show, you obviously said while it's wet, keep it away from naked flames and that sort of thing, obviously. Yeah. But after it's dry, you can put it in a warm room or...
definitely.
Do you make a lampshade out of it or something like that?
I've never tried. Yeah.
Probably could do.
I mean, the
heat of the bulb shouldn't be a problem, should it?
Low energy, I mean, aren't the LEDs now? They don't get hot, do they?
No. So, yeah, probably an LED bulb we'd recommend. But, yeah, you can make almost like a Tiffany-style lampshade, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, that's an idea.
That would look great.
Off you go, then.
So that's as difficult as it gets. It's literally a case of dipping the wire into the pot, put the pot lid back on straight afterwards, have a ventilated room. That makes sense. But, wow, this bundle, we've actually got more of you wanting it than we've got stock.
Oh, thank you. You've just scared the bejeebers out of me.
Well, look, we've got a full screen of people either with it in their baskets or already checked out. On the left, it's already checked out. On the right, it's people with it in their baskets. Hello, Karen in Cheshire, Irene in Leicestershire, Jane in Lanarkshire. This is what you've been after. Maybe you've done it before years ago and you thought, oh, if only I could go back to doing that. Jo's brought it back. She's perfected it, got the solution right, and it's just literally making leaves and making petals, and that will be drying in how?
Yeah, it's nigh on dry. You can touch it, yeah. The thicker areas will take a little bit longer, but that's dry. All I've done is, while it was still tacky, I've literally dipped the end in some glitter.
Okay.
So if you want to do that sort of effect, you know, it just adds a little bit of pizzazz.
Absolutely.
You know.
Well, I tell you what, we've got more people wanting this kit that we've actually got stock, so apologies for those of you that are going to miss out. Shall we bring in the other two kits we've got as well, just to give you an opportunity? A lot of you maybe will want to go for all three of them. Now, the green and the red is the next one. The ruby red and the chartreuse. That's green, isn't it? Chartreuse?
Yeah, green.
Green. Okay, two of these pots. This is actually the poppy kit, okay? So look at these wonderful poppies you can make. Everything you need to make them is included, including your wire. You've got the forms that allow you to make the shape of the petal. You've got your tape in there as well. You've also got your little beads for the centre of the poppies too. Now, this is going to go down in price as well. Bearing in mind you've only got 2 tins of the solution in this. LE1350 is the product number. If poppies are your thing and poppies are what you would love to make, maybe to sell for good causes, that sort of thing, we do that every year, don't we, in November. But it's a traditional favourite flower of all of ours in the UK. Absolutely gorgeous. Let me just lift this up so you can get a really good close-up look at this. This is gorgeous. You can wear it in your hair, pop it on your coat, put it into flower arrangements. I mean, I used to have poppies in my old garden until I moved last week, and they don't last that long. They last about a week, and then they...
It's such a shame, isn't it?
They're lovely when they're out, but they just don't last. But these will last all year round. What about that? Stunning. Is it gorgeous? Well, if we're over-allocating and having more people wanting the first kit that we've actually got stock of, I don't think it's going to be long before the poppies go the same way. $14.99 is your first split payment, or $29.99 LE1350 is the product code for your poppies. We're getting loads of messages coming through, I believe, as well. We've got one here from Claire in Cambridgeshire. Hello, Claire. Good afternoon. She said, I've used fantasy film. What does that say?
A fair
bit over the past 10 years. So easy to do and great fun.
It is, Claire. It is so addictive.
Another message
in a good way.
from Susan. She says, e-bygone, I used to use this a long time ago. It made lovely stuff then, from Susan in Tyne and Wear.
It takes you back to an age where perhaps things were a little bit simpler, you know, especially like my childhood and things like that. So it's quite nice, really.
Well, Kathy's also messaged. She says, Kathy's in Buckinghamshire. She says, I did this about 4 years ago, and the lilies I made are still displayed on the mantelpiece. It was so much
Brilliant.
fun.
Absolutely brilliant. I'd love to see some more photos.
Yeah, actually, Kathy, send in some photos. You sent a message. Why not just send an email with a photo and we can show everybody what you've done all those years ago and still enjoying in your house now. studio@hobbymaker.co.uk is the email address. And of course, if you show your makes, you go into the draw where one person wins £100 credit every month. Last Saturday of the month, we announce the winner. So it could be these flowers. It could be anything that you've made over the last few days. Just send us a picture and we'll show some of them at maybe even in this show. If we get some of those flowers coming through, that'd be great. Okay, so I've done the poppy one. The next kit, this is going to fly as well.
The sunflower.
My favourite flower, I think.
Yeah.
Lilies and sunflowers are my favourites.
Yeah.
The sunflower kits. So this is your chartreuse green and your golden yellow. Wow. Oh my word, that is incredible.
That is a labour of love, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
But it's worth it. I think there's something about 30 petals in there, so you've got about 15 smaller ones and then 15 large ones. But it's the kind of thing that you can sit and you can make up all the petals in front of the telly.
And you get the tutorial in the poppy and
yeah,
the
you get
sunflower.
you do full tutorial. There's also a link to Facebook page. I'm just in the process of doing some videos, so they will be available as well. Yeah, there's a Dip It Craft Hut Dip It Facebook group, but there's also the Resin and More. So, and there's support, the D-tier on there. Yeah.
And actually, can I also let you know that Joe is going to be doing a Zoom workshop, which you can buy in this show if you'd like to, later in May. And we'll talk about that a bit later on.
Yeah.
But that's going to be something that if you get your kit home and you're not quite sure what to do or how to do it, you may want to buy that and join her for a 2-hour workshop at the end of the month. More details on that coming soon, though. But yeah, the poppy and the sunflower, we've got those available at less than £30. The main kit is going to sell out. It's just a case of how quickly you check out your baskets. We've got 3 to check out and then it's gone. So if you want that main kit with the 4 colourways and of course all those projects in the tutorial too, that's £5 more. If you want the poppy or the sunflower, $29.99. How many sunflowers and poppies could you make out of these? Sky's the limit.
Yeah. The only thing as you'll need is probably more beads.
Right.
Yeah, but you'll make loads. I mean, they're sort of a medium size. There are some larger poppies at the back.
Okay.
So again, you can vary the size on how you do them. So yeah, it's just
Look at that.
unknown, really.
It's amazing. Absolutely beautiful. That in a vase, that on a sideboard or something like that would look absolutely incredible. But where?
The lady called Lorraine that's in my group, she bought a kit and she's made some. They're going over to France, I think.
Right.
Yeah, for the remembrance, and she's made them for her friends.
Lovely.
Brooches.
Aren't they the most just beautiful poppies you've ever seen? They've got that lovely shine, but the translucency of the petals, really different, really lovely. And so many of you get in touch saying that you used to do this years and years and years ago. It's brand new to Hobby Maker today. Joe's been kind of working on this for such a long time, and I was so disappointed for you last time because you wanted to do them
I did,
a month
but
ago.
I just didn't want to bring it out because it wasn't quite ready.
Okay, demo time, Joe. Let's do some.
Okay, love. Right, you're going to have a go as well.
All right.
All right. So, okie dokie. So what we're going to do is just take a length, I don't know, about 6 inches long.
Yep.
All right. You've got some cutters and some pliers. There is, I think, also there's extra wire available, jewellery maker wire.
Right. Yeah, that's on the show too.
Yeah. So I'm going to go for that size, and we're just going to make random petals at the moment. all right? So just wrap your wire around,
Yep.
leave a bit of a tail, and then twist. All right?
Yep.
Can be a little bit slippy. So we've got a circle. Now, with your thinner wire, cut off, say, 3 pieces, about a couple of inches long, 3
Okay.
inches. Doesn't really matter.
3.
Yeah,
Yeah. You can have so much fun doing this.
yeah, yeah.
1, 2, 3.
And they're a bit blunt. Might be because
That's
someone...
my eyesight.
Oh, you know, I keep doing that. I'm going like that and I'm missing. I'm thinking I've got my glasses on. Right, so what we're going to do, we're just going to put some shape in. So we're literally just going to press the petal in and out. No particular way.
Yep. Because nature's random
Yeah,
until you've got a shape that you're happy with.
that's it. Okay.
Yep.
Now, take your 3 wires. Get them on at the bottom.
Oh, get them all at the same time.
Yeah. And just wrap around the bottom. So your tail there.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
This-
making the stem, is it?
Well, no, we're going to make some veins in the flowers.
Oh, I see, right.
Okay.
Okay.
And don't worry about your petals being perfect, because once they're all wrapped up, you can't see them anyway.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're kind of there. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to trim these down a little bit, just make it a little bit easier to handle. And then I'm going to individually, each wire, you could do this with your fingers if you want. I'm just going to take that, I will be in your way for a second, and I'm just going to wrap that end
Round the
around.
outside. Yeah.
Yeah. Do it once, do it twice,
Yep.
doesn't really matter.
Panic phone calls are being made.
Oh, bless. There's no one at home, I'm here. All right, so just take your time with this. But honestly, I lose myself for hours. You know, and you think, oh, I've got to do proper work in a minute. But everyone that I've come across have really enjoyed doing it. 4 of the DT girls had never ever touched it before. And you know what they did with it, and I give them such a short deadline as well, bless them. They've been absolutely brilliant, and they've all got they all had a different take on it. All right.
Okay.
Oh, you see, you're faster than me, it's because I'm old. Now, what we can do is get your form, just lay your petal over.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold your thumb at one end and just bend it round. And then we've got a curve.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
Right, what colour do you fancy?
Yellow.
Yellow. It's lovely yellow.
It's one of my favourite colours.
Yeah. Okay, there's the yellow. I'm going to go...
Stir it or anything? Or?
No.
No?
No. So, dip up to your twist.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll bring it over a bit. What you got going on there? Ah, one of your wires wasn't attached properly. I'll just cut that off, don't worry.
Now, the first kit we had has sold out. Congratulations if you were able to get it, but it's gone. No, I'll snip that off.
I'll hold it, you snip.
Okay. Oh, well. There we go.
That's it, it's gone in there.
Gone in
don't
there.
worry.
Don't worry.
Get rid of that. Right, let's have a look.
So up to the twist.
Yeah, what you can do is use your pliers. So if you use your pliers, go right into your twist.
Yeah.
And then bring it out. That looks like butterfly wing.
It does. And all the drips that just come away go
Yeah.
back into the pot. There we go.
And then just stand it in your...
The polystyrene.
Yeah.
Hey.
All right, so should we
Put
make
mine
a
next
few?
to yours.
Yeah, should we make a few more? And then we can actually, what I am going to do, what we do need to do, there is some stamens in the kit.
Yep.
Okay, so we can use those. Or what we can do is make our own. And again, this is all in the instructions, so you can make thousands and thousands of stamens, exactly what colours you want.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so just snip some wire off.
How long? 4 or 5
Couple of
inches?
inches, yeah, doesn't really matter. And I'm going to use the pearl. Shouldn't open your cans with pliers. Just pop that lid back on.
Right.
Try and keep your lid on as much as you can. All right.
I'm just so impressed you don't need any expensive tools or machines or anything like that.
This is what I mean. I mean, the 70s was quite basic, wasn't it, really?
Yeah.
You know, and we're going back there, which is really nice. So I'm just going to take the end of one of the wires and I'm just going to make a round loop. It doesn't have to be brilliant.
Shall I just move this out of the way?
Is that in the way?
I think it might be, yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Get a better view then, see what you do.
All right, so again, just make it, doesn't even have to be round, make whatever loop you want. And I'll just do it on here.
It's pretty obvious, so many of you have been waiting for this show.
Thank you so much. I mean, I really loved it and I just thought, well, I hope people get it how I do. Do you want to make some?
Yep, okay.
And then literally just dip.
Do you just make little circles, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so we're just going to dip that end, your little circle, into there. You can go down the wire as long as you want, you know, if you don't want to see the wire. So we can take it right down. And you can go back in and dip more as well.
It doesn't matter how many times you go around.
No.
I think I've found my new favourite thing.
I know. But you know how, you can understand how, like, I'm just getting carried away with it. And there's so much more yet that even I've got to do to explore.
Do you dip it in the pearl?
I use pearl. Do you want pearl or I've got gold?
Pearl will do.
Yeah, there you are.
And dip it in just to
Yeah.
where the hoop is. The loop
Yeah,
is.
or you can go further.
This is to make your own stamens.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm so pleased with the reaction for you because I know you've been really...
Yeah. I was so nervous this morning.
Were you?
And I don't normally, you know, I do get obviously nervous because I care, but I was like getting in a right old pickle yesterday. I couldn't do anything right. I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm just going to so mess this up.
I knew you were working with me, that's what made you nervous.
I know, that's what it is. I thought, oh my God, not that Dave Bradford again. Can't get rid of him. But
I
yeah.
need a bit of practice with my stamens, one are a bit wonky.
But that's, I mean, I've been doing
Venturing.
this for, you know, ages, and it is practice. And this is why I say, sort of, when you start, just play. Play with your dip, play with your wires.
As I've got this here, it's not on the stand anymore. Just take a really good look at that again. Isn't that amazing? What a cute, a gorgeous bouquet. And remember, the kits now, today, and in the future, will be allowing you to make something as beautiful as this. I mean, that, if a bride walked up the aisle with this,
Yeah.
would look amazing.
Yeah.
And they've got it for life.
Yeah, well, I keep telling my Connie to get a move on and Charlotte to get a move on, but they keep ignoring me. But, you know, we've got a ready-made bouquet now.
Absolutely.
Come on, girls.
Yeah. Pull your finger out.
Yeah, need a good party. So I'm just going to make up some more. Do you want to make up some more? You're quite welcome.
Okay. Now,
to.
just looking here, are these dry now? Virtually? They will be.
Yeah, yeah. You can,
Oh, blimey. Now, we have actually got a thickener in the show as well. And what else is it? A thickener and...
we've got a strengthener and a thinner.
Right, a thinner
So-
and a strengthener. And what's the purpose of that then?
Okay, so it, the Dip It can thicken up. I've even had a pot that I haven't used for months and the whole lot has gone solid. But if you put the thinner in it, it just comes back.
Okay.
So there's no waste whatsoever. Now the strengthener makes quite a big difference. Now you can see, I mean, you can still bend this, Dave, and it's not ripping or anything.
Crikey.
So it looks very delicate.
I thought it would snap or something.
Yeah, no, it doesn't, because I'm quite hefty-handed. But where is it? These are the ones, I'm not really going to be able to show you, but if you feel the difference when it's in strengthener.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Much
So-
tougher.
Yeah, definitely.
And these have been strengthened as well, these lilies, haven't they?
I think, yes, yes, they have.
Yeah.
So what I would suggest is to create your actual petals, get them happy, get it so you're happy petals, and even put it roughly together so you've got all your shape, and then dip it in the strengthener.
Okay.
Because once you've got it in there, you won't be able to manipulate it at all.
Okay, well, if you fancy going for the strengthener and the thinner then, that kind of helps you be more versatile with your main kit. £12.99 is all that is for both of them. That's ZD1334, your item number. So if you are making something for an ornament in the home or for a special occasion like this fantastic bouquet, and you want to keep it in pristine condition for longer, the strengthener will give it much, much more longevity. You might want to keep it so it's pliable and flexible, that's fine. But the thinner, if it gets quite thick, if the product actually gets thick as you get down the can, then you can just add the thinner to it and kind of freshen it up a little bit. So
The only reason why it thickens is because the air gets to it every time you take the lid off.
Right.
And if you're like me, you drop things in it, and
Right,
you know,
like I did.
Yeah. See, I've got beads floating about in mine and all sorts. So yeah, no, definitely worthwhile. And what you can do, I've put the tins in as well because look what I've just done.
That sort of thing I did.
Right,
What do you say about the tins?
Oh, the tins. So you can make your own colours from what we've got.
Oh, of course, yeah, the empty tins. So if you fancy more of these, the empty tins without labels on, obviously you know what colours make what, you can mix them together. So if you go for the main collection, which we've sold out of now, but you fancy mixing colours together, these are just plain, simple, empty tins, but a set of 4, £8.50. That's QD1351. You can really make your own fantasy flowers then.
What I'll show you is, what colour should we go for? Should we go for blue? I did have a mixed violet, but I haven't brought it with me.
Right.
What I've done is, the pearl is absolutely stunning. So I put a small amount of pearl in. That back on.
Is the pearl in one of the kits? Is it?
Pearl's on its own.
On its own, right.
Yeah. And then we'll add a little bit of blue.
Oh, we've had a question in.
Yeah.
This is from Anne in Hertfordshire. She says, loving the demo. A couple of questions. Is it robust enough to make jewellery? Yes.
Yes.
Can you mix colours provided? Have you a spare airtight tin to mix? Well, there we go. Yeah, we just showed them to you, Anne. But yeah, absolutely. Great for jewellery, great for brooches, even earrings, because they're incredibly light. And if you do want to mix your own colours, you can do that with the empty tins that are here today for £8.50. So thanks for the question, and
So-
enjoy the process.
That's the pearl and the ice blue. Ooh. Look how lovely that is.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the empty tins, good idea.
Yeah, definitely. I made an orange for the centres for the daffodils, because daffodils have different colour centres, don't they, sometimes?
Yeah, they do, yeah.
So I made an orange up. So, yeah, absolutely brilliant. But imagine that violet and the pearl as well, absolutely brilliant. Well, I messed up that last thing.
Laura, my producer, just said she can't keep up. You're wanting everything that's on the show. She can't keep up.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much.
We're asking if, or you're asking if there are any spare wires. We've actually got some wire here from Jewellery Maker that we've added to the show because we anticipated to be a lot of interest in it. So we're going to show you that in a second or two. You do get quite a lot to start off with though, don't you?
You do, yeah, there is a load in there. I mean, I've been using those reels you've got for absolutely ages. So I'm going to speed this up a bit and I'm just going to put one wire in the middle for now. Just so we can do something else.
Do I really have to present? I just want to make flowers.
All right, just ignore that what's going on. Just
I usually
pretend.
do.
Yeah. Oh, I just squeezed myself with the pliers.
Oh, not a good thing.
No.
I thought it would be hugely, hugely busy for this today, and I haven't been disappointed. You've sold out of, or we've sold out of the first collection. We still have the poppies, we still have the sunflowers available though.
There are more colours to come. Loads more colours and more tutorials, different types of flowers. Wisteria, I really, really enjoyed making wisteria. Pansies. Basically, if you look at a flower and dissect it,
Yeah.
that's all you need to know. You just need to know roughly what that flower's made up of and you can copy it.
Okay. Is the pearl still there? Can I do a pearl?
Of course you can. There it is.
Top. Always remember to reseal your lid because otherwise it will thicken because obviously it reacts with air. Oh, you saw how quickly the petal actually dried when we put it in the polystyrene.
If you do want an even more delicate flower, you can just use your 0.3 wire. It still works, it will still hold. And that's really, really, yeah, really, really dainty. All right.
I'm in my element. You're happy
It's good,
set up
isn't
here,
it?
man.
Oh my God. See, look, I told you I was nervous. Like some sort of maniac.
So I just, be obviously very careful to submerge it completely so it's
Yeah,
up to
take it down
where
to
the
that twist.
is. Yeah. That's better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look at that. It's completely translucent, still liquid at the moment. This is the pearl, which we have got, I think, available separately.
Yeah. Now, if you do get, have we got any?
Actually, can we put the details up for the pearl? Because so many of you are asking for it. I mean, we'll go through all the colours we've got available because the pearl can get added to any of the other colours to give it that lovely pearlescent hue. But look at that.
On its own, it's stunning.
Just pearl on its own there. So this is the pearl one. So if you want the pearl, that's only £5.99. And do bear in mind, if you've bought the main kit, which I know loads of you have, you don't have to pay any more postage. So even if you've processed your order and you've got to go back to phone or go onto the website, you can still pop it in your basket. It will be delivered free of P&P if you've already paid your £3.95 today. That's £5.99. BZ1369 is your item number. We were thinking about putting this into the later show as well, but I don't know if we're going to have any of the stock left. Wow, look. All the people coming through for pearl.
Thank you so much.
Jill, Diane in Hampshire, Elizabeth in Lancashire, Sally Somerset, Mandy, hello you. Oh, is it you doing all the packing? Or is it you?
And my little fairy Caroline.
Little what?
My little fairy Caroline. She comes in.
Okay, well, this is about to sell out, I've just been told. If it's in your basket, it's not yours until you check out, so please make sure you check out. If you desperately want to get hold of a colour or something, phone the operator and they can allocate one for you. 0800 001 4433. Now, what about the gold? This is going to fly as well.
Shall I dip a gold?
Go on then.
All right then. You can dip a gold if you want.
Okay. Going for gold.
That was a telly programme.
It was.
Who was on it? Was it Beadle? No, not Beadle, the other one.
Henry
the
Kelly.
Irishman. That's
Yeah.
it.
And my friend Dean used to do it as well.
Oh, did he?
Channel 5, yeah.
Ah, okay.
Years ago.
Ah. Because I know he said about a game show and I didn't know which one it was.
Yeah. Look at that. That's the gold one. How beautiful is that? Look at the shine on it. And it's dry within a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
I know we've got the other wire, the Jewellery Maker wire. We'll get to that in just a second. Now the crystal clear one, so we've done the pearl, we've done the gold. Now there's a crystal clear to show you. So if you want the crystal clear, this would be great to mix again with your colours if you want to. $5.99 for the crystal clear, MJ1392 if you want that one.
And mica powder.
Oh, of course.
Make your own colours with mica powder.
Get the empty tins, get some mica powder, mix the clear with mica powder. Got your own designer petals.
Now the only one I'm going to have to steal off of there is the violet, because I can't find my violet.
Oh, it's down there. So we've got pearl, gold, crystal clear and violet as optional extra colours. Violet's going to come up in a sec. It looks like a bubble, doesn't it? You want to blow it.
Yeah.
Wow. Imagine those put in with your other flowers, your sunflowers, your poppies, that sort of thing.
Now,
fantastic.
What you can do is take this. Can you tell I'm a blue person?
But it's a gorgeous blue though.
Yeah. So what we can do...
Oh, you double dip it?
Yeah, actually that's not quite dry. So this
But it is
one...
dry, you could go in again with the
Yeah.
blue. Right.
It won't quite work the same. Wonder if you're... Can I pinch your pearl?
You can. That's dry now, isn't it?
Yeah, that'd look nice on there.
So you can dip it in pearl, then dip it in blue, do half and half.
Yeah, see if we can get...
And there's no tools apart from a pair of snips, jewellery snips. That's all you need, really. Isn't this great? And again,
There is just so many places you can go with it. It's just endless, really is. And you do sort of find yourself, you know, so like once you're starting thinking, oh, can I do this? And you know, you do it and you think, yeah.
any
good.
questions, any comments, please just send us a message via our website where it says contact the studio, and we can, like we've done with other people, put the messages on the screen. Now the violet, we haven't shown you details of that yet until now.
This is one, I'll just show you this quickly, that I've mixed with mica powder.
Okay, this is the violet mixed with...
No, this is clear
Oh,
with mica powder.
wow. So the clear is a real kind of chameleon,
Definitely.
isn't it? Yeah, go
Yeah,
for the clear.
definitely.
Make your own.
Yeah.
We've all got mica powders at home, I'm sure we have. So,
Yeah.
so this one is your violet. Did it take you a long time to get the, you know, the kind of mixture, the prescription right for it?
Yeah.
Or did it?
Yeah, honestly, I was sweating because I'd bought so much of it. But I won't tell Glenn. You're on sausages for the next 6 months. And you like sausages, don't you?
I'm so pleased for you that it's going so well.
Yeah.
I thought it
Yeah.
would. Look at this.
Now, the violet is quite thick.
Right.
It's because it's such an intense colour.
But if you wanted to put thinner in it, that would make
Yeah.
it, yeah.
Yeah, you can.
I definitely
It
go for
really is
the
a
thinner
deep,
and
deep. I
the
don't
strengthener.
even think you can see. It looks really, really deep on there, but there is a lighter middle.
Really deep purple.
It is.
So yeah, if you want to add thinner to it to make it a little bit lighter, you could do that.
Let me grab this one.
Okay, we've got another message. This is from a collector in London. Hello. Hi, Joe. Lovely to see you. Can you re-dip to make the petals thicker, Sylv? You double dip that on.
Yeah, just be careful because it can remelt it.
Okay.
So it can end up a little bit gloopy if you're not careful. So make sure it is thoroughly, thoroughly dry and then go back in and do it. You will get used to it. If your dip it has got a little bit thick, then yeah, that's when it's going to become sort of gloopy if you're double dipping. But certainly, you know, things like this
But then if
on
you've
the
got the
end
thinner-
you can. Yeah, but use a thinner.
Yeah. And what sort of
Yeah.
amount do you put in of the thinner? Very much?
Start
or-
off with a teaspoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, just mix that in, and then you'll just gauge. You'll know. Just put a teaspoon in. Just do a dip and see, and just make sure that it's running smooth.
Okay. Now, have we got stock still of the sunflower and the poppy? Poppy's gone. First kit sold out. And there's about 10 left of the sunflower. All of the colours individually, apart from the violet, have now sold out.
Wow.
So we've got violet left. We've still got, I'm surprised we've still got the sunflower. The thinner and the strengthener just sold out.
Wow.
Wow, this could be a complete sellout show the way it's going at the moment. So if you want the sunflower, you can still get it. Now, we are going to give you details of the workshop fairly soon. It's not until the end of the month, but we'll give it to you at the end of the show if you want to take part in that with Joe for 2 hours. Is it a weekend, is it?
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Oh, I've just been told to get the wire, okay. Now, you are going to get wire with your kits. You won't get wire, obviously, with the single colours that we showed you. So if you want to stock up on more wire, which one do you want to see first? Silver one first. Okay, which is that one.
That's it.
So this is your silver-plated copper wire. You've actually got, I've not seen these until now, so bear with me. You've actually got 0.4, 0.6 and 0.8 in millimetre gauges, and that's only £7.99. That's available. XS, not easy to say, XSS C62.
For all of them?
Yeah.
$7.99?
For the lot. For all three.
I don't think I could buy them.
So that's 30 metres for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is Jewellery Maker's Own, so if you want to add that to your order to make more flowers, you've got that option. We've then got the copper wire. So if you want that would look good.
I do like copper. I've been using copper a lot.
This one is your rose gold copper wire, so that would look fantastic. Again, this one is 1 mil, 0.8 and 0.6. Okay, so those three, again, is that 30 metres? I think it is. Yeah, 30 metres for £12.99 because that has got the rose gold plating on it, obviously a little bit more money. And then the copper wire in the gold, we've got that available as well. That would look also gorgeous. Again, this is a champagne gold. This is again a 1 mil, the big one. You've got 0.8 mil, and then you've also got your 0.6 as well. So another 30 metres there for £12.99. AIX C27, that's the product code for those. Okay, 0800 001 4433 if you want to stock up on your wire, or if you want to order on the website, you'll find it there as well, hobbymaker.co.uk. Loads of messages coming through, loads of pictures coming through of showing your makes as well. And of course, we will get to that Zoom workshop before the end of the show, I promise you. Now, quick message from Kathy in Dorset. Hello, Kathy. She says, hi, Joe. Loving these. Is there any special clean-up required?
No, I don't think so, because it does kind of peel off of most things. You can, that's another thing, you can put it on acetate.
Okay.
And you can peel it off of acetate.
Wow.
So there's different ways you can use it. But no, just if you've got ordinary wipes, just wipe yourself down. You don't really get that messy.
No, I've got a bit on my fingers, but just washes off.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally wash it off.
You can wear gloves if you want to, but you don't
Yeah,
have to.
no, it doesn't stain. It's not like an alcohol ink that will stain or anything like that. So no, it's good, and it's one of the few crafts that I don't really get in much of a mess. So in your kit, you're going to have a piece of thick
Copper.
wire. Yeah. So just take your 0.3 or your 0.5, whatever you fancy. And this is just how to. We're just doing another quick leaf, really, petal. I've just got that there just for the colour of the violet, so you can see it better.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right.
That's the violet colour. It's still in stock, by the way, the violet, if you want it. So if you're a fan of purple, look at that. That shows it off better, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can see that better.
Excellent.
Okay, so again, I've just got the form. I'm going to take that round there. I'm going to go for yellow.
So if you wonder why there's a strip of copper in your kit when you get it, that's why. So you can...
Yeah, it's good for you. It's really handy for like the daffodil instructions.
Yep.
To make your little trumpet. So just something as simple as that, again, can change the look of your petal.
Oh, wow, look. It's magic.
Yeah. Good, isn't it?
Yeah, really good.
Now, there are a couple of things that I've found when I've been doing this, and I thought, oh my God, it's going wrong. As I say, wrinkles. If you get, and this is all really because of temperature, you know, one day we're hot, one day we're cold, and you know what resin's like, can get a little bit, what are you doing to me? So, see like on this one, there's a bit of a wrinkle, just on there. Very carefully, coming back, whoa, my knees. Get a heat gun, Just hold it at a distance.
Oh, I've just been told we still have the sunflower. That amazes me, actually. I thought I'd been one of the first ones to go. I know we didn't get to it until a bit into the show.
All right, and your wrinkles have gone.
Oh, right. But don't overheat it, yeah?
No, don't overheat it.
Let me just show you the sunflower. You are going to get a tutorial sheet inside to explain, how to do the sunflower. Like Joe said, this is a bit of a labour of love. There's a lot of petals, there's a lot to it, but boy, the result when you actually see the finished sunflower is breathtaking. You get your beads, you get your wire, you get your tape, you get the two colours, the chartreuse green for the leaves, obviously, and then the golden yellow for the most spectacular sunflower that will always be there. Once you've made it, how beautiful is that? I mean, that on a coat with a pin or something would look fantastic.
Yeah, definitely.
You'll be stopped every couple of minutes from people saying, yeah, where'd you get
Have
that?
you seen the hair comb down at the front, the blue one?
No, I haven't.
See
The
if
hair
you
comb.
can.
Ooh, pop that back there for a minute.
That's it.
Oh, that, wow.
Yeah.
Look at this. So yeah, make hair jewellery, coat jewellery, anything.
Yeah.
Ornaments for the home.
So I'm just going to quickly try and put this together because I don't think we've got a lot of time left, have we?
Got about 7 minutes.
Oh, right, okay.
Loads of time.
So now I am a little bit cack-handed, I'm not going to lie. And I do get in a little bit of a muddle sometimes when we're only working with 3 flowers. I tend to get them all together, give the bottom a twist. Okay? Mm-hmm. Get your, now this florist tape, if you've used florist tape before, you know that it's not sticky until you kind of...
You pull it.
Yeah, pull it and activate it.
And you do get in the sunflower poppy and in the main kit, you do get a reel of florist tape as well.
So just start at the top.
So we've still got stock, remember, of the sunflower, and we've still got stock of the violet. All the other colours and the thinner and the strengthener sold out. Main kit sold out.
Okay, I mean that immediately just transforms it, doesn't
Totally,
it?
yeah.
We've got one little leaf. Now you don't have to, if you don't want to bring them right up there, there's no reason why you can't have your leaf a little bit lower down. Mm-hmm. And again, just get your...
I can't believe how little you use as well, because there's only a really thin film of the product itself, so the actual tin is going to last you such a long time. I wonder how many ornaments you can make and how many pieces of jewellery you can make before you need to replace the tin.
I mean, all those, these, all my samples have been made from the same tins.
Right.
And I still had about a third of the tin left.
Wow.
Absolutely loads. So you've got a quick, simple putting together there. Mm-hmm. And again, if you, as I say, if you still want to manipulate these to get them into...
Beautiful. Absolutely
And you've
stunning.
made your own stamens as well,
Yeah.
you know.
So, yeah, we did those stamens earlier on with the pearl. That's the pearl sold out, hasn't it? Yeah, we've just got the violet and sunflower, is that right? Yep, still got the sunflower, still got the violet option as well. Only a couple of the violet left and not many at all of these sunflowers left. I mean, there are lots of petals here, but you've seen with Joe how quickly they dry and how quick they are to do. And with the sunflower kit, you are going to get quite a few of these beautiful faceted black beads for the centre. That's what you'll probably run out of first, but I'm sure if you go onto the Jewellery Maker website, our sister channel, you'll be able to find some black beads there, no trouble at all. But, yeah, imagine that in your hair, Joe.
So,
That works. Carmen Miranda. Great. That's all we've got left, folks. The sunflower and the violet. Now, the workshop, let's remind you of that. Now, this is something that Joe's going to be doing for a couple of hours towards the end of the month. And what she'll do is she'll get in contact with you to give you the option of choosing which of 2 dates suit you. But it's going to be a 2-hour workshop with you showing people basically how to get the most out of what they bought today.
Yes, yeah, definitely. So if you've got the kit and you're having problems, it's ideal time to sort of say, oh, I'm not really sure, or it didn't quite come out how I expected. That's the ideal time then that we can go over that. But also, we'll be doing things like the pansy, lily.
Okay.
We're going to be doing. So a couple of different projects, and you've got me there as well.
Okay. It's going to be on the 22nd or the 23rd of May, and basically when you order this, TO1379, Joe will get in contact with you to give you the code that you'll need to join in on the Zoom workshop. And yeah, then Joe will give you the chance to actually pick your date, whether the 22nd of May is better for you or the 23rd of May. It's $39.99, but it's a full 2-hour tutorial, and you can interact with everybody, and they can ask you questions.
Yeah, so it's a normal sort of workshop that I'd hold, but it's just on the screen because not everyone can travel. Yeah, you know.
And also, I suppose lots of people, when they get the kits in the next few days, could be crafting along with you real time.
Yes,
that's the idea, isn't
definitely.
it?
Yeah, definitely.
And then everyone can show everybody else what they've done, and so if you fancy that, a real treat.
And it's quite amazing. People come on the workshops and they make new friends as well. Yeah, you know, and that's great.
Absolutely, it's what it's all about. It's what crafting's all about. $39.99. Loads of you coming in for that. TO1379. Now I've got another message from Sarah in Dorset. She says, what a fantastic product. So many ideas coming to mind. You must be so proud, and you deserve to be. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That's great.
Thank you. It means a lot. It does mean a lot.
I can tell that. Well, remember, we've got another show coming up with Joe a bit later on this afternoon. We did have every intention of putting what we had left over in this show into the show later on, but we're not going to have anything left over. So what are we doing at 4 o'clock?
I think I might throw some resin about.
Okay.
Is that all right?
And moulds?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes. And, a bit of rice paper.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, from yesterday, from Joe.
Yeah, fantastic stuff.
Yeah, okay. So rice paper coming up that you can still get from Joe's show yesterday, and also the mixing resin and using the moulds with the resin as well, all that sort of thing coming up at 4. But please, whatever you do, if you want anything that we still have stock of, please put it in your basket and check out as soon as you can. The sunflower is about to go. We've still got the violet, I think. Is that all we've got left, sunflower and violet? Okay, single figures now of the violet and single figures of the sunflower as well. But if you've been inspired by this show, there'll be more to come in the future. Are you going to be making something like this? Remember, all the colour options are completely gone now, apart from the violet and the sunflower. But yeah, we will get more stock in the future. Joe will be back with more ideas, more kits, more flowers that you can make. You know, if you've got a wedding coming up, maybe this year or next year or whatever, and you've had quotes for bouquets and all that sort of thing, you've probably fallen off the floor or fallen onto the floor. Something like this is beautiful, quick, simple, easy to make, but stunning, and you'll have it for a lifetime.
I think that deserves to be in a case or something.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I totally agree with you.
Yeah, absolutely stunning.
Joe, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Nice one. I'll be back with Joe in about an hour. We've got more Hunkydory, though, coming up next with watercolour prism pencils. Don't go away.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size, or quantity of your order, or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Right guys, great news! Monday is going to be a big day because I'm going to be in the studios all day and I'm taking over. I'm taking over literally every channel. So from 8 o'clock I'll be on Sewn Street, 10 o'clock I'm going to be on Jewellery Maker, 1 o'clock I'm going to be on Hobby Maker for a full-on Crafters Companion takeover. Now, we don't do these very often, and when we do, they are a big deal. So we've got free gifts galore. We've got some amazing special offers, literally time-limited special offers that you will not want to miss. We've got the most incredible lineup of products. I've got some fantastic demonstrations, and I'm just telling you now, hold on to your seats because it is going to be a fast and furious day from the second I arrive in that building to when they wheel me out at the end of the day. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all on Monday for a full-on takeover on all of our channels. I'll see you there.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Wow, what a busy show. Thank you, Joe. She'll be back in about an hour's time. Great to have your company this afternoon, this Sunday at Hobby Maker. I'm Dave Bradford, and lots of brand new customers today as well, which is always lovely to see and hear. So if you are a brand new customer and you'd like to buy something, all you have to do is register. You can do that on the phones with the operator above me in the call centre, or you can do it, of course, on the website. All we need from you is your email address and a password so you can get into your account whenever you want to. It's as simple as that. Free to become a member to take advantage of shows like that we've just done and shows that are coming up here from Hunkydory. Natalie's back with me. You all right?
Hello, I'm back.
You tempted to make some flowers?
They're really, really cool. I love them. The effect is amazing.
Now, talking of effects, we've got for you a bestseller from Hunkydory. We've got the watercolour pencils for you. A brilliant price, a brilliant deal. Because you don't just get the pencils, you get the wrap that they come in, so it helps to protect them. You also get your watercolour card, and you're also going to get the book as well. All of this at a cracking price. And for me, watercolour is the most versatile, I think, of colouring.
I think it's so versatile, and you can get so many different effects from just sort of like one pencil, depending on how sort of like how you put your colour down, how you use the different types of cardstock that you've got, the different mediums, like whether you're using just the pencils themselves, or whether you're going to water them down, or whether you water the nibs and then colour it onto your paper. It's completely different every single time. It's amazing.
You even get your 3 water brushes as well. They come included too, which is always really, really handy. I mean, yeah, whether you're putting the pencils directly down onto what you're colouring in, whether you're taking colour from them in lots of different ways, and Natalie's going to show you all the ways that you can use these. But we're coming up to the time of the year that maybe you're going to go away for weekends or go away for a week or something. Maybe go to the countryside, go down to Devon or Cornwall or wherever you want to go and do some sketching, do some colouring into the trees and all that sort of thing. These are go anywhere pencils, and the wrap folds up like this. All your pencils are protected, which is of course crucial and important. And I love the fact that you get the handbook as well, because there's loads of colouring tips in there.
Yeah, it's great for anyone who's never used watercolour pencils before as well, because it's got step-by-step guides into the best ways to sort of to sharpen your pencils, as simple as that, to the different types of cardstock to use, whether the different effects you're going to get when you use it with brushes, whether you use it with just the pencils themselves and then you bring the colour out, how to mix your colours. So many different techniques included in here, and some little how-to makes as well if you'd like to do them.
Now that's worth $9.99. You pay quite a bit for your watercolour card normally as well, but you've got the pad of your watercolour card here too. And I love the fact that you've actually got 60 sheets A5. So if A4 would daunt you from like a being an artist perspective, this is a really good size, a great starting size. You get 60 sheets of that top quality watercolour card in there, plus the 3 water brushes and all your pencils, and they all wrap up neatly so you can carry them around.
Super handy.
Absolutely.
It's a great sort of little wrap, and my favourite thing about it is that when you put your pencils in as well, you have at the bottom this really cool sort of netting, so they're not going to fall out, and then you have as well the top which folds over, which means none of your nibs are going to get ruined while you travel.
Do you know
You're
what?
not going to lose any of them.
I couldn't remember what the price was going to be. I thought $61.96, is that where it's going to be? We've taken £20 off that price, 61 down to 41.96 for everything. You know, this is worth a tenner. How much would the watercolour card cost?
I think that's normally £9.99.
Okay, that's £20 worth. 41.96 to get all the pencils, the wrap, the watercolour card, the book, the handbook, and your 3 water brushes as well. What a deal. EWHD02 is the item number or the item code. If you want to order, remember you can phone us on the free phone number. That's our call centre number, 0800 001 4433, or go to the website. We're having a really busy Sunday afternoon, hobbymaker.co.uk, and that will get in your basket and that'll be with you in the next few days. We've also got that fantastic mat in the show as well.
Yes, we do. This is a great addition, especially for when you're watercolouring, because it's kind of like a surface. So you have your space here to work on, but then you also have your little pods as well, which when you're doing things like watercolouring and you want to actually create sort of like a paint section or mix colours in a different way, then you've got this handy space to use. It's silicone, which means it's not going to dry up and dry into it. You can just spritz it with some water and reuse it time and time again. So if you're finished for the day and then you want to go back to it the next day, then you're going to be able to use the same colour.
It's not often that we actually have this in stock. It's often being used and being seen in demos, but not often have we got it available. We've not only got it available, we've got it available at a brilliant, brilliant price. Not $14.99. Oh, it is $14.99. TRHD20, normally $17.99, so we've got it for £14.99. This is a brilliant deal for something that I've seen elsewhere from other companies going for a lot more money than this.
It is, it's great, and it's just such, whether you're into mixed media, whether it's stamping, spritzing, anything like that, it's perfect accompaniment. It's so handy to be able to craft messily on this space, then just like lift it up, and you've got your craft mat there, so you can build up your card and you can make and finish your projects. It's so flexible as well, so if you are traveling, then you can just sort of roll it up and pop it into your sort of like smaller sort of craft bags.
Can
so
you use
don't...
heat guns on it as well?
Yeah, you can. So it's heat resistant. So you can, if you're heat embossing, use your heat gun. It's not going to warp it in any way.
What a bargain at £14.99. You've probably seen them on TV many, many times being used in demonstrations, but this is your chance to own one. And it also sticks and grips the surface.
So it kind of doesn't move around as much, which is perfect for when you're doing all of that precision.
Okay, well that's TRHD20 if you fancy one of those today. And remember, you only pay the postage once at Hobby Maker. I don't know if you've heard this, but if you buy 3, 4, 5 things all in the same day up to midnight, you only pay $3.95 for the whole order to be delivered. That's just one postage. And if you want to buy things at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7, all the way up to midnight, you won't pay any more than that $3.95. Okay, what do we want to show first of all?
So first of all, we're just going to show you how you can sort of lay your colour down and get different looks from it. And we're going to use our watercolour card to do that, which you get in the pack. And it's really important to say, first of all, it's so important to have the right tools. So it doesn't matter whether you've got the pencils, whether you've got the water brushes. If you don't have the right cardstock, you won't get the right sort of effect. And you'll be able to see it when I put this down. So when you sort of colour using your pencils, you can get lots of different effects. So let me just get more of a sharper pencil. So you can kind of colour it from the side. And if you do that, you will get sort of like a lighter sort of shade here. or you can lay them down if you're doing more detailed work, sort of like on top from the nib. And doing that, you're going to get more of a darker colour as well. So when you're popping your cardstock down, whether you do it on the side and you want the lighter section, or whether you do it sort of like head on, you're going to get two completely different looks just from this one pencil.
I mean, it's important to point out, not all pencils are the same. These are top quality.
Yeah, they are really sort of like, you have that amazing artistic quality, but for not the really sort of like high price tag that they come with. There's something that I love to colour in my stamps with because they're so easy to use, and these watercolour pencils are the perfect accompaniment because they have little valves in them which you can press and you can bring this colour out. So now I have sort of that image that I'm colouring, and then I'm adding water to it to bring it out. So you're going to get another completely different lighter look with that. Whereas if we do that with our colour that we have here and sort of watercolour this down, it's going to give you a darker look because obviously you've got your pens down. Now when you do this, you can see that you've got sort of lines still in that work. If we lift it up, you can see that you've still, even though you've watercoloured it, you've still got sort of markings. So another way in which you can sort of remove that is to actually, I'll just use one of my little pods here to add water in, is to pick up the colour directly from the pencil. So you can just sort of add the pigment directly onto your water brush, and then you can colour onto your mat, and that way you get more of a vivid colour and it's smoother because you don't have that pencil marking in there. So there's so many different ways in which you can just lay down one pencil and get a beautiful array of different sort of vibrancies.
I think that's why I love watercolour so much, because it is such a versatile colouring medium, it really is. The fact that each pencil basically is like a little palette dish that you'd normally have on a big tray. You'd normally have your easel, you normally have your paintbrushes, your jar of water that gets knocked over every 5 minutes. With this, you've got your water brushes, and that's where the water is, in the barrel of the pen. So it's all really self-contained and mess-free.
And that's another thing why this mat is really great as well, because if you are someone who wants to use your colours in that way, then you can take sort of like your craft knife, and if we just sort of, I've wet this pencil down a little bit so it might not bring as much off as I would like, but you can just shave off some of that pigment, and then we'll just leave it in that little pot there, and then add our water to this. So I'm not adding too much straight away, and then you're creating a really nice sort of paint, which you can then pick up, add your water to make it more vibrant or less vibrant if you want to. And then as well, you also now have the beauty of if you want to create a different colour. So let's add a little bit of purple to this. We can now shave in a little bit of that purple colour and mix it together using the pot that we've created. And now we've got more of a dusky rose pink.
I mean, that mat
by
now
adding those two together.
not only becomes your workstation, but it also becomes your palette too. So it's a really good thing to have for just $14.99.
So handy, so handy. And then obviously because it is silicone, if we left this to dry out overnight, we just need to come back in with our spritz bottle, spray it down and reactivate that pigment. And again, you've got that colour ready to go, and you can add more colour to your page, you can add more colour to your stamps, however you're going to use them. Now, this is using this on your sort of watercolour paper. Now, if we use it on to other papers that we've got craft card and we've got black card. Now, if I'm colouring stamps, sometimes using white, it's beautiful, it's clean and simple, it's absolutely gorgeous, but you want a different effect. You want it to look completely different. Now, what I love to do, and sometimes I don't even use my water brushes when I do this, is to put the colour down onto different mediums. Now, this is our Superior Stamping Craft Card and our black card. Now, the best thing about this is that the pigment, unlike pens, sits on top of your cardstock. So you're going to be able to add your colours down. We'll go in with a blue as well, so you can see that here. And it's going to sit on top of that paper and really, really sort of stand out. So say like floral images, they look absolutely beautiful done in this way. And you can still add water to this if you want to.
Just to let you know, there's 48 pencils. So it's less than £1 a pencil. And you get the book, the handbook, you get the watercolour card, the 3 water brushes and the wrap for $41.96. Or I've just realised it's on 3 split pays too. So you only have to give us today $13.98 plus your P&P of $3.95. That's if you've not bought anything already from us. And it'll be on its way. It'll be shipped straight away for £13.98, your first of 3 payments.
So you can add sort of like your water to these if you wish, and that's something you wanted to do. One thing I will say is that obviously it's not watercolour card, so it's not going to drag the colour around as beautifully as it will when you're using it on your premium watercolour card, which is why I think it's the best sort of medium to use with this.
Well, we do actually have the craft card available, and we've also got the black card available as well. 30 sheets of craft card, and that's a gorgeous stamping card. There we go, look. So that's your craft card. If you want to stock up on that today, 30 sheets of that. And that's on the screen now, I believe, and it is $9.99. UKHD 09 is your item number if you want the craft card. And the black card is also available too. I'm not sure how many sheets you get in this, but there is your black card there available, and 25 sheets. 25 sheets of black card, and here's the black.
It is.
Again, that's $9.99 as well. XVHD 95. Superb. Great that these pencils work on all different
all different type of cardstock. They work on your Ink Me as well. When you pop them down on your Ink Me, again, like the other colours, you're still going to get a really nice colour in. It's going to sort of really come out quite nicely, and you can sort of do it in different directions as well, because obviously our cardstock is not smooth. It's got sort of like little ridges in. So if you want to create sometimes more of a full coverage, you can sort of go over in a number of different directions with your colour. That again is going to add more vibrancy to your page. But when we try and add water to this, it moves it a bit, but because it is Ink Me, you will get your warping a little bit differently as well. But it's a great way to also use your cardstock. If you're not going to add a lot of water, or if you're just going to do tiny bits of colour in, it works on your Ink Me too. So no matter what sort of different mediums you're going to use, they will work perfectly on them. Colouring, plain colours, it's really, really nice. Another thing which is beautiful, because it's all water-based, is you get really nice sort of blendings of colour. And that's not just using single colour, but that's using a mix of colour as well. So we can go in, and I use a piece of this piece that we were using before. We can go in with 2 different colours, and if we pop them down, so I'm going to go in with this really nice green here. And then I'll go in with my really vibrant blue.
And today's the day to buy them. Getting that fantastic crafting handbook worth $9.99 and the watercolour card worth $9.99 as well. Great deal.
And then when we add our colour here, we can add the colour to both sort of sections, and then we can blend these colours together.
Perfect.
To create that really nice mix of colour. So your ombre backgrounds and everything like that, you're sort of sorted for with this, because it's going to mix so nicely and create completely different looks. So I absolutely love using them for a number of different ways. But when you want sort of like soft colouring, I think this is definitely my go-to, is to bring the pencils out, because they're so simple, they're so quick to use. You've got such a wide variety of colours, but then you can see you can mix them up if you want to as well. So it's perfect for things like that. So we can make a card up if you want to.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just run through the bits and pieces actually individually, because we do have a special deal going on the pencils on their own if you just want those. But I mean, to be honest, the big deal with the watercolour card, the handbook, the 3 water brushes, perfect. RAHD 92 is for the 48 pencils on their own, okay? And they are $29.99. That was the first time we've done the pencils on their own with this, a £5 discount. So if you just want the pencils on their own today, $24.99 it's going to go to. $24.99 for all 48 pencils. If that's all you want, that's absolutely fine. That's an option there for you right now. It comes complete with the wrap as well. You still get that, even though you're just buying the pencils, but you won't get the book, and you won't get the watercolour card, and you won't get the water brushes. That is by far, as far as I'm concerned, the best deal, because you've got £20 worth of cardstock and book, plus the water brushes. They must be, what, £3 or £4 each sometime?
The what, sorry? The water
The water
brushes.
brushes are £9.99, so
yeah.
that's £30 worth of value.
Yeah.
So the big deal is the one I go for myself. But if you just want the pencils on their own, they are on the screen, £24.99 for 48 pencils. That's working out to about 50p a pencil. But it's so nice to know that these are going to be arriving and they are the quality that you expect, because it's a little bit of a minefield out there. If you go out to a store, you pick up a set of pencils, you hope they're good quality, you get them home, you're disappointed.
Yeah.
Hunkydory wouldn't put their name to anything that wasn't of the finest quality. So you know you're getting something that you can love.
We absolutely love these watercolour pencils. One of our crafters, Kat, her mum is an incredible artist, and she absolutely swears by these pencils and the cardstock. She's had so many different types of like premium watercolour cardstock, and she said this one is the best for sort of like not warping, and the effect that it gives your pencils is absolutely beautiful. So, and that's from someone who is an incredible artist.
Yeah.
And she absolutely loves them. So no matter whether you're just getting into colouring and stamping and you're wanting something that's quite a really good value product to get you started off, because you do have 48 colours here, or whether you are already someone who's quite experienced in sort of colouring, these are a great addition to have. Really nice, handy wrap. So if you want someone like yourself that travels and likes to draw in colour sort of while they're away, it's perfect for that.
But it also keeps your pens in really good condition too, because it's
Really,
very
really
easy.
good.
If you put them into a drawer or something,
Yeah, or
they
like a
get damaged.
tin.
Yeah.
They always get damaged in a tin, don't they, when they're bashing around? But with this, they're all compact, they're nice and tightly put together. You're not going to lose out on anything.
I'm just
like
thinking,
that.
maybe you use colour for your work. Maybe you're a student, maybe you're a fashion person, and you're constantly looking for a really good quality colour medium. Then here is the solution, as far as I'm concerned. But also maybe you just want to kind of dabble. Maybe you've got a bit of time this summer and you're thinking, I'd love to be able to start to paint or whatever. Well, this is painting, but with pencils, because you can use, as we've shown you, just like a paint palette. Think of each pencil as a different paint in a palette, because that's what it is, basically.
It really is. And it can give you a really nice soft touch when you're going to sort of stamp and colour as well, which is what we're going to do next. So I've cut my cards up down to sort of 6 by 6, and I'm using some of our essential stamps. So you'll be able to find these on the website if you type in For the Love of Stamps Essential Selection. And I'm just going to use this cloud to sort of create my background. Now, when you're using watercolour products, you need to use an ink that works in a completely different way. So we always use VersaFine. It's such a good product for giving you clean lines, and it is beautiful for watercolouring with, because you don't need to wait for it to dry a long time. You can go in with your pencils, and then you can add your water. You're not going to get any smudging in any of these lines. So like I always say, it's really important to have not just like the right pencils, but the right accompanying products as well. So we've got our base ground here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a light blue colour. So we'll go with this, and then I'm just going to sort of do like a line around the outside of my clouds here. Now, I'm adding quite a lot of force with my pencil, sorry, so it's giving me quite a nice layer of colour, but then we're going to drag it out to colour in the rest of our clouds, and it gives you a nice sort of look to it as well, because you've got that sort of dimension there, because you'll have more colour in sort of this one section. So
another thing I like about watercolouring is it doesn't have to be precise.
no, it doesn't have to be neat.
It's a lot less regimental. You can
It's
just
a bit free, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it gives you really beautiful effects for that way. So we've added that colour down now, and then I'm going to go in with my water brush. I use sort of like my medium size one. Oh, I've got ink on my hand from my mat and it's gone on my page, but not to worry, we can cover that up with our sentiment. So now we'll use that colour, like I said, just bringing in a little bit of water to this section to drag that out around our cloud and just give you that really nice free-flowing colouring look. It's something that's so simple to do. Like you say, if it goes out of the lines, it's not a problem, because that's the kind of washy look we're going for here. It's so simple to do, and if you're not someone who's really confident with colouring, it gives you stunning effects. Very artistic sort of illustration effects that people are going to think you've spent loads of time sort of putting together. So again, just brushing that colour across.
I'm relaxed just watching you.
I know, I love colouring. It's one of my favourite things to do. If I've had like a really stressful day, it doesn't matter what it is that I'm colouring, it just refocuses your mind, and it's such a good thing to get into.
Well, remember, the pencils on their own are what's on the screen at the moment, and we've never had that extra £5 discount. Should be $29.99 just for the pencils, down to $24.99. But remember, the big deal for me is to go for the big set, because you're going to get, remember, $9.99's worth of handbook, which gives you loads of tips and techniques. You're going to get, of course, your $9.99's worth of watercolour card as well. There's 60 sheets in there. Of A5, so that's going to last you hopefully a long time. And of course your water brushes, they're $9.99 for 3 normally as well, so you've got £30 worth of extras with the actual pencils in the wrap as well for this great deal, which is coming back on the screen now. So if you want everything, $41.96 for the lot. You've got £30 worth between the brushes and the 2 books there.
It's incredible.
So that makes really, you're only paying 10 quid for the pencils if you look at it like that.
So now I've just added a little pencil stroke around the outside of my cardstock, and I'm just bringing, again, that water through to give you just a nice coloured around the outside edge as well, and bringing that colour into the centre, because obviously it is sort of like a sky background we're creating here, but just this one technique, whether you're doing it on stamps or whether you're doing it on a background, it creates different looks every single time. So a darker colour I used on this section here. So just...
Also, Natalie, we've got split pay on the main bundle as well, not on this, not on the pencils on their own. So you only have to give us today $13.98 if you want to split the payment. Plus the P&P.
Definitely worth it, isn't it? So our background is ready, that's all done, and then we're going to stamp our main image as well. So I'm just going to use my VersaFine again. We've got our stalk here. So we'll pop that on, here, and then I'm going to do a mix of sort of colouring on this one. So for the beak, we're just going to use a mix of the orange and sort of like this really nice yellow colour. So I'm going to just add my colour quite dark onto this section here, and then we'll go in with my yellow, because what you can do even if you're not using water is blend your colours really nicely together, and that is just the fact that the pigment is a water-based pigment, so you can mix and match all of your colours together quite nicely. We're going to do this for a girl, so I'll just go in with this really nice light pink colour, and again I'm going to go in with my lighter shade, and then I'll go in with a really nice deep pink for this outside edge.
What do you like to do? Do you like to colour in stamps, or do you like to take photographs with your phone and maybe do a watercolour version of a photograph scene that you've taken? Or
that would be cool. I don't think I have much confidence with that, but it would be really fun to do if you were really into sort of like your art. And then I'm going to go in with a grey just to add sort of like hints of shadow onto my stalk here. So this is our lightest grey, and then we'll go just sketching across those wings there, because we're going to drag that colour down and give it that loose washed effect that we've got in here. So just bringing that out again. We'll cut this out, and then we're going to stick it onto our card. We just need a little sentiment to go on there. So if you get to the point where here I've got a bit too much colour on this section and you want to drag it back out, then you can use your water brush to push that colour back to the place you want it to be as well. So you can let it dry a little bit and you'll still be able to do that. So don't worry if you've added too much colour as well, because the great thing is if you've got something like a paper towel or kitchen roll or anything, you can add your colour down and then use a piece of roll to sort of blot it away, and it'll remove some of that colour as well, which is the great thing about them being a water-based product. So now I'm just going to cut this out.
Also, colouring
add our sentiment
is, you know, an ageless thing, whether you're retirement age or whether you're a child at college or school or whatever. Colouring is suitable for everybody, male, female, everyone likes it. Well, not everyone likes it, but most people like it. And when you've got quality pencils, you're going to get quality results at the end of it. And I love the fact that all the different tips and techniques, or a lot of them, are featured in this book.
So
beautifully
many.
illustrated, 60 sheets of watercolour card, which is worth nearly 10 quid. So £20 worth of books and pad, £10 worth of water brushes, which are going to make your pencils do even more, and all 48 pencils for £41.96 on split pay. Today's the day to treat yourself, or maybe treat a member of the family. Maybe someone in the family's got a real passion for art or whatever, and you want to get them the best tools out there. That's what these are. Maybe it's for a birthday in a few months' time. Get them now while we've got this deal, because it may not be around then. So
Birthdays, Christmases,
Yep.
all of those occasions. You can get these things now while they're at great prices and then save them, can't you?
yeah, totally.
But it's such a nice thing. And I think, like you say, as a gift, because you have absolutely everything you need there. You know, you've got the pencils, you've got the water brushes, you've got the incredible cardstock, and then you've got the handbook. You generally don't need anything else. Maybe a pencil. If you're going to use your stamps, you need obviously your stamps and your VersaFine. But if you're just going to get into colouring, then you have all the items that you need in that one bundle.
You do?
Which I think is one thing that Hunkydory always do best, is make sure you have every single thing that you need. So we've cut out our stalk now, so let's just add him on with some foam pads, and then we can add our sentiment, which is welcome baby. So I'll cut these down a little bit more just to fit in these spaces. So trim this down, and then we'll have one card ready to go. Just pop that onto here.
Were you good at art when you were at school?
I enjoyed it. I wouldn't say I was the best at it, but I did enjoy it. I've always been creative in that type of way, so I'm gonna.
Well, I think for me it was the only lesson at school I really
That you
looked forward to.
enjoyed?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pop this on here, but before I add it on, I'm gonna pop in my sentiment. So let's just get that, and I'll pop it on my acrylic block again, just because when you're stamping with these smaller stamps, it's so much easier to use your acrylic blocks than your stamping press.
Well, we've got both in the show, actually.
We
We've got
do.
the acrylic blocks, and we've also got the stamping platform as well from Hunkydory, so that's on the website too if you want to have a little look.
So we'll pop this up in the top corner. And then if you came back to this card and thought, I kind of want to add a bit more colour in here, the beauty of it is that you can layer up more colour, make it as more vibrant or as like loose as you want to. So we're going to stick it like that. I think that is one sort of beautiful thing about these pencils, is that you can create really loose colouring, which looks so stunning. And for cards of this type of occasion, like new babies, when you want all your soft tones, it's a beautiful, beautiful image to have. So we'll just pop that onto this card here. And that should fit on, but I may have
Adult
just made
colouring
it a
books
little bit
are a
bigger.
big thing these days as well, aren't they?
I love colouring books.
Do you colour them in and then take them out and frame them?
No, I haven't ever done that. I always keep them in the books and then just like flick through them to the next page.
And there you
There
go.
you go.
The subtlety of just a little bit of colour coming from one of these pencils. Remember, it's the versatility of them, that you can go direct onto whatever it is that you're colouring, whether you're applying a bit of pressure to get a more deliberate colour, whether you're just applying a light amount of pressure. And then, of course, you can make it go so much further using the water, which you can, of course, use with the water brush. Now, the main bundle on your screen is just a deal to, well, to grab, basically. Grab it while it's going. £41.96, it's on 3 split pays, and that means, of course, it's interest-free. It's £13.98, your first payment of 3 today, plus your £3.95 postage, unless you bought something already, then there won't be any more P&P charges. But the deal is, and what makes it so good is that you'll use all of this. You'll use this for your reference to get your techniques kind of honed and everything else, and then you're going to get, of course, 60 sheets of your watercolour card in this pad. Both of those are $9.99 each. If I just flick through the book again quickly for you, it shows you how you can look after your pencils, best way of sharpening them. It talks about the colour wheel, what colours go with what and what colours don't go with each other. And it just makes sure you know everything you need to know about how to get the best out of your pencils today. So that's the book. It is a series. You can buy other volumes as well, but that's volume 2 you're going to get with this deal today. The wrap, I mean, what would you pay for a pencil wrap like this? Probably £8-9?
With this many pencils in, it depending on sort of like the brand of them, I think even more than that.
Yeah, just for a wrap.
Yeah,
Yeah, but the fact that you've got the wrap that's loaded with 48 quality pencils from Prism, which is a division of Hunkydory, and you then get $9.99's worth of your water brushes, it's just a brilliant offer. Everything you need to get started. Maybe you're already an artist, or maybe you're just someone that's got a bit of time on their hands and you want a hobby, but you're not quite sure which direction to go in. You can't do better than watercolouring as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, there it is, just over £40 if you want it today. And if you want to call us, it's a free phone number. The operator can make your purchase for you, 0800 001 4433, or you can order it on the website, which of course is hobbymaker.co.uk. Okay, now we've got on the screen the A5 pad. Right, okay, so the A5 pad, this one here, the watercolour pad, 60 sheets. If you just want that, maybe you've already got watercolour paints or pencils, 60 A5 sheets, 300 GSM for £9.99. There you go, KGHD 62, that's the product code. And as you can probably see, the sheets themselves are really good quality. They really, really are. And I don't think anyone would be daunted, you know,
No, I don't
something
think
this
so.
size.
I mean, it's a great mix of sort of like texture in here. It's not too smooth where it's really a flat surface. It still does have that sort of indentation that you expect from watercolour card, but it's smooth enough that you're not going to have sort of like dips in it when you're sort of colouring it. So it's a really, really nice paper to work with.
So that on its own, $9.99, but remember if you go for the main bundle, that's going to get included as well. Then we're going to go to the A4 sheet. Okay, so the A4, if you want the A4 watercolour, that's over here. So this is 30 sheets of A4, 300 GSM. If you want something a little bit bigger, again, very easy to remove from the pad. There you go. Fabulous quality, exactly the same quality as the smaller one, but just in a larger size.
Yeah, something for everyone.
Absolutely, £9.99 is your price. If you haven't got the silicone mat yet, please can I urge you to get that. This is going to be your new best friend in the craft room. It really, really is. I've seen other brands with similar virtually double this price.
Yeah, they are. It's a really great price. It's such a good product to have. You've seen me use it to mix my colours, to have to create backgrounds and then move it off and build up your cards as well. It's perfect.
That's on the website now for $14.99 if you fancy that. And remember, no more P&P to pay once you've paid your first $3.95. All the rest of your deliveries won't be charged up to midnight tonight, okay? So if when we go off the air at 6, you then decide to order something a bit later on, maybe you want to chat to someone about, hey, how'd you fancy that for your birthday? I saw it earlier on. Yeah, order up to midnight. You'll still only be charged that one P&P of £3.95 because all your orders get collated at midnight. The computer puts all your orders together and they come from all the individual suppliers as well. So Hunkydory will send out your purchase. Joe will send out your purchase from the last hour. So things won't arrive at exactly the same time, but you will only be charged one postage of £3.95. Right then.
Okay, so next up we're going to show you how to create some really fun backgrounds. I'm going to use two pieces of cardstock. We're going to do two completely different looks. The first one, we're going to spritz the cardstock, make sure it's nice and wet when you're doing this. So you can either spritz it with your water like that, or you can use your pencil and just lightly add your colour because it's going to give you two different looks again, but doing the same technique. Then what we're going to do is we're going to bring in our pencils again and we're going to just use this and sort of add the colour onto here. Now it gives you a real cool sort of effervescence look.
Yeah.
Like when you add colour onto, or like pop a vitamin in like a water and it fizzes and creates all the different
But
colours.
it shows the intensity
That's what
of
it
the
does
pigment,
here.
doesn't it? As well?
Yeah, it just spreads out all of that colour. And sometimes as well it gives you a really nice sort of mix of colours too. So when you're popping it onto the one where you've added the water sort of in a really loose manner, you don't get as much sort of spreading in the pigment. Whereas this one, where we sort of spritzed it, that water is just sort of soaking up all of those colours and giving you a really, really fun background on there. So there's two really cool ways of using it to create really fun backgrounds, whether maybe it's a birthday sort of celebration card, because it kind of looks like confetti in one way, and you can add as many colours as you want to on this, and it gives you such a fun look. And with this one, I've got a lot more water sort of at the top, so it's spreading out a bit more then. But if you want to, you can add a bit more water onto here.
The way it reacts.
And it brings it out. So if you want to start off with like a dry piece of paper, get your sort of shavings on there and then spritz it,
Yeah.
it just sort of explodes your colour across there. So that's a really fun technique to use with these.
And that's what you're going to find in the handbook. Lots of other tips and techniques that
Yeah.
you've never even thought of using.
No, there's absolutely loads of things in there. And then another one, which I always love to do, is like a smooshy background. So I'm going to do maybe a mix of like blue and turquoise for this one. So again, I'm going to put my colour down onto my mat, but this time instead of using sort of that pigment area there, I'm going to do it with the main part of my mat. And so I'm going to do it with the blue, with the turquoise, and then we might go in with a bit of green as well. So just popping them in sort of like areas of the mat in this way. Just add as much or as little as you want to, and then we'll go in with some water here as well. So just on top of this to sort of bring out all of that colour. And then I'm going to take some cardstock and I'm going to spritz this a little bit as well. Because the more sort of wet your surface area is, the more it's going to react quite nicely. Then we're just going to pop this onto our mat and sort of move around the surface so it picks up all of that colour. And then when you lift it off, it gives you really fun sort of watercolory backgrounds. And you don't just need to do it sort of like once, you can go back in now until sort of the colour is all dry, and it'll give you different looks every time. And the less water you put down, obviously, the more sort of pigmenty it's going to be. So that's another way of kind of doing the same technique, but you're getting a different look to it because you've got less sort of spots of pigment and more sort of a watercolour wash.
And also, like you said before, Natalie, if you've got watercolour pencils in a tin, you can drop the tin, it can damage the pencils inside.
Yeah.
This is actually a cotton wrap that's designed, it's a bit like a jewellery wrap really, it's designed to protect what's inside, to protect the precious. Because, you know, if you drop these pencils, they can shatter, the lead can shatter, but with this, it's not going to be an issue because it's actually wrapped. So every single pencil is completely protected. I love that idea. And the deal on this today is brilliant. It is a fantastic gift idea. If you're thinking about getting pencils or a colouring medium to someone as a gift, but you know they've not had much experience or whatever, then this is going to hold their hand. The perfect card to watercolour onto, the perfect book to give you lots of tips and techniques, the wrap to protect your pencils, and the 3 water brushes as well, so you can really kind of paint with them, not just... See, I always thought pencils were pencils. You just use them to colour in, and that was it. Think of them as each and every colour here being an individual palette. Think of it as being a palette in a pencil, because that's what it is. So you can paint with them as well as just kind of colour in with them as well. $13.98 on split pay. That's just brilliant. Brilliant value to be able to spread the cost interest-free into 3 payments. And remember, you're getting a £20 discount on the deal. It should be $61.96. You're getting it today for $41.96. It's almost as if you're only paying about, £10 for the pencils? If you take off the 30 quid for the brushes, the book and the pad, you're paying £12. $11.96 for the pencils, which is crazy. Great.
So we're going to use sort of like a mixture of those techniques now for the next card. So I'm creating sort of my own sort of pigment paste here with these 2 colours. So I'm going to use 2 different brushes because they're quite similar, but they are a little bit different too. So we're going to create sort of that smooshy background that we just did, but we're going to do it in a different way. Because if you're like me and you like things to look a certain way, when you do that technique, you're less in control as if you do it this way. So you can pick up that colour and sort of lay it down. And obviously you can add more colour, you can add more water on here, and it also allows you to create more of a vibrant background, something that stands out a lot more from one of the other ones that we've done. So we're going to create this sort of nice wash of colour on here with these 2 sort of very similar teal green colours, and then I'll add a little bit more colour in with these, so then you can just grab in your pencil and add even more sort of pigment onto that and make it a deeper colour. So we can mix that in now and then go around and just sort of pat the colour into the water so it doesn't spread as much. And it'll give you a nice sort of mixed background effect. So pop that on, and once you're happy with sort of how that's looking and the effect you've got, then I'm just going to dry this off a little bit with my heat tool, so then we can go to the next stage.
I just think, you know, if normally you're on a bit of a wing and a prayer, if you buy colouring pencils as to whether they're going to be good quality or not, you've got the Hunkydory seal of approval here. They would not sell you something that's inferior. You're going to have fine quality pencils to work with here. Just dry that off.
Another good thing as well as using this is that it kind of can push your ink around sometimes, so it can leave you with like a nice sort of edged watermark effect, depending on how much colour you've sort of got onto that. So just a little bit more in this centre just to dry off, and then we can add sort of more of our splats onto here as well.
And don't forget that every single day that we're broadcasting, which is every day of the week, we're inviting you to share your makes. So maybe you've got some watercolour pictures that you've done recently or whatever that you'd like to share with us. Because every single month, this is going on throughout the whole year. Every single month we give a £100 credit to someone that's actually shared their make with us. So if you fancy that, it's always announced on the last Saturday of the month. Just send your watercolour or whatever you're working on into us on a photograph today. studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We'll actually read some out and show some towards the end of our shows today in the 5 o'clock show. But you'll automatically go into the draw, even if we don't show what you've sent, for that £100 credit at the end of May, which would be rather nice.
So now I've picked up a purple colour, and I'm just going to use this to create nice big splats of colour onto my background and really sort of mix in all of those tones. And then once that is on, you don't necessarily need to use your heat gun for this, but if you want to have a lighter effect, then you can use like a paper towel like this just to pick up that colour, and it'll just mix them all quite nicely together. So then what we're going to use is this beautiful flower stamp from our For the Love of Stamps Essential Collection. Again, they're all on the website, so just have a look at those, and I'm going to stamp this.
And our 5 o'clock show, by the way, this afternoon is something that you'll be amazed at.
Yes.
Multi-layer stamps for our butterfly fans.
It is beautiful. So many people loved it when we first brought it to you a couple of weeks ago. I think it was nearly a month ago, I think?
I think it probably was.
It was a very long time ago.
Multi-layer stamps for butterfly fans coming up at 5 o'clock. They're brilliant.
So I'm going to stamp one right across the centre here, and we're going to colour this one in. But then what I want to do is also create some, like a background with this. So I'm going to do that by second generation stamping onto here. So I'm going to take my stamp, ink it up, stamp it quite lightly onto another piece of cardstock, and then stamp it onto my background to give you...
get like a weaker effect.
Yeah. So you get a lighter sort of marking on the image, and it's a nice way of just giving more of like a colour, a background tone, without having to add loads of images or anything else. So we'll just pop that on there. It's a little bit darker than I would have liked, but not a problem. And then let's see if we can go back over. Might not be able to get this in the right place, but let's see if we can
Good
go.
luck.
I know, this is what the stamping press is for, isn't it?
Absolutely.
When you want to do things like this. Go onto there.
The stamping press is in the show today as well, if you want one of those. That'll be in our 5 o'clock show.
Stamp over that one more time. There we go. So that one really stands out.
Pretty impressive.
And then we'll go in with our grey and just add hints of colour onto this. And again, the colours mix really nicely, sort of, because we already have added colour onto here. So just loosely sort of sketching onto that sort of feather shape. And I'm not going to add water to this. I'm just going to leave it as it is, because I think when you have your feathers anyway, you do get that sort of line marking to them. So we'll pop that on there, and then I'm going to bring in a sentiment, which is here. And this one is going to say it's with sympathy or thinking of you. So we're going to go with that, with sympathy, I think, because it's a really nice sort of sketchy typography, and I think it works quite nicely, not only with the stamp that we've used here, but with the watercolour washy sort of background we've
Yeah.
created as well.
Very
So
nice.
just pop that onto our block again.
I think watercolouring is classy. It looks very, very sophisticated,
Yeah.
and it's more of a gentle medium.
Yeah.
And as I said before, you don't have to be 100% accurate with your painting or your colouring.
Nope.
It's more forgiving, watercolour.
So we'll pop that on there with sympathy. And then we can add this to our card blank. So I'm just going to lift this up so we don't get any mishaps on there. Pop this onto here. We'll just add our tape. And the great thing about this as well is no matter how much water you add onto these sheets and how much warping you get while you're creating your really fun backgrounds, because of the quality of the cardstock, it does sort of fold back onto itself and create and go sort of quite straight again and stretches back out into the shape. So if you want to create sort of like, again, something completely different using that sort of splatting technique, then you can do that as well. They're just such a fun pencil to use, whether you're like just colouring in with them, which I love to do on my craft cards sometimes. I love to just add one layer of colour and not sort of mix it in with the water.
Beautiful.
There's so many different really nice ways in which you can
Well,
use
you've
them.
shown us loads of ways of using the watercolour pencils, but remember the book that you get with this bundle is going to give you loads of other tips and hints. You can buy the book on its own if you want to. They're $9.99. There's your colour wheel. Tells you what colours go with what and what colours to mix to make different colours and so on. But there's loads of hints and tips in there. And as you would expect with Hunkydory, it's beautifully illustrated, beautifully put together. And there are even some projects in the back of the book as well. If you're thinking, oh, I don't know what to do. Yeah, loads of inspiration and loads of ideas. So the book is $9.99. But if you buy the bundle for just over £40, you're going to get the book, you're going to get the watercolour card in A5, 48 top quality watercolour pencils, the wrap for the pencils as well, beautifully produced, beautifully made. You've even got a little zipper compartment there for storage of maybe your eraser and your sharpener. You don't get that with it. And then you get the 3 brushes there as well, which of course work in harmony with these pencils. All of that for £20 off what the price should be. It should be £61.96. It's £41.96 with 3 split payments, and it's, you know, remember, £10, £30 worth of accessories, making the pens only about £12.96 or 12 quid, which is a brilliant deal. Even if you've thought about colouring for a long time, but you've never really kind of taken the plunge, rather than going out and risking buying inferior pencils, which is so easy to do out in the high street these days, not sure what brand's what and what's good, what isn't. You know, with Hunkydory, they've got a reputation. They're not going to give you inferior quality anything. So you know these pencils are going to be really good for the job, whether it's going to be youngsters using them, whether it's going to be older people using them, whether you're going to use them for art or for design or whatever, for college work and school, that sort of thing. You know, if you get the good quality, you're going to get better results, aren't you, at the end of the day? EWHD02 is your product number. Okay.
I love that.
That's good.
So,
Minutes left.
shall we make up a card using one of these fun backgrounds
Yeah,
that
let's
we've
do it.
created? So I'm going to just move this to one side. Oops, got stuff going all over there. Where have I put? I don't know where my thing's gone. One
You
moment.
lost?
My trimmer, it's here.
Ah,
I've popped it away. There we
don't
go.
go anywhere without it.
No, nowhere. So I'm just going to trim this down to sort of that 4x6 size, so it's going to fit nicely on an A4. So you can just trim that down one more time. So we'll pop that on there. And then a really cool thing that we can do with these pencils as well is sort of create, you can use them for brush markers. I've got something stuck to my silicone mat. It's moving everything. Let's pop that to one side. Clean this up a little bit so we don't get this messed up. So
It's
now,
easy to clean as well, isn't it? That
so easy to clean. I'm just going to blast this with my heat gun because it is still a little bit damp from earlier on. So I'm just going to do it on top of that nice image, and then we're going to turn it back over, and I'm going to pop it onto there as well. And then I'm going to use my purple colour, and let's get our thinnest brush, because you can pop sort of use this as a really nice platform for brush lettering with these pens. So let's just go in with a bit more pigment. I don't want to have a lot of water with this. You want it to be quite thick when we're adding it on. And then you can just sort of use your brushes, to add on and create really nice sort of brush lettering sentiments.
Have you got good handwriting?
This type of lettering is something that I've practiced quite a bit recently. I love to do it with our brush markers as well. They give you, it just adds such a nice effect to your cards, and again you can go over it as many times as you want.
And the fact you've done it by hand as well makes it even more special.
Yep.
I mean, stamps are lovely, but to do something like this, you know, yourself.
Let's just bring it around, and if you're not super confident, then you can do sort of like shapes of the letter, which sometimes I like to do, and then go back in and sort of add in those elements or add in darker colours. So you can do loads of fun things like this. And just push that colour around. You could add different colours as well. So if I go in with my green, I could add sort of the green to my letters and create like an ombre look, which, because it's water-based, you can do that. You couldn't necessarily do that with your other pencils.
True.
I can mix in my colours now.
I mean, I think what you've done, Natalie,
Create sort of like ombre text.
really show the versatility of these pencils. You can use them in so many different ways.
They are a really fun product to have, and if you're just starting out with sort of like stamping, I do think it's the best sort of way to start, because you can add it to it. So let's just add.
And if you look after them, which that wrap will help you do,
Oh,
they'll last you for
definitely.
years.
Let's just pop this on here. So it's more of like I'd say this is more of an art piece. I could pop this in a little frame in my kitchen or something. Maybe pop it on the fridge, who
Yeah,
knows?
why not?
So we'll
Also,
just
thinking
dry that off now.
Think about a palette, a paint palette that you've maybe bought previously. How many paint palettes do you know of that have got 48 different colours?
Exactly, and not just 48 different colours, because we can mix all of these
Yeah.
together and create even more. So it's not just 48 colours that you've got here. You've got them, but there's so much more that you can sort of create from this. And then the more sort of you dry it off, then the more you can go back in with this as well. So it's quite light, this, because we're obviously using it with our water brushes, but we can keep going back in over, adding more colour to the text that we've added to this really nice background. Make it more vibrant, more stand out from that really cool background that we created.
Well, it's a great deal, isn't it, for that price? And with split pay as well, so it's affordable, hopefully, for absolutely everybody. And maybe it's going to be the start of a new journey, a journey of colouring that you never thought you'd do, or you've wanted to, but never quite sure what pencils to go for or what you could do with a pencil. The book, the pad, the pencils with the wrap, and the 3 water brushes, all for $41.96 or $13.98 on split pay. Brilliant demos. Thanks ever so much,
You're
Natalie.
welcome.
Multi-layer stamps at 5.
Yes. Come back at 5 for some fun with stamps.
Absolutely. We've still got 2 hours ahead of us, of course. Now, fresh from her sellout show earlier on at 2 o'clock, lovely Jo is here in a few seconds' time. We're talking more resin demonstrations. Whatever you do, stay tuned for that. Lots more to come here on Hobbymaker on this Sunday afternoon.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your crafty makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired. with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Right guys, great news! Monday is going to be a big day because I'm going to be in the studios all day and I'm taking over. I'm taking over literally every channel. So from 8 o'clock I'll be on Sewn Street, 10 o'clock I'm going to be on Jewellery Maker, 1 o'clock I'm going to be on Hobby Maker for a full-on Crafters Companion takeover. Now, we don't do these very often, and when we do, they are a big deal. So we've got free gifts galore. We've got some amazing special offers, literally time-limited special offers that you will not want to miss. We've got the most incredible lineup of products. I've got some fantastic demonstrations, and I'm just telling you now, hold on to your seats because it is going to be a fast and furious day from the second I arrive in that building to when they wheel me out at the end of the day. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all on Monday for a full-on takeover on all of our channels. I'll see you there.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Happy Sunday afternoon from all of us at Hobbymaker. Hope you're having a lovely time. Thank you for tuning in today. Cool, blimey.
Cool, blimey, indeed.
2 o'clock was a busy show, wasn't
Cool,
it?
blimey, yes. I was a little bit, Glenn said you looked like a rabbit in the headlights, and I was.
Well, everything in that 2 o'clock
Thank
show
you.
completely sold out as far as I'm aware. So congratulations if you're able to get it. If you missed it, it was all about the dippy flowers, basically, where you drop basically some wire into a solution and it makes petals and leaves. That's what it was. Now, for those of you, the hundreds and hundreds of you that made a purchase in that show, we talked about actually during that show mica powders and glitters that you can actually add it to the solution. So if you did buy any of those products at 2 o'clock and you like the idea of kind of customizing it with other things, then we've got the glitters first of all for you in the show. So we thought we'd give you a chance to get these and put them in your basket and check out if you wanted to add it to your order. You've already paid your £3.95 postage because you bought something in that show. There will be no more P&P to pay until midnight tonight. So if you go for this, it'll be P&P free if you've already bought something from us today. So £9.99 for 5 pots. That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's ultra fine
Okay.
glitter. So it's a really good quality. With glitter does tend to sink in resin, but the ultra fine, you've got more chance of it staying where you want it, which is why I always use it. And you know, it just twinkles and it's just lovely.
So what we were showing at 2 o'clock then, anyone that bought those tins,
Yeah.
you could add glitter to all of that if you wanted
You
to?
can add glitter to it if you want to. It
Right.
works really well, works best in the clear to actually see the glitter.
Yeah.
But I tend to just let the petals or leaves just set for a minute or two and then dip them in
Right.
to a glitter. It just works a little bit better, especially on coloured.
So while it's still a bit tacky before it
Yes.
dries completely?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, it's working out to £2 a pot, isn't it? And they're a really good size. You can see you get all those colours, the whites, you get the orange, you get that lovely kind of almost like a limey colour or gold. You've got then the purple and you've got the aqua as well, the turquoise. All of those for £9.99. But as Joe said, they are ultra fine glitters. So if you are using them with the resin, you stand more of a chance of them actually floating in the resin, which is what we're talking about mainly in this show today. Now the mica powders, these will really transform either what you bought at 2 o'clock or what you're going to buy today. It's kind of microscopic dust.
Yes, yeah, mica powder. This is pure mica powder and it's ethically sourced.
Okay.
I had to say that slowly because God knows what would have come out. So it does go a long way. The colours are intense. It's fantastic mica powder. There's no binders in there. A lot of the cheaper mica powders have got binders included.
Right.
And resin doesn't really like binders. And you don't get that intense colour. You can get where the pigment, the colours separate from the resin, so you're not getting a solid colour. But with pure micas, you don't get any of that.
Okay, well that's £14.99 if you want that set of 5 we just showed you. I think the details are saying it's got pearl white in it.
There is a pearl white down the bottom.
Have we got them mixed up? Come on. Pearl white, copper brown. Okay, so basically the apple green. So hang on, gold, rose red. I think one of the colours we've got wrong there anyway, but we'll try and sort that out in a minute for you. So the white one should be in the top one instead of the purple. Right, okay, so here we go. That's better. So that's the set. If you order what's on the screen, you'll get the gold, you get the white, you get the lime green, you get the brown, and you'll get the red as well. So £14.99 for those. Don't want to mislead you. XC1321 is the product code if you want those, okay? And then the other coloured micas we've got for you, you've got this beautiful, beautiful turquoise blue. You've also got a lovely red in there, an orange. What's the dark one?
Is that the aubergine?
Yeah, aubergine, and then you've got the pink. There we go. So a really deep purple. So those, again, really top quality. Again, you can use them in the products that you bought this afternoon at 2 o'clock if you're making those fantastic flowers and petals. And you can change the colour of them, of course, as well using this. But also you can mix it in with your resins in the show.
Yeah, and you can actually mix your colours as well. So you can mix your mica powder colours as well. So, yeah, have a play and just... if you want to darken one up or lighten one or just make your own colours.
Okay, brilliant. So those are your micas. If you want those, that's QS1305. But the rest of this show is going to be all about the resin. Now, the resins, remember, are brilliant because you get 3 different sizes. You can choose whether you want the large, the medium or the smaller. And just tell us what we can do with the resin if people aren't familiar with it.
So, a lot of people use it for casting. You can use it for artwork, which is the main thing really that I do, but any silicone moulds you can pour it into. You can make your own resin artwork, or if you've got a different medium that you do, you can cover it to give it a nice glossy finish. They're acrylic pours and
Look at this.
it just brings things to life. You know, the gloss is just unbelievable.
It's amazing,
on
isn't
it.
it? That's just basically a resin pour. And you look at some of the other things that we've got here as well. Look at this heart. This is the sort of show that when I get home, my mother's saying, I saw that the other day, it was amazing. I want to do it. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? So obviously the resin itself is clear, so have you added micas to this?
No, so underneath there is an acrylic pour.
Okay.
Well, it's a bloom pour, and that's something else that's coming to
Right.
Hobby Maker. That's allowed to dry, and then just simply a clear coat put on top.
Okay.
Because when acrylic paints dry, they tend to go matte and dull.
Right.
Once you reactivate them with, say, with your resin, the colours just start popping.
Right.
You know, amazing.
That is incredible, isn't it? It really, really is. And also you can add things into your resin as well. This one here, for example, just got little chips. It could be gemstones or little crystals or whatever. Just pop it in while it's wet, and when it dries, you've got a three-dimensional work of art.
And it does look really good if you layer. Last time I didn't bring them today, but I had like the beach scenes where you're just doing layer, 3 or 4 layers you can do, and it just gives you so much depth. You know, it's quite amazing.
Okay, well, details are on the screen at the moment for the big bottle of the resin. Now, it comes in 2 parts, doesn't it? Part A,
Yes.
Part B.
Yeah,
So it's 2 parts of Part A to 1 part Part B.
that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what you're getting here, $49.99 is the price for the big one. $24.99 on 2 split payments. That's YT1302. If you're doing quite a few projects, or maybe you bought a small one from Jo last time she was here and you've run out of it, or you're just really getting into it as a hobby, as a craft, then stock up on the biggest one because that is the best value for money. YT1302. So it's Part B and Part A, and it's 2 parts of Part A to 2 parts, or to 1 part of Part B, which is why it's half the size of the big one. Okay. Now the next one down is your 750. So here's your 750 mil. UW1337. Exactly the same product, just a different size. Let's see where the price is going with this one. Again, it's 2 parts Part A to 1 part Part B. $29.99. I think a lot of people started with that last time you were here,
Yes.
Jo. It's a good place to start. There
Yeah.
was a smaller one as well, which is coming up in a second. That's on 2 split payments as well of $14.99. And you just mix them together, stir them in a plastic cup or something like that, and then add mica to it if you want to add colour to it. It's entirely up to you, or just pour it clear. I think we're going to be using the rice papers that Jo bought us yesterday.
Yeah. I've got some rice papers here we're going to have a little play with in resin, and we'll do some little bit of art as well.
Okay, great. And then the smallest one, which is like a try me kit really here, but you can do quite a big project with it.
It's because it is thinner than some resins. It's got a fantastic air release, and it goes a long way.
Right.
So you'll be quite surprised what you can get out of even the smallest bottles.
Okay, well that is the really affordable way to have a go if you've never done it before. $17.99. Again, it's exactly the same rule. It's 2 parts Part A to 1 part Part B, and it's MP1335, your product code if you want that. And you literally can be doing anything here, and you don't have to be an artist because the resin itself kind of does it for you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm not an artist. I just throw things about.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes I think, oh God, what's that? But it's the whole process for me. You know, of because you put it down, and resin likes to think, yeah, I'm like in control of you. But once you get to learn the product, you can just put it in the direction you want it.
And we have actually got a product here that we did a few weeks ago now. I think we did it last time you were here as well. But the Mix It and Peel It craft mask, I mean, this is really clever because this actually creates like a wall that you can pour your resin into.
Yeah. So say if you, even round like your canvas or your MDF, to save getting drips down, if you just use a liquid on its own, just paint it on the side, let it dry. Your resin, you're going to have overspill of resin. Literally just peel it off and you're left with a clean edge on that. Now, if you mix it then with the powder, what you can do, if you get yourself, even if it's plastic bag or silicone mat, something like that, you can either pipe it on and make shapes. There's a lady in one of the groups, actually, in one of my groups, Wendy, she made some flower shapes yesterday. I haven't seen it poured yet, but I'm quite interested, you know, to see what they
basically what this creates is like a wall, so it stops your resin from having a mind of its own.
Yes, it contains the resin where you want it to be, and you can make different shapes from that resin.
Cool. Okay, well, it's only $12.99. It has sold out previously. We've got some back for this show. And it's called the Mask It and Thickener. Okay, $12.99. You just mix that with that to create that kind of it's almost like a putty, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
And it just holds your resin in place, so you can do like your geodes and that sort of thing.
That's it. Yeah.
Brilliant.
I love doing them.
$12.99 EX1313. That's back today. Right, what are we doing?
Right, okay. So I'm going to mix some. Okay. So 2 parts. Get yourself some the only reason I put up, I did have that on there, but it keeps saying it's unstable, and I keep thinking, are you talking about me, or are you talking about, we all know, oh no, see, that's going to work there. Right, okay.
So it's just a pair of scales there.
Yeah, just so you can see, these are just resin scales. I think they used to be kitchen scales. Okay, so 2 parts A, that's not weighing right, is it? Look, there's more than 12 grams in there.
Maybe.
Yeah. Right, let's go back to here then. Oh, you see, look, it's changed already.
Reset.
That's it. Start again. Okay, so a nice flat surface. A level surface is really, really good. What I tend to do is get one of these small spirit levels. Just put that on top of my board when I'm set up. And yeah, just if it's off a little bit, shove a lolly stick or something under it, just get it level.
So you put what, 70 odd?
So I've got 70 in there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the wrong thing.
Close.
Yeah. So we're going to go 35, so we'll end up with 105.
Okay. So that's 2 parts A to 1 part B.
That's it. And then we're just going to mix it. If you do go over or you're a little bit under, it is really easy resin to use, and it is quite forgiving. See, look, I'm useless always. So, and that's one of the reasons why I like it, because, you know, anyone can use it. So we just need to stir that. General rule of thumb is about 3 minutes of mixing.
Right.
But you'll see, when you're actually using it, you'll see that there's streaks in it, just where the 2 parts aren't mixed properly. So just mix it until those streaks have gone.
Fair enough.
All right.
And then you're ready to pour.
And then you're ready.
That's it.
Yeah.
Easy as that.
That's it. So if you want to go in, I mean, it looks a little bit cloudy now, but it will dry clear. And with resin as well, resin carries on curing. So if you leave this is about six hour setting time, again, all depending on this weather. But I always say, just leave it overnight. Don't be tempted to poke your finger in.
No.
I don't always listen to my own advice. Just leave it, and it will be set. Now, it will carry on curing for about a month.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
A month?
About a month. Now,
But it's solid after about
it's
6
solid.
hours. Yeah.
Yeah. So you haven't got to do anything, and you can use your product. You can hang it up. You can, if you've done a mould, you can, you know, do
I
whatever
think all
you
those
want
moulds
to it.
you've got, maybe you've bought from us in the past or from somewhere else, that you use maybe with air-dried clay, that sort of thing. Well, you can use resin in all of those moulds as well. So you can make little charms, little ornaments, jewellery if you want.
So this is one of this is our plain journal mould.
Right.
Now Joe sent me some rice papers ages and ages ago, and I put them on the top shelf. Could I find them? No. And anyway, I found them. But these, I have used other rice papers in resin before, and they was okay.
Okay.
But because of the quality and the thickness of this rice paper, absolutely
Well,
fantastic.
the Decoupage Queen rice papers were on yesterday's show. What time did we do that yesterday? Was that
It's at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock it was yesterday. So you can watch that show back with Joe, lovely Joe. And you can also buy the rice papers that are featured in that show as well. So they're there.
So I'm literally just laying that on there. I've just cut a piece out, and it's just so easy. We're just going to pour on top.
So satisfying.
Yeah.
So it's sinking into the rice paper.
Yes.
Right. Why did I think it would sit on top?
Funny, isn't it? Now what you can do is you can do it in 2 layers if you want to. So you could do like a clear layer, and then if you wanted to enhance the colours of the rice paper, you could do, say, like a black background on top.
Okay.
So just sort of half fill your mould.
Now this mould is in the show as well. So this is if you wanted to make like a resin journal or book cover. It's on the screen now, evidently. It's only $19.99, and all the moulds you make here in the UK, don't you?
Yeah, yeah, all by hand.
Wow. So if you're into your memory books and that sort of thing, your albums, this is the mould to go for to make your fronts and backs.
All right.
And we've gone quiet.
I know, it's lovely, isn't it? Sometimes, like, because it's really quiet where we are now, and sometimes I think, you know, just stop and listen to the piece, you know.
So, okay, the positive side of the rice paper is facing down.
Yes, yeah.
We put the resin on the back.
Yeah, yeah. So when you turn this out, the other side of the rice paper is going to be your front.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Right. Will it have a glossy finish to it then?
Yeah.
Because it's been absorbed by the rice paper.
Yeah, it will sink through.
Get you.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So that then has to be left for about 6 hours for it to completely set.
And we're not on a level
Have you got rice
surface.
papers? Have you ever thought about using rice papers in this way? I hadn't.
And then
Another use for them.
we can even, and this will just go around, you know, any little nooks and crannies where you haven't cut it, well, where I haven't cut it straight.
So this is your
This is
superfine
just some of the
glitter. Yeah.
And just leave it to do its thing.
So that won't be visible from the front then, it'll be only on the back.
It will
Will.
sneak
Will it?
round.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sneaky little thing. Yeah, definitely. All right, so that's as easy as that. Now, I've done, didn't pre-think this, did I? Because now I've got to move it. And that's all.
Because you'd obviously want to keep it flat.
Yeah. So I'm just going to flop that there for a minute, out of the way. Now, what I have also done, a bit of MDF and rice paper on there. Okay. So all we're going to do.
Just with the decoupage glue.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just use PVA. I don't know whether you're meant to or not, but you know what I'm like.
Well, there are dedicated decoupage glues, I know that much.
Oh, they probably would have been better then.
Yeah.
So hopefully you can see that. But you should see, and that's another thing. If you look what resin does, it's almost like it's like a magnifying glass. It's just bringing all that back and all those colours back.
Yeah, it's intensifying the colour.
Yeah.
Almost magnifying the image. But always make sure you've got like some bubble wrap down or a newspaper or whatever it might be, because it will spill over the edge.
Oh yeah, especially when I do it. Normally I use like one of those cheap decorating sheets or a black bag.
Oh yeah.
But I've got it today. I think I might have even run out. But look how that transforms.
Yeah. It's really magnifying it, making it stand out the picture.
Yeah.
And it's like it's been enamelled.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Resin doesn't have to be complicated or scary.
And it self-levels as well, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. We are on a slope here. But yeah, so I know there's still people that haven't tried resin and are a little bit afraid. So just as I said with the last, show, just start on basics and get used to it. And that will stay, that shining now.
Fab, isn't it?
Doesn't fade at all.
It looks
on
completely
there.
different. It's intensified the artwork and the colours and everything else. So, of course, that could be it's probably a bit too big to be a brooch, but it could be jewellery you can make it into.
Yeah,
whatever you fancy.
Yeah, or even, you can, things like that you can put in like the plain moulds and things like that. Or you can add it to sort of mixed media projects and, and if you've got the dip it and you're doing something like that, you can make, you've got an animal on a canvas, make grass with the dip it, make leaves with the dip it, make trees, make flowers. So like he's hopping through or sitting amongst them staring up at the moon, so the two can...
Also, if you've got say resin moulds, maybe moulds that you've used for air dry clay before, but you've got images that you want to put objects in, could you put like a little gem or a little embellishment in the middle of the resin while it's setting?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
So it could be encapsulated in it?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. There's some deep moulds I haven't bought yet, but I've got I haven't got anything here, but I've got a turtle And what I do with him, because he's got a deep shell, I put like a clump of gemstones in the middle, pour over it, and because there's so many sort of gemstones in there, when you actually demould, a lot of them fall out and they leave like a druzy inside.
Yeah, yeah.
Very effective.
Yeah, very effective.
Really effective.
Well, I don't know about you, I want to have a go with this. I've had a go before in previous shows. It's really, really enjoyable to do. Easy and relatively quick to do as well. Okay, it takes a few hours for it to actually completely dry and that sort of thing. But it's not rocket science. It's not complicated. I can't be doing with things that are too fussy. This is 2 parts of one to 1 part of the other. Mix it together, stir it for 3 minutes and then pour. If you want to add colour to it, you can do. So yeah, anything that you want to, maybe you want to put a new top on the top of a table or a coffee table or a dressing table, well, not necessarily a dressing table, but maybe a bedside cabinet, something like that. You could have a resin top to it, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
Yes. Now, I use art resin for doing that, but there is a fantastic product that I'm hoping to bring that's for countertops and tabletops.
Right.
And it actually stays on the edge, literally does not go over.
Doesn't drip over?
No.
Oh, wow.
No. So that's fingers crossed, and also like heat resistant one as well.
But obviously, if you are doing that sort of project, then this is going to be your best friend as well, the mix it, peel it, because you could actually put like an edge around the top of a bedside cabinet or whatever, and it would stop it from going over. So
yes, definitely.
Now, before we actually move on to the next project, just to show you and remind you of Joe Rowe, who came in yesterday, and these brilliant rice papers. We're going to actually show you, I think, some images and pictures. Have we got that? Oh, yeah, okay, we can't show them to you. We can show it to you on the website, okay. So on the website, you've actually got the packs of the rice papers. The first one is the Wisteria rice papers. Now, these were brand new. They're not in America. They've been shipped over from America. They're here in the UK, ready for you to actually order straight away. JV4454 is your item number. Now, this is a 5-pack. This is the Wisteria one, and this has actually got images of a young Queen Victoria and also Victoria's writing on a letter, vintage Union Jack and all that sort of thing. The poppy, they're all rice papers, and that's $14.99. Another chance for you to get hold of that if you missed it yesterday, if you were out doing other things. They're brilliant, and they're gorgeous quality. Decoupage Queen is superb quality rice paper, and it should be with you in the next couple of days. You haven't got to wait like 2 or 3 weeks for it to come from the States. They're already here, which is fantastic. So that one is your Wisteria rice paper collection, 5 A4 sizes of the sheets. Now the abandoned one is the next one that we're about to show you as well. Totally different, but again from Decoupage Queen as a brand. You've got that beautiful angel in the centre. You've got what looks like a little bit like branches, but it could be anything really. You've got an old sketch of a train, bit of steampunk, and a derelict van in the field. They're wonderful rice papers, they really, really are. $14.99, D14416 is your item number. If you missed those yesterday, they're still available. And you can look back at that show, by the way, 4 o'clock yesterday, if you want to, on our website after this show or later on this evening, hobbymaker.co.uk. So, yeah, those are the rice papers that you're using, aren't they, or the brand?
Yes, yeah, absolutely love them, really do. Do you want to have a go?
Oh, there's another one. Beg your pardon, got another one.
Oh, right.
So that one is abandoned. This one is Old World. There we go. That's right. So you've got that lovely portrait, that vintage portrait of a lady. You've got like a flock damask sort of almost wallpaper style to the other one. You've got the vintage rose as well, and you've got the hurricane lamp and the pocket watch. Beautiful. Five of those, again, remember, 5 A4 size rice papers, and that's $14.99, £3 each, which is amazing. XL4430. So they are still available. Good.
I've got you some gloves here. I've got you some gloves here.
Oh, thanks.
It's all right. I like to keep you busy.
I know. You want me to stir it for you?
Yeah, or do you want to decorate him?
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't mind.
Can't find the thumb. You do have to obviously wear gloves when you're dealing with this.
This is non-toxic, but you can still absorb resin through your skin. So, yeah, always. I mean, not only is it sticky, but you don't really need them.
No.
Right, I'll leave that there. Right.
Do you want me to carry on stirring?
Oh, go on then.
I've got my uses.
So, have a little think what you want to do with him. I mean, you could put some gemstones on his tummy or like some pieces of glass on or something like that.
So really you can use anything. It could be, you could have got some faceted faux gems maybe from craft fairs and that sort of thing that you want to use, absolutely fine. If you've got anything like granular that you wanted to use, you could use that as well. I mean, these are just unsharp bits of glass, aren't they?
Yeah, just mirror glass.
Mirror glass.
Yeah. I think we have got some on the website still. They're in a kit with some resin.
So have you got your own brand page on our website, Craft Hut?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so go to our website, hobbymaker.co.uk, and look for Craft Hut on the brand section, and everything that's available from previous shows will be photographed there for you. So if you want any of the extras, fill your boots.
Right.
Yeah.
Can't get that off. Yes, can.
So you're going to add mica to the actual resin, are you? Or?
Yeah, I'm going to do a couple of different colours. So we'll just pop some mica in.
And you'll be amazed actually how intense the colour is in the mica.
And they're absolutely stunning colours when you start sort of mixing them. We'll use that one as well. Let's go for white, because this is a lovely pearl white.
Mm-hmm. So what do you do, pour the resin into the...
Yeah.
Right.
And then mix them.
It's half and half?
Yeah, I reckon so.
Yeah, okay. One.
Should we do a green as well? And I always say, just start off, don't go more than 3 colours.
Okay.
I don't think I want green, but I don't know that purple's going to show because it's quite dark, isn't it?
Oh, look at this.
Lovely, isn't it?
Can you see that on the OVAD camera? See that colour? Look at that. And looking down from above, oh my word. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? What a colour. And that's just a little sprinkling of the mica, that's all.
Yeah. It does go a long way. Right. Do you want a different stick?
Yeah, please. Okay, so now we do the white one. I've still got a little bit of the clear resin
that's
left,
all right.
so.
I might mix some more clear, actually.
So this again is going to give you like a pearlescent finish to it, isn't it?
Let's mix up a little bit more clear.
I'll tell you what, the mica really dissolves into the resin very quick.
It's good. If your resin is cold, actually, because again with these temperatures, you go to 0. You may find sometimes you may get a little bit of crystallisation in your part A, and all that means is it's just cold. It hasn't gone off or anything like that.
Right.
Just get a jug of warm water, or even just straight into your sink, and put your part A into there. I mean, even sort of transporting it overnight, where these temperatures are fluctuating, it might be all right on my end, but it's been sat in a depot getting freezing overnight. Just warm up the part A, and you're good to go.
Okay.
Right, so I'm just going to mix a bit more of this. So, you've got a free rein with your rabbit. You've got a free rein with your rabbit.
Okay. What, using the
Whatever you
white and the turquoise, yeah?
Yeah, whatever you fancy. There is some glitter. Well, yeah, I'll put some glitter under there. There's gold.
I wonder where it was. Okay.
We can put it on there, that's all right.
All right.
Gold and there's white.
So would I mix the glitter in with the resin? Or?
I'll do you some more resin.
Right.
And then we can mix it separately. How much did I have in there?
I didn't look. So I can pour now, can I?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, you've got a long working time with this resin. You've got about an hour.
Okay.
So there's no panic on it whatsoever.
Take your time.
Yeah, you can take your time. And what you can also do, if you leave it, say, I don't know, about 40 minutes, it thickens up. It's starting its sort of curing process. But that's the best time to put any swirls or anything like that into it because it will actually hold.
Okay.
Then.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is different ways that you can use it.
Got to bring a bit of the blue for his face. It's going to be a weird looking rabbit, but different
All right.
colours. There's no rules.
Fantasy rabbit.
Yeah.
Everything's fantasy in my world. What did you want? Gold?
Yeah, I don't mind anything.
Excuse me. I'll just grab it there. See, but that looks really cool.
Thanks. So don't worry if you spill a little bit because, you know, as long as you've got something underneath it, it's not gonna hurt anyone.
Right, so I'm just going to add some
Move the bubble
resin
wrap
into
out of
the
the way.
glitter.
Ooh. It has got a little bit of a mind of its own, but that's the appeal of it, I think, the resin.
Yeah, if you're on a level surface, you can take it right up to the edge and, you know, it will stay. You can dome it as well. So you can just sort of get a really nice, you know, like, what they called, like the glass round things that are domed. You know,
I know
what
what
I
you
mean?
mean, yeah.
So you can dome with it as well. There's a bit of gold there. Right, I'm gonna, excuse me, get the purple. Just mix up some.
He's gone off the edge there. It doesn't matter, does it?
Oh, that's all right.
I'll use a bit of gold now.
Yeah.
Go for it. And this could be any MDF. It could be anything at all, really, any surface.
Yeah, if you using canvas,
Oh yeah, canvases. Forgot about that.
yeah, if you're going to use a canvas, just give the back will need some support because it will dip with the weight of the resin. So just either turn canvas over, clear coat of resin on the back and leave it to set, or just support it with something. You can use perhaps cardboard. I prefer to sort of put a clear layer over the back.
That gives it strength. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that holds your resin, stops your resin from...
Was this the clear resin with
making it
glitter?
so- Yeah.
Wow.
Effective, isn't it?
It's really effective. Going over the edge, but whatever.
Oh, we're always over the edge, aren't we?
I can see when you said it was ultra fine, I can see what you mean.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to move over here a little bit. And I'm going to go...
Concentration.
I know. Move that out of the way. Okay.
I'm just thinking about all these bits of furniture that you can bring back to life now. I mean, I moved house last week, as you know.
Yeah.
And I spent half of my week at the local tip.
Did you?
And I
Not
couldn't...
with furniture?
No, not with furniture, just packing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I did see an awful lot of people getting rid of furniture. I'm thinking,
know.
you could upcycle
Yeah.
that. You could redo it with a new top or whatever. And most of it was, decent stuff. And I
Yeah.
thought, why are you getting rid of it for?
Some people, can't be bothered, but to others, they're like treasure
Yeah.
troves, aren't they?
Yeah,
Treasure.
yeah.
That's really not level.
So imagine you've got, like a cabinet, maybe an occasional table, maybe a little coffee table that they have next to you, and you're thinking, it's really had its day. You can reinvent it, put a top on it, something like this that we've got here. How spectacular would that be? We did actually, last time you were here, have a coffee table,
Yeah,
didn't we?
I did, yeah.
But it's not here today.
No, I haven't brought it today. But coffee tables are brilliant to do. And trays, they're really good. I mean, you can pick up some bargains.
Can I show you my row? I can't hold it up any more than that. If I just go over where the
He's
camera...
lovely, isn't he?
He's all right.
Yeah.
I'm quite proud of him. He's coming in. Here he is. So that's the turquoise with the mica. The gold is the glitter, and then you've got the pearlescent for his main body. It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant.
6 hours later, it'll be sorted.
Yeah, ready to go. Oh, I tell you what, Glenn's been away a lot for work.
Oh, he's here today. I've seen him for years.
I know. And nor do I, really. I don't see him. So he went away, talking about rabbits. And Connie and I went to the post office. And on the way back, we sort of stopped off at the pet shop. And
What did you buy?
3 rabbits.
3
And a
rabbits.
hutch.
Wow.
Oh my God, Dave, you want to see them?
You'll have 23 soon.
No, they're all boys,
Oh, okay.
and they're all brothers. See, what happened was there was this one rabbit who's got like this thing going on here, and then I thought, one rabbit on his own, it's going to be a bit lonely, isn't he?
Yeah.
So then she said, I've got his brothers down there. So I said, and she said, like, boys, because they've been born together, they'll be
get
okay.
on, yeah.
And then I said to Connie, how can I split them 2 up then? You can't do it, can you?
No.
So we ended up with
got all 3?
Yeah. They're fab though.
Are they in the
And
same
they're
hutch?
Yeah.
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 Great.
Oh, they've got 2 hutches.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 2 hutches. Glenn's building them a big run.
Nice. Put them on Facebook.
Yeah.
Now, a hairdryer. Who'd have thought it? Look at the fun you can have just with an ordinary hairdryer, set on cool, I presume, not hot.
Yes, no, that's on
On
coal.
cool. And just blow it away. Why not?
Need just some clear resin.
Yeah, and that would
will
just stick all the...
Yeah, these will just keep developing. Let's see, could you use that? No, I don't want to use that.
Well, what we've got on the
Mix up
screen
some
at the
more.
moment is the biggest resin, okay, the huge one. So that's going to do an awful lot of projects for you. It is the best value for money as well when you work out the actual size of it. It's 1.5 kilos of part A and 1 kilo of part B. No, beg your pardon, it's 1.5 kilos in total. So it's 1 kilo of part A and 500 grams of part B. That's it, 1.5 kilos in total. That's the big one there, and you'll get an awful lot of projects done out of that, whether it's small projects, whether it's book covers that we showed you earlier on with the actual rice papers, whether it's pictures to hang on the wall, jewellery to wear, furniture to upcycle and to reinvent, because you know all of these things are spectacular, and it's just resin and a bit of mica and some glitter and maybe some rocks and stuff like that, some broken glass or whatever it might be. Obviously, this glass is not sharp, so do bear in mind that.
Yeah, no, it's
And all those sort of things you'll find on Joe's, on our website, but on Joe's section of the website. Go to Craft Hut and you'll see all the little embellishments that you can order and mix in with the resin, which is great.
I'm just going to mix some more up.
Okay.
But you can see, like, even from like the micas, you're getting different effects. I mean, we could go in again, and we can add some blue in there.
Yeah.
And we can just leave that a minute and just let that sort of see how far that goes.
Can
and
you see the
spread.
mica in that blue? I hope the camera can pick that up. I think you can see it. But it's thousands and thousands of tiny little granules of shine from that beautiful blue turquoise. And just let it do its thing.
Yeah, we'll just leave it. It will just spread out. I'm just going to mix this up, and I'll just go over this corner.
Do you have to cover all of that
Yes.
completely? Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise it'll just fall off.
Yeah. Yeah. Alcohol inks you can use in it. Alcohol inks will give you a translucent effect on there.
Mix it for about 3 minutes. That's all you've got to do. Dead simple. Part A, Part B, 50-50. Well, no, it's 2 parts Part A, 1 part Part B. Use maybe a kitchen scale or something like that to make sure you get it fairly accurate. Something you can't take your eyes off it.
No, I know. It's the way it moves, I
Yeah.
think.
So when that actually dries and sets, that will hold all those little
Yeah.
embellishments in
Yeah.
place.
And it will, you know, again, it will sort of magnify them as well. But as I say, sometimes go back in with another layer on your artwork and you'll see how much depth you can get with it. But there are all sorts of different techniques. Now, what I have done is just dripped a bit clear by mistake on there, but again, we can use clear resin to go through and push things out of the way.
Oh, right. Oh, cool. Make it look like craters on the moon or something like that. It's just fun just to play with this. It really is. No two pictures that you ever do, if it is a picture that you're doing, would ever be the same.
And you can see, I mean, this is just the white mica powder, but you can see how it's starting to sort of develop into different sort of, you've got a little bit of cells going, a few cells going on. Now, the white cell creator, you get a lot more.
Right.
But for a subtle, you know, colouring and effect on your artwork, the pearl white is absolutely fantastic for that. So you can, if you want to draw into it.
We've actually got a few more of the kits that Joe's put together for us, including the resin and also things like crystals and mica and glitters. So we'll get to show you those before the end of the show. They're still available. I think they're on the website right now for you if you want to have a little look. Oh, they won't be yet. Okay, they will be. They will be soon.
So you can just change it up, just literally by doing not an awful lot.
It's
You know.
totally changed it now.
Yeah, yeah. And you can see, can you see what I mean, perhaps about depth? Because now you can see through that, but then you can see into it as well. Just where that clear is dripped onto it.
And also every time you look at it, you see something different. You see,
Yeah.
like when you look at clouds, you see someone's face maybe in the clouds or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Same sort of thing.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, I'd probably leave that how it is. I mean, this little section over here, you know, there's little creations going on there. But you'll probably find, you know, you'll walk away in about an hour and it will have changed again.
Yeah, totally.
And it's where the, like the chemical reaction is happening because the resin heats up and then it's pushing the micas about. As well.
Always make sure when you've done your finished project and you're just leaving it alone to set, make sure it's not going to get disturbed. Make sure the cat's not walking around or anything like that. Make sure you put it somewhere where it's not going to be too hot, not going to be too cold, and isn't going to get disturbed at all.
Yeah.
And then your work of art the next day will be complete.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely. So I've got one more piece we can do.
All right.
Move my little rabbit out the way.
So where are you going to be putting all of these then so they don't get disturbed?
Well, I don't quite know. I might go, Glenn. And he'll roll his eyes at me. Oh, God, I'm going to go away again on business. But I have warned him, you know, he goes away again. May have to get lady rabbits.
Yep.
So choices
That'd be
is
interesting.
really. So let's go a bit glittery. Did you have any glitter left? Not a problem.
Yeah, I've got a
mix
little
them
bit
up.
left here.
Oh, let's pop some more in, shall we?
And of course, always we want to see your makes. We'd love you to share your makes, and that includes this sort of craft, of course, as well from Joe. If you've got any of the resin projects that you've been working on and you want to take a picture of it and send it into a studio at hobbymaker.co.uk, remember, one person every month, last Saturday of the month, wins themselves a £100 credit on your account. So you've got to send us in your makes to be in with the chance of winning that. So do that today. And if you've got any of these fantastic resin projects that you've worked on or anything like that at all, please send it in. You can send it in any time you like, and we'll announce the winner of that for this month on the last Saturday of May.
That's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good.
£100.
Yeah.
Look at this. Do like a bit of glitter.
Now, if you left it like that,
Yeah.
would it actually set and stick to the base, or have you got to cover the whole thing?
It will stick.
Right.
Yeah, it will spread out a little bit. You can see from where I've poured it. So it'll find its own sort of level. But no, it will stick on its own. So in your different colour backgrounds you can use as well. So if we just went and just poured,
So that's the clear resin with glitter mixed into it.
yeah,
Right.
and this is just clear resin. So if we pour that in, now all I've done is just put painted the background with acrylic paint. So you've just got a black acrylic.
Because it's so shiny and because it's so clear, it actually looks like it's black resin that you've
It does, yeah, definitely.
It magnifies the colour and makes it shiny.
So then,
That's really cool.
so you can use your background as a colour,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah. That's what you've done. I mean, have you ever seen resin pictures for sale? I have.
Yeah.
And they're pretty pricey, and they really catch a lot of people's attention and eye as well. So, you know, if you wanted to make something yourself and sell it at the local church hall or local gallery or whatever, yeah, do it. Each one's unique. And like you said, you're not an artist.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I just like playing and pushing things to their limits, really.
Love it. Remember, still to come today, 5 o'clock, we've got more from Hunkydory, and we've got multi-layer stamps, which were really popular before we brought them back for you today. So that's going to be our last live show of the day in about 10 minutes. And if it's not going where you want it to, just give it a tease.
Yeah, yeah. You can use a gloved hand if you want to. I do actually like doing that because it feels really nice. It's a bit weird, but...
Now, the other kits I mentioned that Joe's put together for us, we've got those here. So if you want not just the resin, but you want extra colour from the mica and some glitter and so on, we've got that in just a second. We'll show you. So
you can use your clear to push your resin back as well.
right.
All right.
Brilliant. Did you know what you were going to do before you started that?
No.
I thought that's what you'd say. That's a beautiful thing about it. You can make it up as you go along.
Yeah. I very rarely do a project, like think of a project and complete what I'm thinking of. I always go off and thinking, yeah, but what if I did this? So I very rarely.
Nice.
See, but that's all you need.
So now we've got to find somewhere that's flat in the studio that isn't going to be touched for about 6 hours.
Yeah.
That could be tricky.
I don't think that's going to happen, do you?
There you go. Love it. Shall we just remind everyone of the other kits that we've got? Okay, let's go through each one. Now, the first one that we've got down here at the very beginning, these are kits you put together for us, and it's a mixture of three-dimensional embellishments, isn't it? Little glass chips, basically.
Yes, yeah, same, same glass chips that I've been using.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is the one that's got the beautiful apple green mica. What's the other one there? And a gold mica. You've also got your blue glitter, and you've got your beautiful red glass chips in there as well. So if you want this one, this is only $24.99, and it does come with Part A and Part B for your resin. But we thought we'd give you the opportunity of having not just clear resin, but resin that's actually got some colour in it as well. And that mica, you don't need that much, do you, Jo?
No, no.
Tiny
Little
amount.
bit, yeah, end of a lollipop stick.
That's all you need. So that one is $24.99 if you've been inspired by Joe's pouring and everything else in the show today, and you do want some colour, then that's a really affordable way of getting it. Now the next one is the white glitter, and this is your real kind of beautiful smoky glass particles that you can see here. Really, really deep, rich colours, like a slate grey, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, love it.
Is that that's what you were using
Yeah.
in that picture?
Yeah.
So this is going to give you the two-tone micas. You've got a pink and you've got a red. You've also got the white glitter and Part A and Part B of the resin as well. So that is, again, $24.99. All of these are $24.99. And you should be able to see them if you go and have a little look at what's in the show today. You'll be seeing them there. But if you want them, that's the item number ZG1393, just $24.99 for the whole lot. So that's a really good price as well, and a great lot of variety for you. Moving along, we've then got the next one. Now this is the blue glass this time. And this is going to be a popular one. Look at that colour in there. Look at that turquoise. That's actually the one that I used in the demo,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
Stunning colour.
Now this has been the most popular one in the past. So you've got here like a wonderful steel grey colour of mica. You've got that beautiful electric blue. I don't know if the camera can really pick it up that well, but look at the intensity in there. That's what I used on the rabbit a few minutes ago. You get all of that beautiful rich mica. You get the gold glitter, superfine gold glitter, and you get your blue glass chips. $24.99 for that one. They're all the same price basically, WB1323. So you've got all the best of both worlds. You've got the resin, part A and part B, and you've got, of course, the sparkle and the colour as well. 2 more to go. The next one is with the white chips. There you go. And colour of mica with this one. You've got that aubergine, and you've also got a really rich, like a copper colour.
Yeah, lovely colour, that one.
Kind of
Copper brown.
Yeah, copper brown they call it, okay. Lovely. And then the glitter this time is your purple. Oh, actually, is that glitter?
Yeah.
Yes, your purple glitter. There you go. And again, you get one large part A and a smaller part B. And then the last one is just here. You've got, again, your purple stone chips, purple or aubergine mica. That's the white mica?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the pink glitter. So you've basically paid your money and takes your choice. They're all the same price, but what colour combinations would you like to go for? They're a great price, actually, for everything put together. And that's AL1345 if that's the colour combination that floats your boat today. And you could be making things like Joe's done here in the studio, because that's the glass.
You've seen how that's developed on its own?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that was one quick blast, and it's still developing.
And it's like it's alive, really, isn't it? Until 6 hours has passed, then it's solid.
Yeah.
But look at this one, the one that you were doing a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Look at that. Really glitzy.
Yeah. And you can see the bubbles, like immediately they've come into the top, and they'll just continue to keep popping on their own.
Okay. Love it. And you'll be making things like this. I mean, this is another one that's using some of the glass chips that we were talking about in those kits a few minutes ago. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? And it's all encapsulated. None of this comes off because you've gone over it with the resin. The resin is then set and dried. And I think you'll agree the result of what you get is pretty amazing, and what you can do with it is pretty amazing. I think my favourite has to be this heart, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that on a wall, in a bedroom, in a lounge, that is just spectacular. Have you done that again?
That's a bloom pour.
Right.
So it's not acrylic pouring, it's a sort of a level up, really,
Right.
which we're hopefully bringing very, very soon.
I mean, imagine that as a tabletop. Amazing, absolutely amazing. And the other heart that's just here as well, totally different colourways. Is that the same technique?
Yeah.
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 I mean, you'd be so proud if you'd done something like that. And you're just letting the resin do what it does. It's got a life of its own. Do remember, if you want to get the masket as well, that we touched on earlier on, that will create like a wall around what you're working on. So if you want to do your geodes and that sort of thing, like the sliced gemstones, you can make a wall with that and then pour the resin into it, let it dry, and then you've got your own geodes. So that's available as well. It's called the Masket in Thickener, so it's on the screen now. 100 grams of that, and it's £12.99, but it gives you a wall to hold the resin in place.
Yeah,
basically.
absolutely brilliant. It's so helpful, really is, for resin.
And when we just, I think we demoed it a couple of times ago, about 3 shows ago. Yeah. Absolutely flew, walked out the door, sold out very quickly. So we got it back for you. It's £12.99. You just mix it together and it makes that fantastic barrier, which you then kind of dispose of after you've done your resin. Joe, we're out of time nearly.
All right. Oh, well,
what a day.
I know. Thank you so much.
Can we have more of the dippets?
I might bring some back.
Good. Okay. So if you missed the 2 o'clock show this afternoon, not quite sure what we're talking about, put dipping wire into the dip it solution, and you've then got a petal and a leaf. Fantastic. Everything's sold out in the 2 o'clock show, so we'll try and get that back for you in the very, very near future. Thank you, Joe. Good to see you.
Darling. And Joe.
Safe journey. And our last show of the day, more from the lovely Natalie and Hunkydory on the way.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Right guys, great news! Monday is going to be a big day because I'm going to be in the studios all day and I'm taking over. I'm taking over literally every channel. So from 8 o'clock I'll be on Sewn Street, 10 o'clock I'm going to be on Jewellery Maker, 1 o'clock I'm going to be on Hobby Maker for a full-on Crafters Companion takeover. Now, we don't do these very often, and when we do, they are a big deal. So we've got free gifts galore. We've got some amazing special offers, literally time-limited special offers that you will not want to miss. We've got the most incredible lineup of products. I've got some fantastic demonstrations, and I'm just telling you now, hold on to your seats because it is going to be a fast and furious day from the second I arrive in that building to when they wheel me out at the end of the day. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all on Monday for a full-on takeover on all of our channels. I'll see you there.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Here we are then, it's our last live show of the day today. Hope you had a good weekend with us at Hobbymaker, and we've got a really fantastic show to end our Sunday shows on. We did this, Natalie and myself, a little while ago, a few weeks ago I think it was. I love the concept of multi-layering stamps, and I know you do as well, because they were so busy, all the shows. What it is, basically, Natalie, is layer by layer, you're building up the definition of the butterfly, aren't you?
Yep, so each different layer has sort of like different elements of that butterfly, and when you layer up all of your different colours on top, you create sort of a beautiful finished image. And you'd think sort of mixing those colours that they would all sort of like muddle together, but they don't, and it's absolutely stunning and
Now,
so easy to do.
We've got for you 4 fantastic stamp sets that do what Natalie's just said.
Yeah.
If I show you the boards, it's probably a little bit easier to follow and understand if you've not seen this before. Basically, there's that stamp there, which will give you the base layer of the butterfly. So always a good idea to do it in a light colour. So we've done it in like a yellow there. Then you get the next stamp, which then gives you the next layer, which you do in a different colour. Add stamp 3, again in a different colour, and then add stamp 4, again in a different colour. How else can you do that? Because normally when you stamp an image, you're restricted to one colour.
Yeah, because you have sort of all of that detail in one, but what we've done is we've sectioned those details off into 5 different layers for every single stamp, which allows you to create these stunning finished samples.
So cool, that's so cool.
Images.
That one is called the Peacock Butterfly. The next one you're going to get, this is another one of the larger ones. This one's called the Swallowtail. So again, the main background, bit of detail, third bit of detail, fourth bit of detail, finished butterfly. Amazing,
So
absolutely
these
gorgeous.
stamping guides that you're showing here as well, you actually receive on the back of all of your stamps.
Yeah.
So you are going to have access to all of these. It's just a little how-to guide from us at Hunkydory on what colours work really nicely together. But when you get this home, it's down to you with what colours you want to use, and you can create some really nice sort of finishes.
Now, what about the tortoiseshell butterfly? Look at this. You can see what's called that.
Really cool.
Level 1, 2, 3, 4, boom, 5. And it's always the darkest layer that goes on last.
Yeah, always that outline layer that goes on last, which fills in all of the beautiful detail. It says to use midnight black on there, but I like to use Versifying just because of how much of an intense colour it is. It's so beautiful.
And then we've got the silver washed butterfly as well. That's the last one. So you're going to get all 4 of these stamp sets for £36. Really? That's £9 a stamp set.
It's crazy, isn't it?
And it's turning stamping on its head, it really is. YHD29 is the product code for that one, for all of them, remember. £36 and they're yours. Maybe you've never done anything quite like that before. Well, here's your chance to really enjoy it. And butterflies are probably the most popular, apart from flowers, for card makers. So they will sell like hotcakes. And that's not the finished price. I didn't realise this. 36 I thought was the final price because it was £9 each. £26.99 for all 4 sets. I don't know how many stamps there is in total there, but there's a lot.
So you get 5 layers and 2 sentiments in each, so 7 stamps in total, times 4, 14, 24
stamps.
together. There we go, quick maths.
Just over £1 a stamp. That's not bad.
No, not bad at all.
And I tell you what will be your new best friend is the stamping platform.
Oh, it's a match made in heaven with these stamps. You can layer your stamps on and you're not worrying about making sure it's in the right angle or whether you're getting it wrong, because you can make sure that it's perfectly, precisely in the right space, and then you can add your colour. So it's a match made in heaven, it really is.
This is a cracking deal, it really is. It's £10 less than what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was 36, but no, £26.99, you get all of them. And if you've never used anything like this before, you're going to love it. You're going to love the results. And people will just be amazed at how you've got from a stamp all those different colours in exactly the right places. I'll just show you some finished samples here. Barbara's done this one. Nice one, Barbara. And that's 3 of them on 1 card. Aren't they effective? This next one, I haven't got a name on this one.
I think I did that one the last time I was here.
Yes, I remember you doing it. Barbara's done this one as well. Aren't they stunning?
It's really pretty, and whether you're just going to use it by themselves and create beautiful backgrounds, or you're going to sort of mix and match them with maybe paper pads that you've got or other stamps that you have, adding your dies onto these, it's just going to allow you to create so much more.
You did that one last time as well, didn't you?
I didn't actually. Oh. It was very similar to that, but this one is beautiful because the last layer is heat embossed, which I think is absolutely gorgeous. But last time we heat embossed on parchment.
Yeah, remember. Another couple quickly. This is Bex with the layering butterflies. Love this one as well, Bex. Look at that. Lovely colours.
So
you can go a bit Andy Warhol if you want to.
Yep,
can't you?
yep. You can really sort of use that same colour tone throughout, because we have an amazing selection of ink pads that work alongside these as well. So 36 different colours, which means you can pick tonal colours, or you can mix and match with all the different
You make them psychedelic
elements.
if you want
yeah,
to.
you can go as crazy as you want.
Yeah.
It's down to you.
£26.99, brilliant price. 0800 001 4433. That's our call centre here in this building in the UK. So that will get you through on a free phone number if you want to take advantage of them. If you're brand new, if you're a new customer and you're thinking, well, how do I go about ordering? You can do it on the phones, free phone. You can do it on the website, which of course is hobbymaker.co.uk. And if you want to register on the website, all we need from you is your email address, and then you make up a password that gets you access to your account, and you can shop till the cows come home. And also, you've got £3.95 cap postage. Every single day we offer that to you, from midnight of the day before to midnight of the day. You can enjoy no more P&P than £3.95, no matter how many things you buy. You could buy everything that we've shown you today and still only be charged £3.95 postage. Right, Natalie.
Oh, so shall we show you how it works then? Because this is where you really see how amazing these stamps are. So we're going to start off with that layer 1. Now, when you get your stamps home, it does actually indicate on your packaging which layer is which, so you know that you're putting them in the right order. So I'm going to follow the handy guide that we've got on our packaging. I'm just going to add a little bit more tape onto here as well, because I'm losing magnets at the moment. So just so that doesn't lift up, we'll put some tape on there.
The stamping platform's got measurements on it, so you know you put
Yep.
the stamp in the right place.
Yep, you've got a nice handy grid here, so you know that all of your sentiments are straight, and then you have inches and centimetre markings across the side and the top. And what makes this different from any other on the market is the magnets on here. Normally they're hinged or they're just sort of freehand, but this clicks in on all four sides, and then you just press it, and every single time, no matter whether you are just lifting it off like this or whether you're going to fully remove it and add more colour, it will always stamp your image in the same space. No mirroring, no movement.
The stamping platform's on the screen there actually. It's on split pay too, $17.49 today, and again in 4 weeks if you want it.
I think for anyone who is really sort of apprehensive about stamping, or you've tried it before, you've tried it with acrylic blocks, and you've never really been successful, then having a stamping press will give you the confidence to be an incredible stamper. So the next one is chili red. So another really good way of why to keep these, and even if you're not going to use them to follow these guides, is that they give you sort of like a handy guide to where your stamps actually sit within the image as well. So we'll pop that on there. When you're happy with the spacing, we'll add our colours. This is a really nice vibrant red, so just making sure you've got full coverage on all of those areas, and then we're going to pop that down. Next layer is layer 3, and that is our peacock blue. So let's get that one.
It doesn't have to be peacock blue.
No,
whatever colour
it
you
can
want.
be whatever colour you want it to be. But I think it's nice to have that guide there for anyone who isn't confident with sort of your colour matching, or what colours from your prism inks sort of will work together really nicely to create finished images. So it's a good guide for anyone who's wanting to get these but maybe isn't confident with sort of like picking out those coordinating colours. Then you have all of those guides on the back of your stamps to use and to refer to when matching up all of your images. So that is layer 3.
Coming along nicely.
Our fourth layer is has more sort of that finer detailing, so we'll just pop that on here, and then again, if I stuck this down and I wasn't happy quite with the movement, then you can just take it off, lift it off, pop it in again as many times as you want until you know that you're happy with where your image is.
I bet you'll have lots of fun playing around with colour combinations.
So much fun. And you
could do them in different shades of the same colour if you wanted to.
Yeah,
like a monochrome
it looks
or
so
brown.
good like that. Just going to go back in with this, just because there's some areas where I've not added my colour as much as I would like to. So pop that back in, and then we'll get our final layer, which is that detailed layer, which really brings this whole sort of image and process to
the finishing touch.
Full glory. So just popping that onto here, making sure all of those elements all line up really, really nicely. There we go. And then we'll pop this down. And I'm going to use my VersaFine again. It's just really good ink for all of stamps that have super fine detail within them. And it's super, super pigmented as well.
Okay, wait for this.
Gives you the best finish. So we'll pop that.
Bringing it all together, the final stamp.
And then there you go.
Wow.
You have your image all stamped onto your cardstock. So I've got that on there. I'm just going to add, I'll take this off here actually, because I've done this directly onto a 5x5 that we're going to create our card from. So next I'm going to add my sentiment. I'm going to do that with my acrylic blocks. Sometimes it's just easier when you're just adding sort of one sort of sentiment. So I'm going to pop that on here, let your dreams take flight. And then I wanted to do something really different with this. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut a panel from our cardstock using our trimmer. So just pop that all to one side and bring your trimmer in. Mm-hmm. I'm going to line up my card blank with the 1 inch mark and just pop it down, and then take my trimmer sort of all the way up from that top section to my butterfly, and then I'm going to move it again to the 2-inch mark, and I'm going to trim again down to that section and then back up to the bottom area. And then what we're going to do is we're going to bring our knife in, and I'm just going to fussy cut, leaving a nice white edge around this space here.
I must admit, I do like a white edge.
I think it just allows your colour to pop so much more.
Yeah, it does.
Just leaving that simple edge in.
Gives it a nice frame.
And I think just sort of like removing this piece of the card is just going to give your finished product such a nice effect. So I know I've got ink on my hand. This is the problem with using a card blank for the actual finished card, because you can get it everywhere. So just around his head here. And then I'm going to go really quite close to this antenna here.
Got a very, very good
Bring it around.
steady hand.
It's practice. And then you can pop that out of that section and remove that bottom piece away. And then you've got a totally different look to your card now, because when you stand it up, you've obviously got that panel missing.
Oh, I like that.
So that's just one way of doing it, but I want to take it a step further. And I've actually already stamped my image again before and cut it out fully. So let's layer that on top to really make it stand out. So if you want to, you can just do it flat and it looks absolutely gorgeous, because obviously you've taken away some of that element already with cutting out that little panel. And you can put parchment behind there or acetate if you want to, but I like it quite free. So we'll pop our butterfly on top of there. And you might need to add a little bit of glue when you're doing this with foam pads, because your ink, obviously it is a water-based ink pad, and it will give you some movement. And then to finish it off, I'm going in with some glitter gemstones, and we're going to do it in our coordinated colours. So we'll do it in the red.
Can you stamp onto acetate?
You can. You would need to use a StazOn ink, but you can definitely stamp onto your acetate. So let's do red, blue, and we'll do green as well, or yellow. Let's do the yellow, because you've got yellow in that nice image as well, haven't you?
So it's going to be like a butterfly trail.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just pop them on there. I'm just going to add a bit of construction glue onto here, because it's a water-based ink pad. Sometimes it can just stop your foam pads from sticking. So pop that back on. Just hold that down until it's pressed a little bit. And then there you go.
I love that. I love the butterfly. I love the design of the card as well. Never seen that done before, actually, having that panel. And it's the butterfly body that's holding it all together, really.
It is, it is.
Isn't that great? And the concept behind these is really good. I've only ever seen a few stamps like this. I've seen teddy bears and things like that before, but the butterfly ones are brilliant. Now, the bundle, very, very busy for this. I thought it was going to be £36, £9 a set, which I think is blooming good value for money, but it's even better than that. It's $26.99 for all 4 butterflies, 2 of the large ones and 2 of the medium size. But remember, when you look at how many stamps you've actually got here and all the different designs of butterflies, you know, they look great maybe in a picture frame, maybe a square picture frame, like a box frame would look fantastic with all of the butterflies in different colours. Do like pop art, you know, make them as way out as you want them to be in funky luminous colours or whatever. They'd be amazing. They really, really would be. But there we are, step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is what we've just done with Natalie. Same goes for all of them. This one is your swallowtail butterfly. Just experiment with different colours. See which ones work, which ones look the best. Your tortoiseshell butterfly. There we go. And although this is a smaller stamp set, it's still a good size of butterfly, definitely. And then the last one is your silver washed fritillary. How do you say that? Fritillary butterfly stamping guide. Easy for us to say, yeah. So there you go. If you want that one, they're all together as a set, remember. I believe they are available individually, but the best value, obviously, is to go for all 4 of them. If you love one, you're going to love all of them. YHD29 is the item number. $26.99. I would certainly expect to maybe get the top 2 for that. but you're getting all four. All four for $26.99. Brilliant, brilliant concept. And it's a concept, if you've never had it before, never tried it before, you'll love. And do think about not just using your inks, but this card is similar to one that Natalie did last time we did the show together. Bex has done this one. But using, instead of ink all the time, maybe have the last process an embossing powder.
It looks
in
so
silver,
good.
and it's beautiful. So you can make it subtle and dreamlike like this. You can make it really pretty, kind of out there and bold,
Yeah.
with big bold colours. It's up to you. You can change it each time. I mean, this one,
Just using 2 layers
just 2
there,
colours. Yeah.
and it gives it such a nice feel.
Oh yeah, so you don't have to use all the 5
No,
layers
you
all
don't
the
need
time.
to use them all. You can use just the background panels if you want to. A lot of cards have used that for background elements, or just use 2 of them. Whatever you feel is going to give you the best result.
I mean, you can use acrylic blocks, but to be fair, it's easier.
It's so
With
easy
the
with
stamping
the stamping
platform.
press. You have obviously that image there, so you can manipulate your stamps. Whereas if you do it on your block, you're trying to do it while it's on the stamping press. It's a lot more difficult. So for this one, we're going to take inspiration from that one that Bex has done, and do like a nice watercolor background for it to go onto.
Okay.
So we're going to do it all in blues. I really like the blues that we have in this selection as well. So we're starting off with Periwinkle. Now this is a really beautiful dusky blue. When it goes on, it seems like it's barely there.
And we have actually got these ink pads in the show, a whole selection of them. We'll get to those fairly soon.
They're a great set. You get 36 included, and these are shimmer ink pads as well. So they are water-based, but they have a little bit of mica in them, which gives them that shimmery touch, which is absolutely beautiful. And with these butterflies, it looks stunning. So I'm going to layer this on a few times just to build up that colour. And because I've done it where I've pressed onto here, you can see that I'm starting to get sort of markings into my colour as well, which gives you a nice effect. So instead of doing one full block of colour, if you do it a number of times and just sort of miss out sections, that's how you'll get this sort of
Like that.
worn look. So we'll leave it like that for layer 1. Layer 2 is this one.
That's the actual carrier sheet that's got the number on it.
Yep, yep, not the stamps, the sheet. So make sure you pop in all of your stamps on, and you're being really careful not to lose any as well. And then we're going to go with Blue Lagoon. Now I'm just going to make sure I've got really nice coverage on this section. I'm going to pop that in there. And then with this one, I'm actually going to go back in with the same colour, but I'm just going to put it around the edge of my wings. And that, when I put this down now, will give me a nice ombre effect with my colouring, because the bottom pieces will be deeper than those top pieces. So that's number 2.
Nice.
Let's go in with 3, which is actually just these tiny little pieces that fit nice in this little space here that our last stamp created. Let's see if we can get this on without it sticking to my fingers. So pop that one on there. And for this one, we're going to go in with our nautical blue. So that's going to go on there. Layer 4 fits just underneath that section.
This is all going to be different shades of blue, basically.
Yep,
Yeah, love it.
all different shades of your blues. So this one fits underneath here quite nicely. So again, we'll go in with nautical blue. This time we're going to pop it on twice, so that's going to make it even more vibrant than that first one that we've done. And then go back in with that colour. And you can do this with just like one colour. You could do the whole thing in that
This one's the swallowtail
blue.
butterfly, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then increase the amount of times you put it down, and it will give you lots of different variety in your colour. So then our main big colour for this one, our outline stamp, and we are going to do this in black just because it looks so effective when it's on here. So lining that up with all of your images until you're happy with where that is. And then we're going to pop our VersaFine down, because that is going to give us such a
Final pop.
beautiful outline. And you don't need to use a black VersaFine, you could use a coloured VersaFine as well. So if you have a deeper blue VersaFine, it would look really nice, or maybe like a smoky grey colour. So pop that down, and then all of our stamp will reveal itself.
Oh, look at that.
But I have actually missed out some here. So what I can do is I can pop that back on.
That's the beauty of the stamping platform.
And there we go, you've got all of that colour back on there now. So for this one, we're going to trim it out around our edge, and it's so easy to do this. You don't have to be really precise with this. Again, we're going to give it a nice white edge.
You get such a great sense of satisfaction as well when you actually put all the components together and you end up with something beautiful
like
as that.
this. It's stunning, isn't it?
Yeah.
So easy to do, so effective. It is something that you're going to be able to do if this is the first time you've ever tried stamping. And also, it's a nice thing to have if you're new to stamping, because you don't have to colour it in.
No.
It's not a stamp where you're just going to get the outline and then you'll have to use your prism pencils or your colours to add all this in. It's done for you.
Stamps themselves have done the colouring in for you.
Yeah. So all you have to do is sort of pop your composition together however you like it to be, and finish your cards. It's so easy to use. So just around this last wing now, and then up and around those straight edges. Let's just trim that away.
It's about £6.50 a stamp set, isn't it?
Yeah, it works out that way, which is really
Ridiculously
incredible, isn't
affordable
it?
for what you've got, and the size of the stamps as well, but the concept of them, that's what I love.
It's amazing. And it's not just one size as well, which I think is great. You've got 4 different sizes of butterflies in there. So you can use them together if you like as well on one card. We did that last time. We did the show with you. We put 3 of the butterflies together on one card. You could get really creative and do home decor projects, like you said, in a frame. But if you're someone who loves butterflies, how about making them in lots of different colours and then have them cascading up a wall in a dining room or a hallway?
They're big enough to be able to do that. And maybe make mobiles as well out of them.
Mobiles would look so cool. So we've got our butterfly now ready to go onto our card. We just need to make our background. So for that, I'm going to bring in my inks again that we've just used, and one of our water brushes from earlier on. And I'm just going to bring in my mat, because that's what it's perfect for, our messy mixed media mat.
Well, the mixed media mat is in stock at the moment. We had it on the show earlier on today. Only $14.99 it is, and it'll be one of the best purchases you've ever made. So useful.
It really will. So pop in your ink down on here, and we're doing that sort of smooshy background from that card that you showed that Becca did. So just add in that onto here, and then obviously the more vibrant the colour you add on, the darker you're going to get with your image. So a nice mix of those dark colours and then those lighter colours. Let's just add a little bit more of a lighter colour in here. Just pop this around, and then we can dry it off with our mat and pop our butterfly in place here. So just bring in your heat gun to push that colour around. There is quite a lot of water gone on this, so it might take just a little while to dry off, but it won't be too long.
And something as simple as that makes a fantastic background. Just don't overthink it.
No, I think that's what's important with stamping. I think sometimes we do overthink like the finished product and what it's going to look like, but you can make such beautiful backgrounds. And I think the simpler they are sometimes, the more stunning the cards look, especially when the stamps do all the work for you with this set.
I mean, this one here that I've got, Bex did it, and this kind of proves it's a similar technique to what you're doing at the moment.
Yeah, this is exactly what we're trying to create.
Imagine that card without that in the background. It would be okay, but it looks so much better with a little bit of colour in the butterfly. Makes a massive difference.
This is something I really like doing with our inks as well, because when you add quite a bit of water, and you can see it happening now, you get the little watermarks where each sort of section dries off.
I like that.
So it looks really, really fun, kind of like a gem would look if you like opened it inside with all those different sections on there. So I think this bit here, you might just need to bring in a little bit of
Dry it off. Yeah.
Dry it off a little bit, because otherwise it's going to take forever. We've not got that long. So our sentiment for this one, I'm going to use Flying By to say happy birthday, and we'll pop this on while we have this laid flat on our mat. So Flying By to say happy birthday, I'm going to do that in black, and I'm going to do it in this bottom corner here. So pop that on there, and then we can add this on with some foam pads.
Fantastic.
That piece from earlier on that's already cut down, ready to go. We'll add that onto the section here, and then we can move this out of the way while we finish our card and stick it onto our card blank. So just some double-sided tape to do that.
Have you bought these before from us last time that Natalie and I did a show together? Have you used them? Do you want to share your make? Do you fancy being in the chance of winning £100? £100 credit. That's all you've got to do is just share whatever you've made with us. Just one per customer, if that's all right. We can't obviously take like 20 or 30 different makes from the same person. Just one per customer per month. Yeah, you could, well, at random, be given £100 credit on your account just by sharing what you've been making lately.
I'm going to make sure that's nice and stuck onto our white piece. And then again, just because this background is wet, I'm just going to add a bit of construction glue onto the back of my butterfly. And then pop that on. And there you go. It's such a beautiful finish to your card. I absolutely love it. When I saw Bex make that card in the office, I was like, I love this.
That is amazing. So that one, if you want to buy it individually, is the shallow tail butterfly, but I think most of you are going for the collection of 4. That makes so much sense. When you bear in mind it's so affordable, but yeah, you're guaranteed to get amazing results every single time, just step by step. You can use your acrylic blocks. It will be a little bit trickier to do with an acrylic block. If you've got a stamping platform, or if you want to go for one today, we've got that one from Hunkydory in the show. Perfect, and it just means that you get it lined up perfectly every single time. So let me show you the boards again, what you're going to get. The 2 larger ones, well, they are big enough to be wall art. You could have a, like you said, Natalie, like a trail of butterflies going
yeah,
off
sort of like cascading up a wall. It would look beautiful.
Yeah, do them in different colours and they'll look different. So this one is your shallow tail. That's the one that you just did. So there we are, all the different step-by-step aspects to it. And you did get the verses as well, which I didn't realise until now. Flying by to say happy birthday, and butterflies appear when loved ones are near. Love that. Then the peacock butterfly is the other big one. And again, all of these guides are actually on the packaging, so you don't have to remember this. It's actually, if I pick up one of them here for you, you can see on the back. So if you look at it and think, oh, I can't remember what to do, it's all printed for you. Each of them have got that on the back of the packaging, which is really good. But again, think of the fun you're going to have experimenting with colours, going psychedelic, going pop arty, or going monochrome. They'd look great and totally different. So that's the second one. Third one is your silver washed fritterly butterfly.
That's what we're going with anyway.
That's what we're going with. So that's, again, got a little bit of a verse going on there. Butterfly kisses and thank you so very much. And the last one is the tortoiseshell butterfly, and that's got thinking of you and hello beautiful, and look, isn't that lovely? Really, really gorgeous. Copy the colours, go your own way with them, it's entirely up to you. And of course the Prism inks, we are actually going to bring you those because these are in the show. Now the colours, I've got a board here to show you all the colours. This is like a pyramid of ink, of absolute luxury. And they are the shimmer, so there is a little bit of mica in these, yeah?
Yeah, a little bit of mica, so it's just going to add that shimmery touch to them. But it's a really, really beautiful look. You get all 36 colours in there. You've got so many different varieties of pinks, blues, greens, and because they're water-based, like before with the pencils, they all mix together really nicely. So
Prices.
The amount of colours you can create is
Prices going down.
so much more than that.
It's under 60 quid for all 36 of these ink pads. Absolutely brilliant value. All the colours you see on this board are the colours that you're going to be getting. And they all stack on top of each other, don't they? Is that right?
They don't stack on top of each other, but you can pop your pads in the behind.
Oh, in the base.
They're just slightly too big, the lids, to stack on top of each other. But they do fit really nicely in our storage cases.
Great, okay, and they'll be on the website, I'm sure. But yeah, if you want to put your blending pads off the daubers and attach them to the bottom, I know that's what Pauline does, and I think you do as well, don't you?
Yeah, we all have them attached to the bottom of them.
And of course, you've got every colour that you could ever wish for, really. Flamingo Paradise right the way through to Wild Mushroom and everything in between. And they are really juicy. They should last you a long, long time. But it's an instant collection of inks for you. And are they suitable for all sorts of different things? You can blend with them?
Yeah, you can blend with them. You can stamp with them. So if you just want to stamp your sentiment, you want it in purple, then you can do that.
Right.
You can smoosh with them like we saw myself do before. You can colour them, so you can pick colour directly from the sponge with your water brushes and colour your stamps in as well.
And you can see the reflection from the ink, really lovely, very luxurious and top quality as you'd expect from Hunkydory. Prism is their ink brand, so if you fancy those, and also of course Prism was the brand for the watercolour pencils that we did earlier on this afternoon, so you can look back at that show. That was at 3 o'clock this afternoon. A great offer on the 48 watercolour pencils and a fantastic offer on the 36 ink pads. $59.94. Now we've also got the MDF sentiments here. Now these are really sweet. When you want a little bit of dimension on your card, and a stamp sentiment just isn't going to cut it, maybe. These are great because you've actually got them cut out and lasered out of MDF. You can paint them, you can ink them, you can do all sorts with them. But you've got here for £9.99. Basically, these are the MDF shapes, and you've got 60 of them in total. And you've got things like dream, words like dream and beautiful, happy. Some of the little butterflies, of course, as well, which are really lovely. But you've got 60 elements in here for less than £10. I mean, that one says dream. What does that one say? That's happy. Dream, happy and beautiful, I think all of them are, yeah, by the looks of it. And, of course, these really cute little MDF butterflies. They're so sweet. So that's what you get, 2, 4, yeah, you get 10 of each. That's 60 of them. Aren't they really, really sweet? Colour them, paint them, do whatever you wish. $9.99 for these, and they just work well with the stamps.
They work so nicely with the stamps. We're going to use them in this next card, actually. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a background with our 3 sort of purple colours. So instead of using our sort of blending tools for this, I'm just going to actually swipe the colour across the cardstock. So it gives you like a really nice sort of warped look, and the more sort of pressure you put on, the darker your colour is going to be. So I'm doing this with first of all, our purple velvet, and then I'm sort of lightening that colour as I go, and then we're going to go in with...
Natalie, can you move left a bit?
Oh, I'm moving across all the time, aren't I? And then we're going to go in with our more pinky colour. This is our blackcurrant jam. I'm going to move this colour throughout here. Now, doing it this way instead of doing it with your blending tools obviously will give you sort of that line effect that you have with the outside of your card, so it won't be as sort of clean. I have forgotten my blending sponges, so we're just going to make it work like this. So once you've added your colours on, you can go back in and add lighter colours. Now I'm going to finish it off with our mauve colour, which is this really nice light colour that I'm just going to pop over the top of here, just to try and disguise some of that marking. And then we'll just try and get this now to look as neat as we possibly can with this other colour. But then once we're happy and sort of satisfied with the way that it's looking, and it is a lot, if you want a lot of colour and depth, it is easier than using your blending sponges because obviously the colour's coming directly from there. And then I've used our low tack tape, so I'm just going to remove this now, which is going to give me a really clean and beautiful
lovely crisp
edge.
Look at that.
Pop that off.
So rich.
Then I'm going to just clean off my hands, because knowing me, I'm going to ruin those clean edges. And then I'm going to pop in, using my acrylic block actually, I'm going to use the darkest butterfly. Now, this is the butterfly that I have somehow removed the antenna from, so just pop that back in. I'm going to use that slate grey, which is a really nice deep colour. We'll see how it goes on, because I want to have it sort of, I'm going to do it maybe 3 times, so we'll see how dark this goes on first of all. So just pressing in, because we're not layering up the stamps this time, we're just using that last outlined stamp. You're going to see how that works. So we'll go in
Lovely.
again with another round of that colour. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to mix my VersaFine into the bottom of this section. So trying to create that little ombre look here with this second one. So we've got that really light one. We'll have another one just here with that mix of sort of those two colours. And then we'll go in with our VersaFine for the last one. So you get, again, that increased ombre look, not only with the background, but also with your stamps. So pop that down again. And then I'm going to use Dream and Happy for my sentiments from those MDF shapes.
Okay, good.
So these are, I haven't done anything with them. They're just
they look good
this
natural,
colour.
don't they?
They look so nice naturally. But what I am going to do is colour them in. So I'm just going to use my ink pad actually, because it's water-based, it will colour them in really nicely. So we'll just leave that for one moment, just to dry off. Go back in again, just to make sure you've got full coverage, and you can kind of see it seeping into the edges there. While we're waiting for that to dry, we can stick this onto our card blank though.
It's amazing that the laser can be so accurate with those words.
Isn't it? It's so cool. And they just look so nice. Even the smaller butterflies would look great as little embellishments on this card.
But back in the day when I used to buy cards from the shops and stuff like that, if ever you had something with an embellishment on it, it would always be 50p more.
Yeah, so much more.
Yeah.
So it's good to have them in your stash, especially if you're making cards to sell, for that reason, that we can just add a little bit of an extra touch on that.
MDF embellishments for $9.99.
So I'm gonna put this on with foam pads actually, just to lift it off. Again, that other white edge, because this is a little bit smaller than 5x7, which is my favourite card size when I'm stamping, because it's not too big, but it's not too small. Pop it on here now, because it'll just allow that to stand up off the edge of there, giving you that even more of a clean, fresh look.
What a stylish card that is.
And then we'll pop this on with construction glue. Not too much, because we don't want them to move around, but enough just to hold it.
Remember that background was done just by taking basically an ink pad directly to the cardstock. Really effective.
So Dream Happy. We're going to pop on this card. I think it's a beautiful sort of sentiment as well to match these butterflies. Dream Happy, just having them hanging off the edge of that white space. And there's a beautiful ombre selection for you.
Love it. Well, that's what you can do with the ink pads, one of the techniques anyway. Lots of other things, of course, as well. But these stamps, remember, are the main focal point of the show because they've been on before and were hugely, hugely successful and popular. And we've been able to get more stock for you. And we've also been able to bring you, it should have been £36. And I thought that was the price because you're going to get 4 sets. And there's about 5 stamps or plus, more than that, actually, in each set. And I thought, yeah, £36, any day of the week, £9 a set. Great value. No, $26.99 for all 4. So the 2 large ones, well, they're all pretty good size to be fair, but the 2 large ones, if they were $26.99, like $13.50 each, I think brilliant. But if you want them on the individuals, they are on the website now, and you can see them individually. But of course, you'll then pay more for them individually. So if you buy them as a set of 4, you're going to get the whole lot for $26.99. YHD29 is the item number. And now we've also got Ink Me pads in the show. Now, bearing in mind this is a stamping show, the perfect cardstock to obviously treat yourself to if you are going to be doing stamping, especially this multi-layer stamping, is the Ink Me cardstock. Now, this is an 8x8 pad. You've got in here 50 sheets of 300 GSM Ink Me. I mean, does it really matter? Does it make a difference, the type of cardstock you stamp onto?
It does, I think, make a difference. Our Inkme cardstock though is Inkme, whether it's like this or whether it's A4 or your card blanks are actually made from this. So it's a high quality cardstock, and it just holds the colour a lot better. When we were picking out all of these cardstocks, we wanted to make sure that it gave you the best results.
Yeah.
So it is the perfect companion when you're using inks.
So whether you're stamping, whether you're blending, if maybe your cardstock lets you down at the moment, it could be because you're using the wrong type of card. So this is only $9.99, and it will be delivered free of any postage if you've bought something already today from us, or if you bought something from midnight last night to midnight tonight. Only $3.95 payable for your postage, no matter how many orders you've made, no matter how many different companies are involved or whatever. Remember, Hunkydory will dispatch your order themselves. And if you bought something from Jo earlier on, she'll be dispatching it from her place. So obviously things won't arrive together, but they will arrive very, very close together. But yeah, we only charge you one P&P of $3.95. That's always been a Gemporia thing, and it's continued here with Hobbymaker. That is the 8x8. So let's also show you now the 6x6 Inkme bundle or Inkme pad. Again, you've got 75 sheets in here, actually, 300 GSM of 6x6. So it's just a case of which size you prefer. This is also $9.99. YQHD18 is the item number for that one. Maybe you want to treat yourself to both of them. Why not? $9.99 each, or remember you get 50 sheets in the 8x8, and you get 75 in the 6x6. So yeah, perfect cardstock for your inking needs. And don't forget, we have got the stamping press, which I know Natalie's been using throughout the show. I didn't realise it was in front of me here, but it is here. So if you wanted that, we have been trailing it throughout the day, saying it was coming up in the 5 o'clock show. There it is, brand new Hunkydory stamping press, complete with the very strong magnets, of course, as well. But if you're treating yourself to that selection of butterfly stamps and you think, do you know what, with blocks it's going to be a little bit tricky, a little bit fiddly, I'm not the best stamper in the world, treat yourself to this, and it will literally improve your stamping overnight. Accuracy every time. It's on 2 split pays as well. £17.49 is your first payment of 2 RSHD 86 for a new stamping press. It's magnetised, that one as well, isn't it?
Yep. It fits a 8x6 piece of cardstock, or if you're in centimetres, it's 20 by 16, the space that you have to stamp onto it. You've got all your measurements here and here, and you've got it's got like a little grip here so you can butt it up to the edges. And then you've got these spring magnets, and then you have springs on the other side as well. So when you click it onto there, there's no sort of movement with your press. It stays firmly in place, and then you just lift it off to stamp. It's not a hinged one, so it doesn't have that sort of movement in it. It's a really great stamping press. We had so many different stamping presses to try out, and we were very specific when we came to picking this one. I remember Big Boss Dan coming over and saying to me and Anne-Marie, do you not like this one? And we were like, no, it's not right. It's not right. So we took a really long time to develop this to be what we wanted, so that you get a perfect stamping every time.
Terrific. Well, that's what you get with Hunkydory. You get the best, and you get the best deals here at Hobbymaker as well. Now, we've only got about 10 minutes left on the day today. Just a quick reminder, tomorrow it is a takeover. You've probably heard Sarah telling you about it. Sarah and the team from Crafters Companion are taking over between 1 and 6 tomorrow. So lots of great deals, lots of great offers, lots of fun, and lots of Sarah. And she's going to be also on Gemporia in the morning and Sewing Street as well.
She's going to be busy.
Jewellery maker as well, yeah.
Going to be very busy.
Yeah, Gems, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street and us. So she's going to be a busy bee tomorrow.
Okay, so let's do one last card then to finish this off. So I'm going to start with some sort of orange tones with this one. So I'm kind of following the guide, but I've changed up some colours in here. So Apricot Sorbet is our first layer, and this is a really nice peach colour. So we're going in with that one first of all, and then I'm just going to go back in to those sections that it's just missed off. So that's layer 1. Layer 2, we're going to go in with a orange zest, which is a really nice sort of tangerine orange colour. So pop that in place. It's a little bit high there. And I am going to cut this out, so I've just used sort of a little scrap of Inkme that I had left over from the card I did earlier. So you don't need to have full sort of sheets of Inkme when you're creating these images. So orange zest on this one. which is really, really vibrant and stands out
Actually, all the colours are
beautifully on
fantastic.
there. Layer 3 is these tiny little dots. We're actually going to change up our colour this time and go in with a blue just to make these stand out even more. So once that's nice and in position on there, we can add that colour in. So Blue Lagoon for those little pieces, making sure I've got lots of coverage on those. So pop that one down. Then we're going to go in with a Fire Coral, which is an even sort of deeper burnt orange. So pop this in place.
We will show some of your sharing makes before the end of the show as well. So we can't show all of them, but we'll show some of them. And of course, you'll all be in the draw for the £100 credit to your account at the
How exciting.
end of May. It's always lovely to see what you've done, actually.
It
If
is.
it's not relevant to the show, it doesn't matter. It's just nice to see your makes.
So that nice burnt orange, and then obviously our final one, I always like to use our VersaFine. It just makes those colours stand out so beautifully. So line that up with your image there. And then we'll pop this on.
Over the years, I've had so many people say, oh, I struggle with stamping. I'm not very good at it. I'm rubbish at it. Well, if you buy a stamping platform like this, everyone can
struggle.
Everyone can do it.
Definitely not. So that is our finished butterfly.
Wow.
Super, super
Looks so
bright
real.
and vibrant. It does, doesn't it? It just pops off the page. So I'm going to use this, and I'm also going to use another piece. So let's just do our background first of all. For this, we're going to use two stamps. So I'm going to use our outside stamp, and I think I'm going to go in with a few different colours actually. We'll start off with Apricot Sorbet, and I'll just stamp that onto my background. Now I'm using my block here because we're going to repeat this a number of times. Then I'm going to go in with my Fire Coral, so creating another ombre effect but with the stamps as well, which is going to look quite
that is a
fun
bright
when we
orange.
finish it off. It is, isn't it? Where are we going to put this one? Pop that one there, and then I'll just do another one just up here. Oh, I'm going to have to, oh no, it'll work. And then our Fire Coral will go in.
And you can wipe that off your mat, can you?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wipe clean.
This will wipe clean, no problem at all. So then that deeper colour, I'm going to pop in a few more times. Another one. And then I'll just do one more sort of peeping just in this space here. And then I'm going to go in with my outline stamp. And I'm going to go use my, there it is. Use my black again on all of these ones. So just making sure it's covered. And then we're just going to line it up. This is probably where you're going to see how your stamping press really, really helps you, because some of these will be a little bit off just because it's so much harder to sort of layer it on top. I mean, some people are so skilled at doing this.
So although you get 5 layers, you don't have to use all the 5 layers if you don't want to. You could just use 2 of them,
Nope.
3 of them.
You can use as much as you wish with this. So just adding that colour every single time to those layers, trying to match it up as best as possible. But also if it is a little bit off, I think with the style of these stamps, it's not that
It's not the end of the world,
noticeable at all. So another one there. Another little piece up here. And then we're gonna, that one's very off, but not to bother.
I won't tell anyone.
So one more on that. And then while I've got my stamping block out, I'm just going to stamp my sentiment as well. So let's do Hello Beautiful, and I'm going to pop it onto this strip here. So just popping that onto...
Honestly, from where I'm stood, that looks almost like a photograph of a butterfly.
This one?
Yeah. It looks so accurate and so precise.
There we go. I love that stamp. It's so delicate and beautiful. So now let's just remove this pesky ink that we don't want to go everywhere, and we'll finish this card. So our ombre background, we have our beautiful butterfly, which we have fully coloured in with all of those different colours we've used to create your ombre. So just running your scissors around here. I'm just going quite loosely, leaving a little white edge so those colours really pop off there.
By the way, don't forget the spotlight deal that we launched at 1 o'clock today is the tag pad from Hunkydory. We've still got a few in stock. You're going to get 300 GSM Ink Me Shape tags. So that we launched at 1 o'clock. It is still available, only £7.99. It's on the website right now if you want to grab it.
It would look so good with these stamps on as well, because you could do exactly the same effect on your little tag, and then you've got coordinating tag for your card.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. And actually the tags are wide enough that even the big butterflies will go on there.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so yeah, 100 of them for £7.99. Always a bestseller. We got it today as the spotlight item. Forgot to mention that in the show. So there it is.
My butterfly is on now, so I'm just going to lift up those wings so it really sort of stands off. And I think I'm going to have it here. Yeah, let's do that. Foam pads, trusty foam pads. Pop that on the back. Then we can pop it just here.
Why not?
On there. And then, oh, no, that's not going to work. I'm going to have to move it because I've popped my sentiment on this way. So my sentiment, I know what we'll do. I know what we will do. We'll pop this onto our card and then pop our butterfly in that extra white space that we've created. So Hello Beautiful can sit across here like so. We'll trim this down and then pop our butterfly.
Oh, perfect.
On top of here. See?
Yeah, it was meant to be.
Comes together in the end. And I don't have a card blank either, but we'll pop it onto a card blank.
We will.
And there we go.
Okay, well, we've got a few minutes left on the show. Shall we show some of your makes today?
Yes, let's have a look.
We've had quite a few people sending in things that they've been making.
This is beautiful. Oh, look at
Heather
that.
Porter. Heather Porter has been doing some Hunkydory by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's one of our most recent gifts, I think, that we've done at Hunkydory Towers.
Nice one, Heather.
Beautiful.
Very, very nice. Thank you for sharing. You're in the draw, as all of you will be. Even if we don't share all of your makes, if you sent something in, you'll be in the draw for the £100 credit last Saturday.
I love this.
Yvonne
this
Smith.
Is so cute.
Yeah. Cute dino. Crochet. Any make at all, whether it's knitting, crochet, stamping, whatever it might be, just send it in to us.
Whatever hobby you're into.
Thank you, Yvonne. Good luck with the draw. Pauline. Now.
This is cool. Is this made from clay?
Is that a card? I think it is. I thought it was fabric to start off with, but I don't think it is. It's a card.
That is
cool.
really cool.
That's really good. Thank you, Pauline. You're in the draw. Kathy Lockett. Oh, we asked you to send in your flowers.
Oh, wow.
Kathy's been doing some. Very similar to what we were doing earlier on with Joe. Lovely, Kathy.
So cool.
Beautifully, beautifully done. Lorraine. See, that's what we were showing you at 2 o'clock. She sent in these fantastic flowers, the dip it technique. Fantastic.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Nice one, Lorraine. Tina Smith. Another birthday. Hey, you having a giraffe? Love it. With his tongue out too. Thank you, Tina. Bethan Thomason. Wow, this is Hunkydory as well, isn't it?
Incredible. Yeah, it is. Absolutely gorgeous.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for watching. Thank you for buying, basically. And you'll be all in the draw for the draw on the last Saturday of this month. And we do it every month. So make it a bit of a rule that as and when you make something, just take a photograph of it, and if you're a member, just send it to us on an email. We can only put one of you into the draw, or one per person into the draw. You can send as much as you like, it's fine, but certainly you'll all be in the draw for a £100 credit, and one person will get selected each and every month. Thank you, Natalie.
You're welcome.
I love the butterflies. You're loving them as well. Good idea of using the butterflies with the tags, because they will fit on the tags beautifully. The stamping press is doing well too. When are you back then with us?
I think on Thursday.
Thursday. Oh, I'm in on Thursday. I'll see you then.
You will.
Got a couple of days off, but back on Wednesday and Thursday. Don't forget the takeover tomorrow. It's going to be mad but fun and amazing, amazing deals, as you can always expect from Crafter's Companion. Sarah's going to be with us from 2 until 5, but she will be on our other channels, of course, in the Gemporia group as well throughout the day. So it's going to be a fun day for her and for all of us tomorrow as well. Enjoy the rest of the evening. And remember, these shows will be repeated a bit later tonight and also first thing tomorrow morning as well. So plenty of other chances to stock up and not miss anything. Thank you, Natalie. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be off for a couple of days. Thank you for your company over the weekend. Hope you enjoyed it. Stay safe, and I'll see you soon.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Right guys, great news! Monday is going to be a big day because I'm going to be in the studios all day and I'm taking over. I'm taking over literally every channel. So from 8 o'clock I'll be on Sewn Street, 10 o'clock I'm going to be on Jewellery Maker, 1 o'clock I'm going to be on Hobby Maker for a full-on Crafter's Companion takeover. Now, we don't do these very often, and when we do, they are a big deal. So we've got free gifts galore. We've got some amazing special offers, literally time-limited special offers that you will not want to miss. We've got the most incredible lineup of products. I've got some fantastic demonstrations, and I'm just telling you now, hold on to your seats, because it is going to be a fast and furious day from the second I arrive in that building to when they wheel me out at the end of the day. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all on Monday for a full-on takeover on all of our channels. I'll see you there.